That's not helpful. No tracking. That's such a big part of it.
is first on the road. Ahead lie 150 miles of driving.
Back to where it all started, in Ayr Square, Galway. And the victorious Vauxhall, crewed by Jimmy McRae and Frank Mang, are on the victory ramp.
Motor Test champion John Lyons from Castlereagh set a blistering pace right from the start.
Billy Coleman is 6 minutes ahead of the field and cruising home.
Lovell, Cullen, but still no McHale. Fisher is on an epic fight back.
Austin McHale opens his 1991 Tarmac account in blistering style. For McKinstry, it's caution to the wind as he throws his new charge around like an old friend.
The Pirelli Shaw car is 14 seconds up on McHale after 6 stages. Moikinen now leaps into the lead, fastest by a fabulous 10 seconds.
It's Eugene, now with brakes fully restored, who's back in front.
Hello and good morning and welcome to the 2023 Irish Tarmac Rally Championship in association with Samdec, the main sponsor, which is the Sentinel Group company. We began our coverage today with the Corrib Oil Galway International Rally, and I think ahead of us we have a really good opening event in this year's championship. Very briefly, today is 3 loops of 3 stages, about 110 kilometres in total, with 2 stages done 3 times tomorrow. Joining me in the studio is a man with a name very synonymous with the best pace notes in the UK and Ireland, along with the history of Patterson's Rally News. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce my co-commentator, Michael Patterson. Michael, good morning.
Morning, Zav.
I think we're going to get straight into it because obviously, you know, HM Productions has managed to achieve the whole championship this year.
Yep.
This is the first of 6, 7, 8 rounds for us.
Congratulations to the production team. Good
so
job.
We're looking forward to that. We had done several one-off events last year, but the action started last night in Galway over the start ramp. But we're gonna look through the top 10 or 15. Josh is in the same car as last year. Marion Evans is in a similar car. Callum Devine is the car that he got out of Minty Motorsport. A couple of new cars, Sam Moffat and Johnny Greer. But
yep.
Josh he has to be the man everyone's chasing.
Yeah, particularly in Galway. Josh is this sublime car control. He's got the speed. Winning seems to come quite easily to him. Is he under pressure? Josh doesn't seem to get the pressure, does he?
No.
He's really on top of his game. I think last year's championship was, he did a fantastic job last year. I think obviously we're missing in particular Alistair Fisher.
Yeah.
Alistair apparently is maybe going to do a couple of rounds of the championship this year. But Galway is probably the most difficult rally of the year. The conditions are generally very slippy. You have this mixture of very, very fast stages or really, really narrow stages where the infamous Galway dry stone walls bite really hard.
I always found that, funnily enough, a similarity. I mean, I was, in a previous life, I was media manager for Rally Sunseeker, and I mean, okay, Sunseeker's in the south of England, but I remember over many events, there was years we had a couple of inches of snow, years we had torrential rain. Then I remember one February wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
Yes.
And Galway's a little bit similar, but it's the characteristics in the terrain of Galway that nearly always keep it sort of damp.
Yep.
And you know, one of the first events I think I ever serviced on with Kenny McKinstry was Galway, and the stages run out of Galway on the Friday night, and I remember hiding behind one of those stone walls trying to get some warmth. It was the cold, until I had been to Sweden. Galway in February was the coldest place I'd ever been.
Well, I remember doing the track rod, what used to be the track rod in February, and that was the coldest I'd ever been. But the very first time I ever went to the Galway Rally was 1978, and that's a long time ago now, and I was a young boy with my mate, who was a young Boyd, and his dad was doing the rally, and it snowed on the Friday, and it snowed, and it snowed, and somebody shared a short clip this week of John Taylor winning that rally in the snow and the Stratus in the snow. So yeah, it can come in an instant. I think we're all right this weekend. The forecast today is for rain later on today, but the ambient temperature is not going to cause a problem. But it's 11, 12 degrees, which is unusually mild for this time of year. And actually, I think the tyres, I was talking to someone from Michelin earlier this week, they have a new tyre, but you're very close to that tyre window of 15 degrees where maybe going for a slightly... So if they do generate some heat, but I mean, all the top guys, Josh, Marion, Callum, Sam, Desi, Henry, this morning, I think the driver's briefing was just over an hour ago. They will have had their advisors out before the roads closed this morning. They'll be out having a run over the stages, having a look at the conditions. With the recce, it always brings a little bit of pollution onto the road, but it's the dampness that you get in Galway that you have in the winter in Galway. It's damp. And it's the lie of the land almost. It's that solid rock, you know.
Marion Evans, seeded 2.
Yep.
Marion, who was really impressive last year, very consistent, took a win in the Ulster. Callum in 3rd with a rebuilt Polo R5. We've Sam Moffat and Sean Moriarty in a brand new Hyundai.
Keith Moriarty.
Keith Moriarty, sorry.
Sean Moriarty's gone to co-driving again.
Desi Henry, Paddy Robinson, Cahan McCourtley and Moynihan, Johnny Greer and Niall Burns. Now, Johnny Greer and Niall Burns, they're in a brand new Citroen C3, which arrived very late this week. And we're just going to go to a clip where our crew and team managed to catch up with Johnny earlier in the week.
Cars literally just landed midnight last night, straight from France, so not ideal preparation for the rally. Would have preferred to have the car a bit earlier, but I mean, it is what it is, and I know Raymond worked very hard to get the car here on time, so fair play to him for getting that sorted for us. A few cars we had here this morning, just getting the car set up onto the settings we want, change seats and things like that, you know, just dial the car into what we want, and then hopefully get a run in the afternoon, just get a eye in again with the car, because it's been a couple of months since I've driven an R5 car again, so getting everything organised and getting all your ducks in a row.
Typical Galway, everything's last minute, all reversed this week. That's the way it goes. It's good to get a new car and hopefully it holds together and we get her dialed in.
Johnny's car's just literally arrived this morning off the boat last night, so it's all hands on deck this morning. We have 6 cars entered for Galway, and hopefully we're going to have another maybe 2 or 3 for West Cork.
Hopefully we'll hit the ground running in Galway, but the conditions then are always a lottery, so we'll just have to go and see how we get on. It's always a good start to the year when you get a strong field especially a strong field of R5, so hopefully that keeps up throughout the year, but even last year the championship was very good and very strong, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Always difficult. It's usually wet, slippy, and stone walls can take a few people out, so they can, but the last few years have been dry, so who knows.
We'll have to spend a couple of hours this morning here just dialing the car into where we want it before we go anywhere. So, but the car is not far away on a base setup anyway. You know, it's the French cars are usually very stiff, so you have to really soften them off a bit for Ireland. But all in all, it's not far away. So we could take the car in a base if we wanted to, it would be fine. But it's just you'd like to be comfortable.
So Johnny, a new car. Sam Moffat, as we said, all Hyundai R5. Gary Jennings, a regular Galway visitor and previous winner, is seated number 8 with Arthur Kearns this time, because anyone that has been watching Facebook, Rory Kennedy is the other side of the world in New Zealand. That they believe it's a charity walk they're doing. So yes, fair play to Rory, and new parent for Gary there himself and Arthur Kearns. Declan Boyle and late entry co-driver Patrick Walsh. Okay. Patrick, a really good co-driver. So that's going to be an interesting pairing this week. And rounding out the top 10, Gareth McHale and Brian Murphy in another Polo R5.
Are they a dark horse?
Well, I mean, he's had a couple of events last year where
he won the Galway Summer Rally last year.
He did, and he got better as it went on. So again, it goes back to what we've said so many times. It's all about seat time.
Yep.
But the funny thing is here, you know, with the exception of Josh, Sam, Cahan McCourt and Johnny Greer, who did Killarney Historic, nobody has really been out for the last 3 months.
No.
So everyone's going to be coming in cold. They're going to want a couple of stages under their belt. I think for anybody, just get to the end of the first stage, settle in. You know, there's a chance then to make a few tweaks between stage 1 and 2 to suspension, whatever you want to do, tire pressures and that kind of thing. But
that's
get
a very
the first
good
stage over.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Actually, when you think about the revised Tarmac Championship now, effectively, the championship is now over in August with the Ulster, because with Cork 20 moving to the end of July. So that's 6 months ago now. Since if you haven't done anything since the Ulster, that's quite a long break.
Yeah, I mean it's all about seat time. You heard Johnny mention it in his interview there. The key for them was change the seats, make it a bit more personal, and get out for a quick run and dial into the car. So, you know, first stage, Colwood, 12.7 kilometres. So,
okay, so this is probably a very significant thing this morning. It's not 12.7 anymore.
No.
There's been, unfortunately, a bereavement on the first part of the stage. So the organisers have been forced to abandon the initial part of the stage. They're starting a few k's in, and the stage is now, I believe, just over 7 kilometres long. So I predict they'll be doing it in about 4 minutes as opposed to 8 or 9 minutes.
Just out of interest, I mean, you've been over the stages. You know, would the drivers be happy to lose the first part of the stage in terms of its trickiness and how deceptive it can be, or have they lost a section of the stage where it's fast and flowing?
Actually, there was a good mixture of both, and this is effectively a brand new stage to the rally, which is really unusual in Galway. The rally this year has a mixture of about 50% stuff that was being used before, and the rest of it is pretty much all a clean sheet of paper. So this first stage was effectively a clean sheet of paper. I think the first part of the stage it started off very narrow, tricky, then opened up into main road. Now, where they're starting, it's on pretty much a main road type start, very fast, and then they turn off onto some narrow, quite fast but narrow, and then back out onto the main road to conclude the stage. So I'd say they probably would have preferred the whole stage to bed themselves in. When you're starting off on a very, very fast stage with cold tyres, wet conditions, dampness about, it proves to be probably a bit more tricky.
Yeah, and as Michael said, the stage has been shortened, but if you've been keeping an eye on sport during the week, you'll have seen the organisers have had probably a nightmare this week. I mean, Saturday's schedule has changed 2 or 3 times. Sunday's schedule in terms of stage start times has changed a couple of times. So we have the start of stage 1 scheduled for 8:42, roughly 20 odd minutes away. We will have crews there, and we're hoping to have a chat with some of the competitors live before the start of special stage 1. They go into special stage 2 at about 9:10. And then stage 3 somewhere in the region of about 9:45 before they make their way back to service, with the first cars due in 10:18. And of course, for those of you who have joined us before, we will have Tony Kelly in the service area. Tony's on board for this year, as is Andrew Bush. Andrew working behind the scenes this weekend, but Tony will be in service to catch up with the crews for as long as we can spend. I think from our point of view, it's just another addition. I think when I look at the sponsors, for example, you know, for this year, the Tarmac Championship struggled for sponsors the last couple of years, but you know, the main headline sponsor this year is Samdec, which is a Sentinel Group company. The modified section is sponsored by Megavoy Motorsport.
Yep, Gary.
The historic section of the Tarmac Championship is sponsored by Synergy Motorsport Engineering. And of course, just this week, Paul Brown, Plant Hire and Civil Engineering has come on board for the juniors, which are on tomorrow. There's a healthy spread of sponsors and partners for the first time in many years.
They've taken
which is really good.
They've taken a different approach, haven't they? They've said rather than go for one big overall sponsor, let's focus on getting more collective. So the championship's been very well supported, and obviously one of the big changes this year for the championship is Euro M Sport supplying the Panta fuel for the international section only. So the main Tarmac championship, if you're registered competitor for that, for the first time ever, you're going to have to use the control fuel. So it's the same fuel for everyone. What that equally has done is created a refueling zone within the rally that they've never had to deal with. So part of the difficulties over the last couple of days was that the organisers lost the refueling zones. They've been working really hard to reorganise that and keep it going. Obviously, we have associate sponsors in Michelin and Pirelli as the main tyre suppliers to the championship. So yeah, it is healthy, isn't it? It's fantastic.
And I mean, the only top name we're missing, as we said, is Alistair Fisher. But there's a really healthy R5 entry. But there's also a really healthy modified and historic entry along with the juniors tomorrow. I mean, I think we're going to be in. It's funny. Seamus Coonahan was running something during the week, picking your top 5 in the overall and top modified. And I mean, it was wonderful to see the answers. Everybody has somebody else's favourite, but I think we're in for a really good battle in the modified. Marty Toner and there's a few others there that are going to be really and they're very good in damp, sort of nodgery conditions, you know.
Well, we know how good Marty is, and again, Marty absolutely dominated the Ulster Rally until his unfortunate demise, where he retired a couple of stages before the end with a fairly sizable accident. I think Marty is probably the guy who wants to prove that he can get her to the finish at the front. But I mean, there's probably half a dozen modified people, you know, it'll be really close.
It's going to be really tight. I mean, you know, when you look down, you're like the Kevin Eves, Jason Black, you know, Conor Murphy, James Ford from England is here, but he's in a C3. You know, Eddie Doherty's name's popping up as someone that definitely is
always goes well in Galway. Always goes well. I mean, a few years ago we were doing Rally News, and Eddie's name suddenly he was leading the modifieds, and you're like, didn't see that one coming, and he stayed there the whole rally.
Yeah,
so.
And it's lovely when that happens, because when it breaks the norm. I mean, it's a bit like Josh. I mean, Josh finished first or second in every event he did last year, and he did about 10 or 12 events. We'll bring you the facts and figures later, but it'll be sort of nice, I think, from a fan's point of view, that, you know, Josh gets a third or a fourth and has a decent result, and then we have sort of a little bit more fight, if that makes sense, you know.
Josh will be just. I suspect Josh has got a target, and that's got number 1 on it.
Yeah, I mean, he's very dialed in. It was his car control and confidence. You know, there were times last year when on our live footage he was visibly faster.
Yes.
And that was just carrying more speed through the corners, and we could see on certain junctions he was running maybe a couple of foot wider, you know, closer to the wall than some other people, but the speed he was carrying through, and he was really impressive, I found, in the junctions. He was carrying more speed in the jump, but got the car stopped a lot quicker than others. So I think he's got the target on his back. Marion Evans, as we said earlier, Marion has been steady, you know, on most events.
But he's getting the odd fastest time. I mean, he's seated right at 2. I think we said last year on some of the rallies that we covered that Marion was the guy knocking on the door, and I still think he's the guy knocking on the door. I think Callum won Donegal a couple of years ago. Callum's proved that he can win rallies. I think Callum and Sam are really serious contenders to Josh. But Callum in particular, he had a lot of bad luck last year. You know, he had unreliability, he had issues. He didn't make very many mistakes, which is the key to winning a rally. It's having that error-free drive, isn't it? He's really good at that.
And I mean, his car arrived at the circuit, you know, fresh from South Africa out of Minty Motorsport. Now, Minty Motorsport, if you're sort of a rally nut like myself, Kieran Graffin has a series of Nissan 240 RSs for sale. They came out of Minty Motorsport, but Niall, it was interesting to see Niall McShay with Callum at the circuit, sort of helping him dial into the car. But the car has gone on a comprehensive rebuild over the winter, as has Declan Boyle in another R5. But I think Callum could be on the pace from the get-go here.
Absolutely. I mean, when you say a rebuild, my understanding is that the car's like it's a full rebuild. It's almost like a brand new car. But the Tarmac Championship, all of the rallies are their length, with the exception of the Circuit of Ireland this year, which will be a one-day rally, but it'll still be very substantial. Every event is the equivalent of a European Championship event. I mean, they're all a minimum of 2 days. Donegal obviously is a 3-day event at the moment. The cars have to be in tip-top shape to start this rally. It's very difficult. It's really difficult rallies. High speed, slow speed, the pounding that the cars get, the pounding that the crews get, it's a big challenge for them. I think because of the mixed conditions we get in Galway, really we have people who go well, like Johnny Greer. I think to discount Johnny Greer is equally, he's got this superb car control. He's got the absolute latest Citroen delivered this week from Paris. As our little intro showed, you know, we change the seats, we make a few changes. They're ready to go. I think they had a run out in the car somewhere on Thursday, and I think Johnny could possibly be he could be a serious threat as well this weekend.
Well, Johnny's always steady and consistent. I mean, he won Killarney Historic in the Sierra after Craig Breen had the differential issue in the ex-Frank Maher car. But, you know, again, I still think that it's going to be interesting to see the times at the end of the first stage, which is now just under 20 minutes away. Bar the guys that did Killarney, they haven't been out for a few months. Cathal McCourt is in a car that did Monte Carlo a couple of weeks back. But then when you go down outside the top 10, Michael, you've Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly in another C3. Brendan Comiskey, Martin Connolly in a Polo R5. You know, the likes of David Kelly, David Guest, Patrick O'Brien.
You know, there's one. Patrick O'Brien.
Mean, there's a very healthy top 20.
Yeah. So Patrick's young County Tyrone driver has focused primarily on national rallies and forestry rallies. He's winning at forestry level comprehensively. He's like super fast.
Yeah.
This is a big step up for him. Expect him to be upset the apple cart, I suspect. A really, really good young driver. And probably the experience of coming to Galway is, he will probably argue, look, it's a bit of a learning curve here. It's a big step up, different game. But I suspect Patrick is, he's a man for the future.
No, definitely. He was very impressive last year and admitted that I think for 2023 doesn't have a set championship campaign in mind. He's going to do a few events, see how it goes. But then, you know, we got outside there, we've got Jason Mitchell and Paddy McCrudden in Polo R5.
That's a step up from his. He was in the Fiesta obviously last year. We know that Matt Edwards has been spent a bit of time with Jason. Was it the circuit last year where he finished third?
Yeah.
Really,
he was flying. I mean, it was really lovely to watch.
Again, Jason's one of those people. He's stepped up to the Tarmac Championship. He's
reveling in it.
He's doing a really good job. But I think, yes, on the circuit last year, even he surprised himself. You know, he had a clean rally. He had a bit spectacular. I think we got some great footage of him over a jump where he landed on top of a wall. But he gave himself a bit of a fright when that happened. Again, pretty much on every rally he did, he settled himself into the middle of the top 10, not the bottom end. It was always like 5th or 6th fastest over the first couple of stages. There's a bit more competition. You know, we'll have the numbers this year. We've got X number of R5s. We've got 4 Citroens in the top 20. I think people who previously maybe think, right, well, if we're 5th or 6th fastest on the first stage, we'll be doing really well. Well, they've maybe got 10 extra people in there for this rally that could make all the difference.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the likes of Tim McNulty as well. I mean, to McNulty, and then we get into the modifieds. But I mean, there's 118 odd Irish drivers. There's 20 plus co-drivers from Great Britain. We have 58 Fords in the entry list, along with 20 odd Hondas.
Yes, so I think we're just going to go for a quick ad break, and then we're going to start looking at going to the first stage.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
So very nearly ready, time to head to the opening stage of the day, but good to see on Facebook Live and YouTube where this has been transmitted on that we have viewers in New Zealand, Australia and South America, and I would guess the island of Ireland, UK as well. Shout out to the Creevens and Loughrea, who are big motorsport people and have been down the years, synonymous with Galway Motor Club, Pat and Kevin Creven and all the rest of them there. It's starting to shape up. People are getting in touch. A few messages.
Yep.
Wishes of encouragement and good luck. Thank you very much for all of them. We'll try and keep in touch with you during the course of today and tomorrow.
Yep. Well, with camera crews at the first stage, but we believe there's a small delay. Hopefully we'll get some information on that. What we didn't talk about earlier were the historics. There's a really good entry for the historics here this morning. And in case anybody's got their entry list in their programme or whatever, the start list this morning, the historics have come to an arrangement with the organisers that they're all together. So there'll be...
It's a really good idea.
It's a really good idea because the historics are all mates and they all sort of stay in the same hotels and they all service together. So there's quite a few sort of overseas crews in the historics this year. So they came to an arrangement with the organisers last week, that they would run in the midfield. But altogether, I think there's 21 or 22 historics starting this morning. So if you think that there's a few people running out of sequence and you're watching on the stages, basically it's the historics have been bunched up together. I think they're running from about 70th on the road for the next 21 cars, and then the rest of the field will follow in behind. And then behind that, we've got even some really interesting entries. Philip Morrow, former British Group N champion and Mitsubishi driver, he's out in a little Nissan Micra. They had a bit of an adventure yesterday, I believe, that their service wagon broke down in Newry, so they had to get a new service wagon, unload it, get the whole lot loaded back into another truck with the rally car and everything on the back. But there's always some interesting tales on the getting to the rally.
I remember that happening with myself and Sean McElhern, I think on the Circuit of Ireland with Kenny when he had the MCD Escort. We were heading out of Belfast and the van broke down and we had to change the carburettor and the inlet manifold. It was some handling on the old A1 at that stage, but I mean the historic entry is really good, and I'm genuinely looking forward to it. I think it shows the strength of the Tarmac Championship when you have the calibre of some of the drivers that we have from England and Wales, Scotland and further afield that come to compete on a really regular basis. So we're going to be heading to have a chat, our first sight of Tony Kelly, the famous Letterkenny resident and rally driver, who will be at the start of the stage having a chat with some of the crews before they begin. We're 10 or 15 seconds away, so yep. I think this is us up and running now, Michael. I think yep. That's it. We're ready to go.
Well, hopefully Tony will be able to have a chat with a couple of people and paint us a little picture of the conditions at the start of the first stage. So I think we're counting down. We're getting ready to hand over to Tony now.
I hear you. Yep. Good morning and welcome to Galway. Josh, the nerves must be at you now.
We're just 50 metres away from the start line now at stage 1. So, look at there's a strong field there behind us, so we'll have to be on it here this morning.
I mean, what does this feel like this morning in relation to any other rally? Like, this is the first rally of the year, like.
Yeah, I suppose people have changed stuff over the winter there, so I suppose you never know what to expect from anybody. They could be in a new car, new tyres, so it's hard to know what's going to happen here, but we're very much on the same track as we were last year, same car, same tyres, so same navigator. Andy's with me again, so hopefully we'll be consistent enough.
A winning combination anyway. Come here, Josh, thank you very much for talking to us. We're going to head back and get a quick word with Marion Evans here as well. We'll see how Marion's feeling at the start of the first event of the year. Marion, nerves getting?
I'm okay. It's a bit drier than we expected actually, so yeah, just nice to get the first one out the way now.
Has that affected tyre choice differently this morning?
No, not really. We knew what the options were, and to be honest, you could have gone even more aggressive, but I think it's a bit brave for the first loop of the year, so it's relatively safe, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
So what's the plan of attack?
Try and do the same as we did last year. Win the first stage anyway.
Good man, thank you. Best of luck for the rest of the event. And we'll get a quick word now with Callum Devine. Callum, what a feeling, the start of the stage, the start of the first event of the year.
Looking forward to getting at it now, so yeah, a bit of excitement, a bit of nerves all together, so yeah, we'll get the first one out of the road then.
I mean, this is pretty intense, sitting at the start line of the first event of the start of the year.
Yeah, there's a lot of quick boys here and they're all looking for a one here, so yeah, it's a big game ahead now.
Happy with the tyre choice this morning?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think I'm with the right tyre choice.
Good man, well, we let you go and get up to the start line, and we'll go back to Sam Moffat here and we'll see if we can get a quick word with Sam. Sam, it's all about the nerves this morning. How are you feeling?
Ready to go.
Raring to get at the roads, just.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tough morning. Yeah, just raring to get going, and we'll see how it goes.
I mean, the nerves at this stage, like sitting right here.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I just want to get committed to my notes in the first stage here. That's the big thing here. So I'm telling him to push me.
Push on. Come here. Thanks very much, Sam. We'll let you head off to the start line, and we'll just get a quick word with Leslie Henry, and then that'll be us, folks. We'll sign off. and let you watch the live action. Desi, great to be at the start line of the Galway Rally.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's dry for a change now, so it'll be interesting to see where we are now at the end of the first loop. So
I mean, you had so incredible pace last year and maybe a wee bit of bad luck. Hopefully things have turned this year.
Yeah, look, obviously we definitely lost out in a couple of rallies last year, but look, we think we've a lot of things sorted this year in the car. Hopefully with reliability sorted out, so we'll give it a go and see.
Good man, Desi. Thank you very much for talking to us. So there you have it, folks. The top 5 away to the start line. We're going to hand you back over to the live footage, and we'll see you in service again.
Very good. That's a really good, interesting chat at the top 5. We kind of shoehorned that in. Michael was saying earlier about the differences this year, the shortening of the stage with the funeral of the locals that must be respected. So at about 10 to 8 this morning, for those of you who wish to know, we changed Tony's route to stage 2 and got her to quickly drop in at the start of the stage so we could catch up. We'll be going live. Stage, it's 8:47 now. I think it is running a couple of minutes late, like you were saying.
Yep, but it's negligible. It won't make any difference. So I think we're actually getting ready to go live onto the stage. We have our camera crew relocated. I think it was very interesting, particular Marion saying to Tony there that he's surprised at just how dry it is. So here's the first car on the stage. The Golf.
It's either, it is a lot drier even than I would have guessed for Galway this time of year. Of course, cars run in 30-second intervals.
30-second intervals, standard Motorsport Ireland procedure on running of a stage. So hopefully this early enough on the rally here, we should be running at as per the seated entry. That's Callum Devine and his co-driver for this rally, Noel O'Sullivan. Noel went with a couple of different drivers last year and had quite a bit of success in the British Championship. So this is a reasonably fresh pairing. Noel was sitting with a couple of different drivers last year.
Yeah, a really good co-driver, Sabalos and Price. The championship, Sam, in a brand new car, noticeable by the red bonnet as opposed to Josh's. I noticed that yesterday.
That's a good call, actually, because it's always been a bit of a problem discerning which one's which at times.
Well, I just thought, red's easy to spot, so I was happy enough. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised looking at that this morning, just how dry the roads are. So I would expect to see some fairly sharp stage times before the crews then head to special stage 2, due to start in about 20 minutes. We should have times coming through fairly shortly.
So I'm not quite sure what happened there with the chicane. Desi Henry through, of course, and with the shortened stage, we estimate the stage time should be about 4 minutes for this stage. Good dry conditions on this part of the stage, but of course when you get into the slightly narrower roads, so this is Johnny Greer in his brand new Citroen. It's Captain McCourt, sorry. Johnny Greer up next.
Yeah, that's a car that was organised very quickly. That's a car that competed on the Monte Carlo a couple of weeks back in the hands of Alessandro Gino. It's a next Johan Bonato car. Part of the Citroen family in France. Up now is Johnny Greer.
Yep.
Niall Burns, here's the Killarney Historic in a brand new C3.
Current Northern Ireland Rally champion as well. Had their award ceremony at last weekend, hosted by Ballynahinch Motor Club. Johnny was one of 15 former Northern Ireland champions present at the dinner. So there was quite a bit of crack at that.
Oh, I would imagine there would. Now, this is Galway regular Gary Jennings has won in the past, the Subaru S12B. Gary in a more Fiesta R5, and as you said, Rory Kennedy on the other side of the world in New Zealand. So Arthur Kieran's in with them this time. I'd expect, hopefully, Gary gets a good, steady run, and it'd be good to see him on a concentrated championship campaign this year. Next up, we should have Declan Boyle, Patrick Walsh. Patrick, a sort of late co-driver change for Declan this year. Brian not sitting with him. Patrick, a very, very experienced, almost semi-professional.
Yes.
But Declan's Polo GTI R5 rebuilt.
Declan hasn't had a lot of luck over the last couple of seasons. I mean, he's a former Tarmac champion, he's a former national champion, Donegal Rally International winner. He's won pretty much nearly every event at some point in Ireland.
Yeah.
But the luck just hasn't gone with him in recent times.
I think I vaguely remember when he got the R5 last year, he was doing a test and the engine blew just before the event.
That's
he was
right.
very unlucky. Now, Gareth McLean, the right-hand drive Polo GTI R5, as you said, won Galway Summer last year.
Yes, which, I mean, I think he surprised himself even. Certainly was a surprise to me. I've no doubt that Gareth never lost the speed that he had when he was in the World Rally Championship 15 years ago. Again, former Tarmac champion and national champion.
Yeah, quite a few people watching live, and we'll try and keep up with the messages as they come through. That's Robert Barrable and the Michael Barrable Motors, Citroen C3. Again, Robert could be considered a dark horse. Had some great podiums on the national events last year.
Yep, I think he's won West Cork in the past. He's a very adaptable driver. He seems to be able to dip his toe into the water and just have a real go.
Just flicking through some of the Facebook notifications. Brendan Comiskey through. I see Rory is up and awake in New Zealand. Rory Kennedy's watching. Steve Simpson, Seamus Cassidy, Gordon Noble, Ramy Moore's watching as well. Morning, Ramy. Thanks for getting all the cars in early this week. So it's nice to be able to bring everybody the coverage that we do. I'm sure we will have people who will advise us. This is a very striking car. Some great graphics by Barney Mitchell at M-Tech Graphics.
I saw photographs of this car earlier this week on Barney's Facebook page. He's very good at what he does. Fair play to him. Now, I think we can't be far away from getting some time, so I'm just going to have a look at the results and see if there's refresh my page and see if there's anything in. Nothing quite yet. It's always a lot of anticipation that we look at it for the first time.
Now, up next should be Patrick O'Brien, Stephen O'Brien in the Chris Ingram and Talk Sports Skoda Fabia. Kind of a dark horse favourite for Michael. Bushwhacker last year was second on the Jim Walsh Cork Forest.
See, here's another driver who's effectively shortcutted the chicane.
Jason Mitchell up next, according to the start list. Yeah. And of course, as Michael was saying, the switch from the Ford Fiesta R5 to the Polo. Of course, Matt Edwards, who is a very busy man, guiding quite a few people, was in the Arctic Rally with Donna's son.
So we've had notification of Josh did a 4:20.4 apparently. Now it's not up on the official results yet, but our production team was able to send us that. Which is, I thought there would have been 4:07, 4:10. So I suspect that there's a little narrow bit of roads not far after the start. It's probably quite damp still. Which you tend to get where the sun doesn't get in to dry the roads out during the day.
Yeah, I mean, in under the trees, it will still remain damp and slippy. And you can see from the flag in the background there, there's not a massive breeze.
It's Keith Lyons in his polo.
It was Tim McNulty, Paul Keeley.
Okay, Paul Keeley.
Keith Lyons through in the brand new Fiesta just previously there in those gold and black colours.
Yes.
Of Lions of Limerick. Keith, who was a regular in some of the Tarmac rounds last year.
Again, Tim making a bit of a rally comeback along with Paul Keeley. Paul Keeley synonymous with Eugene Donnelly and multiple Tarmac Championship wins. Modified's Gary Kiernan.
He's carrying some speed down into that, isn't he?
So we're hearing that Johnny Greer dropped a bit of time on the stage. He had to slide off, hit a bank.
Nice shot of Kevin Eves going through. Now Kevin, of course, was in Killarney and won and did really well, but I would expect he has very high hopes for the modified in this year's championship. Always quick. And if you've ever seen any of his in-car, works really hard in the car. That's the Toyota Starlet of Jason Black and Carl Egan. Down through the.
So that was Conor Murphy through. Conor Murphy's very much tipped as a modified favourite this weekend. James Ford, one of our overseas visitors, with Neil Shanks co-driving in their C2 R5 Citroen. Taggart in their and Marty's hit the chicane, a terrible clump there. No time lost, but potentially that could have done a fair bit of damage to the front of the BMW. Of course, the front of these cars very susceptible. You have radiators and all sorts of paraphernalia that easily damaged.
So the chicane looking a bit weather beaten and worn. A couple of people making a note that the clock, the banner and the bottom part of the screen is handy just to give people an idea who's up and who's down on time.
And one of them being, just had a message from, a direct message from Dave Robson. Okay, so apparently Marty Tony has stopped around the corner after his impact with his chicane. That's good for the short rally.
That's a pity. Well, you can Super Rally tomorrow. I saw a notification coming through. Nice to see Barney Mitchell's in touch. So we're not very far away now, folks, from the start of stage 2, scheduled for 9:09. And it is a really a really good and competitive stage. Michael was saying earlier, a lot of the stages here new this year, but at 14.94 kilometres. Begins at the outside of Loughrea on the way to just outside Craughwell, if you know the area, and then it travels down through Rathbone and Rahally before coming in on the other side of the road to the start of stage 3. And again, we will be able to take you live to that.
Trevor Bustard and Kenny Bustard from Donegal through in their Group N Evo 9.
They're tanks, aren't they? They're almost indestructible.
Still a very effective rally car. The Bustards have been rallying that car for a very long time. And we have reports that Jason Mitchell is another casualty of this first stage. We were saying how well Jason did last year. Well, apparently he sustained some damage to the car near the finish of the stage, and we believe isn't able to continue.
Gosh, first stage is certainly claiming a few victims. Pity.
We are getting unofficial times in from one of our producers. We believe Robert Barrable did a 4:19 compared to Josh on a 4:20. We said Robert's the dark horse here, just outside the top 10. There's the problem here with the chicane. Some people are just going the wrong way. Okay, McCourt 4:17.2. Apparently it's only 0.2 of a second down on Sam Moffat.
Well, I mean, we had said last year Cahan was a dark horse in some events because, you know, better, consistent finisher, irrespective of the variety of cars that he has driven. So I certainly wouldn't rule out Cahan McCourt.
So Kevin Eves is at the finish of the stage. Still not getting any official times in, Zav, from the results, whatever. Maybe there's a comms problem or at the end of the stage.
So Kevin Eves. A lot of drivers just get to the end of the stage, checking tyre pressures. Doesn't sound overly healthy.
That's the turbo wastegate chatter in there. That's a very distinctive sound. It depends how much anti-lag they've got running on the Evos.
So we're now down into the sort of late 20s, early 30s already. Remember, cars run 30-second intervals, and at stage 2. So due to start now in the next 3 or 4
With Simon Reid and John Murphy in their Fiesta. They refer to it as a Fiesta Mark 1, so it's a Series 1 R5 car, but he's running in class 24, so that's right-hand drive. It's a specific class, obviously, for the modified. They're modified R5 cars.
So it's the Galway's PR guy, Kevin O'Driscoll, watching from location 16. Quite a few people on board and watching this morning. This is the first stage of the day. We'll be going to stage 2 very shortly.
And that was Stephen Greeny and Des Sherlock throwing their Mark II Escort. Next up, we should have Colin O'Rourke and Shane Gilhooly in their Class 24 Skoda. And again, provision made for these modified R5 cars to right-hand drive. They can run in Class 24. Otherwise, the car is identical to the cars in the International Rally in the R5 class.
Now, stage 2, our camera location is towards the very end of the stage. It's 14.9 kilometres long, just over 9 miles in Imperial, as they say.
So we have our unofficial leaderboard. Sam Moffat leading from Cahan McCourt, Johnny Greer third, despite an off. Robert Barrable mixing it in with the front guys, and Josh Moffat in. So there are some results now coming through.
Yeah, we've Sam Moffat leading by 0.6 of a second from Cahan McCourt. As Michael was saying, Marianne Evans is slotted into third, with Robert Barrable fourth, Josh Moffat in fifth, 1.3 seconds. So 5 seconds covers the top 7.
Yeah,
nothing.
Yep, we've 6th Gary Jennings and Callum Devine in 7th, and then only 1 second behind that, Patrick O'Brien, nice run from him. David Kelly in one of the 4 Citroens in the top 20. Johnny Greer, we have our leaderboard on the screen is showing Johnny third, but the official results are showing him 10th. Marianne Evans is third, so maybe the production team can adjust our leaderboard on the screen just to reflect the official results, which are now coming in.
Patrick O'Brien, as you were saying, Michael, there, Patrick O'Brien shown on the official results as 8th with a time of 4 minutes 22.2 seconds, which is only 5.6 seconds off the quickest time. So
yep.
You could be right. He could spring a surprise or two.
At the moment, the official results are showing an amalgamated with the modifieds in there as well.
So we're going to use this as a chance to catch up with some of the crews further down the field.
Donegal Motor Club Chairman Brian Brogan with Michael O'Donnell co-driving in their Class 14 Mark II Escort.
Tell me you could talk to him.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
/ Ireland, yeah. Okay. So welcome back, stage 1. Starting to get the later runners now. So that's Kevin and Collar Wilson in their Hyundai. Next up we should have young Donegal driver Ben Walsh with Dale McGettigan in their Mark II Escort. Ben going very nicely. Now, Simon Chapman is due in his Millington engine Proton. Very interesting little car.
Yeah, Simon, a regular visitor here on not just the international events, but also a big lover of the national events and the national championship as well. Great supporter of Irish rallying.
So the stage times are coming in from the stage finish, and interesting in modifieds. Kevin Eves was fastest in his Corolla on a 4:32.3, but interestingly in his Mark II, Donegal man Mark Alcorn with John O'Donnell co-driving, just half a second behind on a 4:32.7. Jason Black at 4:36.9. I'm reliably informed by our resident producer Andrew Bush that Jason's upgraded to a 2.5 for this rally, first time out in the starlet. He was running a 2.4 previously. I chuckled many years ago, Zav, I've seen Jason when he first started rallying. He was in a starlet 1600 and he used to have written across the boot lid, "When I grow up I want to be a 2.4. It's always used to make me chuckle.
So a dry start for the opening stage today. We were talking about earlier the sort of wide Galway roads, the stone walls.
So that's Casey J. Coleman and Adam Coffey in their RC4 Fiesta. James Coleman's obviously chairman of the Rallies Committee, Motorsport Ireland, so another well-known Irish rally family. Joseph Kelly and Ronan Comerford in their 208 Peugeot. So again, Joe did the Tarmac Championship last year and had some really good results in the class in the little Peugeot. Very distinctive sound with the low revving Peugeot engine. So a whole batch of these RC4 cars coming through, the next bunch of Fiestas coming. First one should be Tom Holden, again another son of a famous, the other Tom Holden. Stephen Reynolds co-driving. All these cars in RC4, very competitive class have. Interesting to see how close they are at the end of the stage. Last year, most of the rallies, there was just a handful of seconds separating them for pretty much the whole rally.
Yeah, it was a tight battle all the way through.
Yep.
It was great to watch, I have to be honest.
It's Cian Caldwell and Liam Egan. So this should be Shane Quinn and Patrick Brides. And hopefully Keelan Grogan and Ayrton Sherlock are bucking the trend a little bit with their Peugeot. They should be next up, and again listen out for that very distinctive sound of the Peugeot. So local man Ross Ford up next in his Escort. His brother Aaron co-driving. Ross, a former Billy Coleman Award winner. Just rallies for fun now, but was a fairly serious driver a few years ago. This is his backyard, effectively. Kevin Cole's due, Matthew Kerwin in their Class 12 Escort.
After this one.
That's actually Mickey Conlon. So Mickey running out of position there. This is Kevin Cole. I wonder, did Mickey Conlon have a problem earlier on? Obviously, Mickey would be a front-running modified competitor.
Yeah, he's normally fairly handy.
So he's very much out of position. He should be probably 30 or 40 cars further up. I'll just actually check the start list and see where he was scheduled to start. Can't see for looking. Can't even see him. Next up should be John O'Rourke. So with some of the cars now, they've been reseated, so they've got higher numbers on them. This, in theory, should be the Opel Adam of John O'Rourke. Next up. Yep. Running with 108 on the car. So they've recategorised these. Used to be known as RC2 cars, now they're RC4. Aaron Brown's due in his modified Civic. So the VTEC engine Civics.
Stage 2 times coming through, because we're staying in stage 1 to make our way down through the as much of the entry list on the opening stage as we possibly can.
So that was Tommy Foley through in his Honda Civic. Jack Maguire should be next, and Keith McConnon also in a Civic. We've got a little batch of Hondas coming through. We're an Integra through as well at some point in the next couple of cars.
And they're like, they are rapid.
Oh, they are. Yep, so that's Jack Maguire, car 106.
So just looking at the forecast limits for about an hour and a half over Loughrea, there's light showers forecast, which could make it interesting on what remains of stage 1, then 2 and stage 3. Stage 3 is scheduled to start at 9:48, so a little under 25 minutes away. And then the cars will make their way back into Loughrea to the Co-op Mart, where they have a 30-minute service, and our roving reporter Tony Kelly will be there to catch up with all the leading crews. We'll be there for as long as we possibly can before making our way to stage 4, but we will try and get the indications of what it's like on the opening 3 stages of the 2023 Corrib Oil International Rally, opening round of the 2023 Irish Tarmac Rally Championship. So I'm not keen. I see Ben Taggart is watching. I see Marty Toner is watching on Facebook. I rather wish you weren't watching, to be honest.
I have to say, I agree with you there. Sorry guys for your misfortune. We did see the Marty just getting it wrong into the chicane on stage 1. the marshals have put up some tape. There have been a few competitors that
took the shortcut.
I don't know if there may be.
I did that. I know where you're going to go with this, and that's why I didn't say it. Because you just don't know.
You just don't know what. I mean, in theory, it's a bit force majeure, really, isn't it? You know, it's an open door.
Yeah.
So first the historics cars through. That was Luke McCarthy. Now we spoke earlier on that the historics have made an arrangement that they're all bunched up together. So Corkman Luke, former West Cork Rally winner, overall winner. Rob Smith and Alan Cook in their beautiful Ari Vatanen lookalike Mark II. I've had a few messages earlier this week. They think that Rob Smith is the dark horse for the historics here this weekend. I actually agree, but Luke McCarthy, I think there's 4 or 5 people that are fit for winning, including Will Onions, who's up next with David Williams co-driving in their Mark II. Apparently there's 33 drivers registered for the Historics Championship and 27 co-drivers. That's probably the healthiest it's ever been, Zav.
Yeah, and I mean, a car going through there, reminiscent of the colours of MCD, Midland Car Delivery. Of course, ran Ari Vatanen, off the top of my head, Louise Apron Walker, I think even Terry Cabey and some of the
Roger Clark.
Yeah. But it is, as you were saying at the start, Michael, I mean, with the sponsorship and board for the individual categories, each one of the categories is unbelievably healthy.
Yep. Tom McCark and Alistair Wiley through there.
And, you know, each year the visitors we get from sort of Scotland, Wales and England, and even in some cases further afield, is a healthy indication of the way the championship's perceived.
And this is a case in point. This is Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, who are regular supporters of the Tarmac Championship. Though interesting, Guy was telling me the other day he's never actually, this is his first time in Galway, so
there's a first.
That's absolutely.
They had was it on the Ulster, they had a engine bay fire?
Yes, they did.
Not a massive one now, but enough to stop them running, you know. Of course, the cars run as standard, they did the start, so there's no power steering. Regular spinach and arms like Popeye is the need for because the
Wayne Evans and San Jones again are some overseas visitors. So here's the really interesting Subaru legacy of Ray Breen. Ray, former national champion. He's been a bit cautious on the brakes there. And of course, our WRC regular, his #1 son, Craig.
I think it was his birthday yesterday or Thursday.
I saw something, yeah. Of course, the historic part of the Tarmac Championship is sponsored this year by Synergy Motorsport.
I think it's a great idea to have them all together. I really do, because it's like a separate rally within a rally. Much better for them in terms of running order and road position. And here we go. BMW M3 E30.
Gareth Lloyd. Gareth, been around for a long time, well known. Used to rally a Mark II. Gareth Lloyd Motorsport.
Of course, reminiscent of the Pro Dive days of the likes of Billy Coleman, Mark Dewey's, when Pro Drive ran the Group A M3 out of the old premises in Banbury. Of course, quite a few of them made their way rallying over here. So just keeping an eye on times coming through for stage 2. We're still waiting on them.
Okay.
And as I say, stage 3 scheduled to start at 9:48. So that's about 15 minutes away. Stage 3, just a shade over 14 kilometres in length. Very similar to stage 2, but as I say, we're staying on stage 1, the opening stage of the day here in the Corrib Galway International Rally.
Try and give everybody a chip, and here's the beautiful Porsche. Let's just listen to it.
A great sound, isn't it?
So that's Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland. Paul been around a while, both of them. Trevor, former class winner in the Tarmac Championship.
So fastest historic through in the opening stage so far, we have Ross Ford and Aaron Ford in the RS 1800 on a time of 4 minutes 53.6 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on times for stage 2.
So we're hearing that there's a bit of a delay getting stage 2 up and running, so we're just going to stick with stage 1 for the meantime. It may necessitate that we go straight to stage 3, so we'll try and give everybody a crack of the whip here, Sav.
Yep, a few more times in for the historics. Marion Evans and Dale Furness in RS 1800 on a time of 4:45.2, which pips Ross Ford and Aaron Ford, they hold second, with Luke McCarthy and Brian Duggan in there. Escort BDA on a 5:01.7. So this may work out really well, Michael, and with the delay on stage 2, we can cover as many as possible to stage 1.
Yep.
And then go to stage 3. And of course, at the moment, one of our camera crews is making its way back into Loughrea. If you're sort of watching on the stages, the service area is in Loughrea Co-op Mart. Quite an expansive place, plenty of room for all the mechanics, service crews. Always worth a walk round. See plenty going on, so we'll be heading over to there.
That's a very impressive time in from Marion Evans to lead the historics there, Sav. He's, what's that, 8 seconds faster than Ross Ford on the first stage? That's quite considerable. I see some nice results coming in now. A few people standing out to me. It's lovely to see Sarah Purcell out in the Andrews, her husband's R5. Sarah, of course, hasn't been well recently, and great to see her out enjoying herself. There's a time in for Mickey Conlon of a 4:59.9, which is probably, he's only 4 seconds slower than Gareth Black, so it's pretty competitive for the modified, you know.
Definitely.
It's the RC4s. I'll just have a quick look at who's that. So at the moment, the fastest RC4 looks to be, interestingly, Tom Holton on a 4:44.3, with Casey J. Coleman just 0.1 of a second behind after that first stage. That's pretty impressive stuff. Next up, Keelan Grogan. Joseph Kelly did a 4:50.6. Dylan Evans did a 4:52.1. Cian Caldwell a 4:56.8. So very competitive stuff as usual from the RC4s. So back to the stage where we've got a few. We're still coming to the end of the historics now, and then we'll go back to the later modified runners and homologated. I've had a message from Kevin O'Riordan, the clerk of the course of the Cork 20 rally, and also a leading member in TROA, and he's just, the results will show as one table, as that's the way we, internationals, all one event now, and he's commenting on the coverage. So this is something I wasn't actually aware of, that obviously it was causing a bit of confusion before, the modified and the internationals being separated. So this is a new development this year, where the results are for the international and the modified are all going to show as one set of results. And
well,
that's coming from a TORA official, so thank you, Kevin.
So waiting on a few times to come in now for the historics on the opening stage, and still waiting as times on stage 2. But as we said, stage 2 has been delayed slightly.
So that was an interesting entry there, the Proton Eraz in the MRF backed little Proton. That's Liam Egan, who generally resides in the United States, but he has Eugene Donnelly co-driving. They're great friends, and Eugene's done a few rallies with Liam before. Nice to see them out. This is the Honda Civic of Thomas Ryan and Shane Dillon, Class 11F car.
That Proton Iris, that car was made its debut at Goodwood a few years back, a couple of years back, in the hands of Ollie Mellors, and of course it's, I believe, homologated in left and right hand drive force. A few of them have gone into Europe. I believe Ollie O'Donovan Rallycross has won in the British Rallycross Championship, but I think a few teething problems with it. But good to see Mellors Motorsport get them further afield.
Yep. So that was Mike Connolly through in his Civic. Theoretically, we should have Cahill Martley up and Shane Gorman in their twin cam Corolla.
Couple of people asking about us showing Stage 2 live. Stage 2 is running late, and once we knew it was going to run late, we've decided to stay live here at Stage 1. To make much use of the complete entry on the opening stage of the 2023 Galway International Rally.
So the historics are really shaping up very, very competitive here, Zav. We've got a few more times in. So Marion Evans is leading by exactly 2 seconds from Tom Clark and Alistair Wiley. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver third on 4:49.5. That's a further 2.3 seconds back. Just see Gerard Brown and and Kevin Duggan in their Mark II Escort, car 100, just making their way through stage 1. Back to the historics. Patter Walsh is Wayne Evans is 4th. Patter Welsh 5th and Ross Ford is 6th. Ray Breen did a 4:56.2. Craig McWilliams 4:57.1. Rob Smith maybe a little bit off the pace there, 4:59.4. Will Onions 5:01.6. Luke McCarthy 5:01.7. And Gareth Lloyd 5:08.3. And now, if anybody's watching on stage 2, we believe it still hasn't started, so there'll be pressure to get that stage up and running, but this is going to delay stage 3 as well, Zav. And there's Philip Morrow in the little Micra kit car. This is going to be a bit of a trend. There's in the Northern Ireland Challenge. Yeah, in the Northern Ireland Rally Championship. There's 10 of them entered for the first round in Kirkeston in 2 weeks' time.
Absolutely brilliant.
So, and this is one of the cars, Sav, that
they have a hire car as well, don't they?
Yes, there's a car that's available to hire, belongs to Peter Dowds, I believe. He has
He's been rallying one of them for ages.
Yeah, he has one for sale. Where my office is, it's like Team Nissan NI. There's 4 or 5 of them in the workshop down below my office. So that's Geroid Leonard and Dylan Burke, or sorry, TJ Sheelan, his Corolla GT. Sorry, Geroid is up next in his Honda Civic. Now, the classes get a bit confusing. You have a Class 11, Class 11R and Class 11F. So this little Civic is Class 11F, whereas the Corolla was Class 11R. There was somebody asking, I see on Facebook, has Brendan Dowling been through? Well, where Brendan and Liam Grant are due up next in their Corolla. Just coming into shot. So this is Kate Costello and Sarah McFadden. Sarah's quite a personality in Irish rallying. Sarah has restricted eyesight and is a very capable young lady co-driver. They're in their RC4 Fiesta. So we should have a Honda Civic up next of Cathal Mullins and Dara Mullins. Class 11F car. So we're getting into the end of the field now. It's Letitia Conn and Geraldine Pride, all lady crew. So this is the Peugeot 208 RC4 car, R2, of Ian Lawler and Brian Hutton. A couple of these later people just giving the chicane a little bit of a rub. Just had a message from Kevin O'Riordan to say that there will still be a modified cup. Yes, we obviously have the three separate parts of the championship as well. We have the main international part of the championship. That was Jared O'Regan and Brian Martin in their Honda Civic Type R. We have the modified championship, which slightly out of kilter, starts slightly earlier. The opening round has already happened with the 2022 Killarney Historic Rally. And we believe that stage 2 may have just started. Noel Lappin and Sean Mitchell in their Mark II Escort. few more times in from the historic rally. Gareth Lloyd in the BMW did a 5:08.3. He's lying 14th. And probably the penultimate car on stage 1 here, Sam Leach and Barry Attridge in their Opel Corsa, running in Class 10. Not so many Class 10 entries on the rally this year. Trevor Wilson's and Paul Mulholland in the beautiful Porsche 911 did a 5:06.4 to put them 13th in the historic category. So theoretically, this should be Davin Orr and Martin McBrady in their Honda Civic.
I just popped out of the studio there in case you wonder where I've gone to get to the bottom. We have delays in stage 2. The cars are at the start of the stage.
Your mic's not live, sorry.
Oh, is it not? Oh.
So I'm just waiting confirmation from the producers. Are there any more cars due at our location on stage 1? I think that may have been the final car.
Right, just to bring you up to date, I had nipped out to try and get to the bottom of what's happening in stage 2. We have cars at the start. They have not started the stage, which means it's going to have a knock-on effect into. So an update again, car 1 is now halfway through stage 2. So it has been a good opportunity, Michael, for us to have a look at the whole of the first stage, the opening stage.
Yep.
Where we have kind of surprised to see Sam Moffat with the fastest time in the opening stage. We thought Sam might take time to settle in.
Well,
but
quite impressive
time,
to be honest now.
Yeah.
So I think he's thrown the gauntlet down, don't you?
I definitely do. Cahan McCourt has thrown his hat in the ring as well.
Yep.
Cahan and Liam in the C3 Rally 2 Citroen, and of course Marion Evans, who we said starts at nearly every event with a steady top 3 time and builds from that. One of your dark horses, Robert Barrable in 4th with Damien Connolly in another Citroen C3 Rally 2. And the defending champion, Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes, were only 5th fastest. So everyone's settling in, like we said.
Yeah, but there's nothing in it, Sav. It really is. I think all of those, every one of those leading crews will be relieved to get to the end of the first stage, but even more relieved to see just how competitive they all are compared to each other. I know it's only a shortened stage. What will probably upset the apple cart more is this delay at stage 2. The cars go cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's nothing worse. They work very, very hard at getting the cars up to temperature, and then you get to the stage start and you have a delay like this. I can see it's very, very frustrating, and you can't push then. And the cars don't work very well when they're cold as well.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
I think it's one of those things where they're probably pleased at the end of the first stage, and now so you get that high and that low. That's rallying, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised at Sam. Sam's a new car for him. He seems to really like these Hyundais. I mean, but there's nothing in it. You know, it's a handful of seconds on the first stage. You just bed yourself in. Well, he's only, what is he, 0.6 of a second faster than Catton. And Marion exactly 1 second down. It's a blink of an eye, isn't it?
And of course, you know, they would get to the end of the first stage, make their way to the second stage, and of course the first chance they get when the tyres are warm and up to temperature, adjust the tyre pressures. So they've now adjusted them, and of course, as you said, they go cold.
Yeah.
So the tyre pressures are different from the opening stage because they've adjusted them, and it's back in to get those tyres up to temperature.
Yeah, well, it's, I mean, unfortunately, this delay is going to have a knock-on for the morning, and we don't have a regroup facility, so the organisers will now look at maybe reducing service time a little bit.
Well, there's a couple of 30-minute slots. Tomorrow, the service slots are, I think it's an hour, but we've certainly got 3 30-minute slots in service. And I think reducing the service time mightn't be such a bad thing. It just makes people concentrate. And of course, you know, on World Championship level, you get a refuel and tyre change in the middle of the day, and that's it.
Yeah.
So it puts a premium on reliability. It puts a premium on the service crews that they need to operate quicker than they normally would. And it just, I think it adds a little bit of spice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very compact route today. When we've looked at the maps and the rally, once it gets running, it's when something like this happens, where unforeseen circumstances, it could be a problem with marshals or whatever. You know, there's but communications. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find out. But the thing's so compact today, and it's such a short distance between the stages, that if you do have a problem, it's going to cause you a problem.
The thing is, you know, I was saying that it's 3 loops of 3 today, and as Michael says, that they're all within about 5 or 6 miles of Loughrea. Now, the stages themselves, if you look at the roads that spectators will be using to access and get into a viewing point, well, they're going to be busy. The access roads, both sides of the stages, will also be busy. Throw in the rally traffic, and it's unbelievably compact and tight.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had it ourselves. Some of our crews facing, you know, minor traffic jams to get to a stage.
Okay.
So it's a really, really, you know, busy radius of about 6 or 7 miles in and around Loughrea.
And Loughrea's a tight wee town as well.
It is, yeah. There's not a lovely town, but it's
can get a bit congested.
Yeah.
So, look, I mean, it's already shaping up. So there's the first time through for stage 2. We only have one time so far, and that's for Josh, a 7:31.9.
A couple of others just popped in there. You were saying Josh on a 7:31.9, Marion on a 7:35.5, and Callum Devine Noel Sullivan on a 7:37.7. So
that's a significant advantage there. That's nearly 4 seconds. So Josh jumps from 5th to 1st.
Yeah, he would do that. Yeah, it depends what time Sam does.
Yep.
And of course, remember, it was Sam, then Callum, then Marion.
So Callum did a 7:37.7. So just to recap, stage 2, Josh is fastest so far on a 7:31.9. Marion's second fastest on a 7:35.5, and Callum Devine on a 7:37.7. Now, that's consistent with Marion and Callum relative to the first stage, but Josh has obviously had a wee think about his first stage performance and has turned the wick up, I think.
Kevin O'Driscoll's just let us know that there's a double puncture for David Goose and Claire Duggan, car 131 on the opening stage.
Oh dear.
And Chris Boyd, regular contributor to us over the last couple of years on events we've done. Chris says, great to see the whole entry on stage 1. Rarely say that. I can't see any regroups listed on the time schedule, so this delay will possibly run through the day. But could the regroups, it's the fact that they're not actually shown in the time and distance schedule, that's a valid point. There could be time allowances built in that would allow them to catch up. It just depends. If we started 4 minutes ago, then we're now running nearly 40 minutes late on stage 2.
Okay, well, as we were talking, Marion Evans has said that he lost his rhythm due to the delay at the start of the stage. This was inevitable, you know. I see Chris Boyd, somebody is asking about where to get the live results. live results are in the usual place at shannonsports.ie, the regular Angus Seeley's results site. They're up live now. Stage 2 times are just coming in. The first 3 cars are in. You do a reload on the page. We've just got a few more in. So just to update everybody, yeah, Josh really has thrown the gauntlet down on stage 2. He leads the rally now. He's considerably 4 seconds faster than anybody else. Jumps him into the lead of the rally from Marion. Marion complaining that he lost a bit of rhythm at the start of the stage with the delay. Cathan McCourt, solid run from him, a 7:38.2, puts him into 3rd. Sam Moffat, okay, he was leading the rally. He's dropped about 8 seconds to Josh in that stage to the 7:39.9. He's now 4th. Callum in 5th, 7:37.7. Desi Henry, a 7:39.6. It puts him in 6th. Johnny Greer, 7:42.0. Now, the one that we think is probably the odd one out, just outside the top 10 on the running order, is Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly. Now, they were, was it 2nd fastest on the first stage this morning? 2nd or 3rd fastest.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for their time to come in. So this is definitely, I think people will be struggling with the cold cars. You know, we're sort of repeating ourselves there, but we'll be struggling a bit with that. But the time's coming in now. So who's that in? Gary Jennings. Nice time from Gary on the stage. Gary, I can see 3rd fastest overall as far as our 4th fastest overall on a 7:37.8. Puts him in 5th overall. Gary, of course, is running a Class 24 right-hand drive version of the Fiesta this morning. So he's that's why he's not in the RC2 class, because he's running the right-hand drive car.
I'm not ignoring you all. I'm just trying to do a little bit of downloading here to sort of give us another option.
So we're just going to run a quick thing on Rally 2 cars while we're waiting for some more information to come in.
It's basically the kind of top flight national category now at the moment. You know, 1600 turbos, 4-wheel drive. It's a small mini WRC car. It probably brakes and handles and turns in as good as the old WRC cars, just doesn't have the same grunt. The corner speed seems to be, if not equal, maybe higher now.
And it creates for very exciting competition.
Yeah, the category is so well policed. There's no real manufacturer at the moment has got away. Yes, the very first Rally 2 or R5 cars, as they were known, are maybe now starting to lack in technology. But the current crop of latest cars, there's nothing to separate them. When you look at the Irish Championship, you know, you have a complete mix between, you've got the Ford there, you've got the Hyundai there, you've got the Citroens there, and currently there's no of the latest version of the Skodas, but I'm sure it'll come very shortly.
up round the easy rate 150. Push on up. out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
And you're back live with us at 12 minutes past 10. Probably 20 cars through stage 2, delayed by about 40 minutes. And if you ever seen the old adage of the ducks looking lovely and calm on top of the water, we've been paddling like blazes underneath here, trying to get a few things underway and work out in terms of timing. We're running about 34 minutes behind, but the times we have through so far, Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes are now leading the Corrib Galway International Rally by 0.8 of a second over Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the Castrol VW GTI R5. Robert Barrable has moved up into third on the strength of his time on stage 2, and it's 1.1 seconds back on Marion Evans. Callum McCourt showing his fourth, Liam Moynihan in their Citroen Rally 2 C3. Sam Moffat has lost the lead and dropped to 5th overall. Gary Jennings and Callum Devine in 6th and 7th respectively haven't moved any places, while Desi Henry has moved up 3 places to 8th. Johnny Greer has dropped down to 9th. Gareth McHale and Brian Murphy holding at the top 10. I suspect Johnny possibly carrying a little bit of battle scars from the brush with the bank on the open stage, Michael.
Yeah, well, we've had it reported back that all the drivers actually find the stage very slippy. Now, whether that was a combination of the cars starting stage cold, but we're sort of saying things like it's much slippier than the recce. The cars were cold. The delay at the start of the stage was contributing a lot to that. But I think the most important thing is Josh was maybe sleeping a bit in the first stage. He's really throwing his hat in the ring here. That's a very, very dominating stage 2. Now, stage 3 is very close to up and running. The 0 cars are in it, and we'll be going there live in a few minutes' time. We'll bring you some live pictures from there. Now, stage 3 is partly new. There's a big section in the middle of it. It's never been used before, but the rest of the stage is well known. It would have been known as Brady's Yard in the past. So there's where the start is. It's been used before. Remember, there were very dramatic pictures on an old Galway on RPM when Gary Jennings set off the start line and reappeared at the start, having spun at the first corner and couldn't get turned around. So he just came back to the start and spun the car around. Well, it's pretty much the same place. But we've got we've got 30 something cars through stage 2, so we do have the whole thing's starting to unfold. But significantly on stage 2, Mark Alcorn has put in a stunning time, quite frankly, in the modifieds to go into the lead of the modifieds from Kevin Eves. He did a 7:43.9. To put that into perspective, Gareth McHale did a 7:42, so 7:43.9 really jumped him ahead of Kevin. Also in and around that, David Guest did a 7:51.6, he's 14th. Patrick O'Brien, 11th on a 7:46.1. David Guest, a 7:51.6, puts him in 14th. And Kevin Eves, 7:51.1 is 15th. Declan Boyle did a 7:57, dropped 4 places with Patrick Walsh co-driving. Nice to see Patrick out on Irish tarmac again. Brian Lavelle's going very well in his Mark II Escort. He's leading class 13 in 17th overall, 7:56.5. Conor Murphy keeping his hat in the ring on a 7:55.5 in his class 14 Escort, who is just ahead. Well, we've got a 8 minutes dead for Jason Black and Carl Egan, which I think is not a bad time for his first time out. Gary Kiernan, he dropped 5 seconds to the leading modifieds, but he jumped up 4 places in the leaderboard to be 24th overall. So the times keep coming in. The stage is now running solidly. Kenny Bustard and Trevor Bustard are through in their Class 15 Evo, fundamentally the Group N Evo that they've been rallying for a long time. And Keith Lyons and JJ Cremin, they did an 8:31.1. I suspect they maybe had a small issue there. They're still going nicely in their R5 Fiesta. So it won't be long now till we get stage 3 pictures. And we'll be going live there a few more times in. Frank Raftery in his Class 20 Evo 9 and 8:19.6. Martin McGee and Connor Foley, 8:12.4, just behind Gary Kernan, dropped a few seconds. So leaderboard already starting to get a wee bit spread out, Sav.
Yeah, and I mean only 2 stages in, but it's the nature of the Galway stages in terms of traction grip that affects everybody, and the difference between 2 and 4-wheel drive. It will get spread out, but I mean, the beauty of it is we were treated to the battle between the historics, which ran, as Michael was saying, on the opening stage, more or less collectively together, sort of from about the car 65 onwards, 25 or 30 of them together, and so in effect, you know, that's what it's going to be. Now, the interesting bit for me probably is, okay, the first 3 stages, but certainly stage 4, 5 and 6, you know, where we've had 110, 12, 15 cars through, you know, and as you said, the stages are such that you cut a corner, you pull the muck into the middle of the road, it becomes slippier. And we saw that both in the Ulster and in West Cork last year, that the second running through the stage can be very demanding.
Yeah, it starts to get mucky. Start having to look at the type of tyre that you're going to choose. Though you don't really have a lot of choice here. I mean, it's either like a wet tyre, or apparently Michelin have a new tyre which works at a lower temperature and has a wider window of working as well. But one of the engineers told me during the week, said, you know, there's not a lot of choice. You've got a temperature window that only a certain type of tyre works, and it does restrict the choice. It's not like you're going to go for a slick or anything, because you are always going to have this muck, and it's that time of year. The verges are soft, they're wet.
Yeah,
there's standing water in this terrain anyway. You know, Loch Ray is called Loch Ray because it's next to Loch Ray.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing as well, you were pointed out earlier this morning, is that it's kind of 10, 11 degrees. I mean, whenever we had the Ulster running last year, you were looking at 18 or 90 degrees. So the open part of the roads that isn't under trees had a tendency to dry out. You got the dry mud as opposed to wet. But with the temperature that it is currently at sort of 9, 10, 11 degrees, there's not enough warmth and heat to dry the road out. So it is still going to remain slippy and demanding on the next loop of 3 stages. It'll be interesting to see. They're scheduled for 30-minute service time. We'll try and keep a handle on will it be 30 minutes or will it be brought back by 10 minutes for the organisers to try and catch an amount in terms of timing. But it's going to be interesting for Tony in service.
Yeah, well, there should be plenty of stories.
Plenty to ask.
We believe the 0 cars are now into stage 3, so we're
going to have a look at the graphic for stage 3, Michael, and of course you have been down through Eaton Hill.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at my own information. I have a bit of data of my own.
15.6 kilometres, and it's 8 kilometres, it's 5 miles, so just a shade under 10 miles long, which will then allow the crews to make their way back into Loch Ray, into the cooperative mart, where the extensive service area is. But Michael's going to have a chat and give us an idea of what stage 3 is going to look like for the crews.
Well, it's a tricky stage, as I say. This is the start of it, very narrow, very, very tricky start of the stage. We used to be known as Brady's Yard, known as Eden Hill, into about 3 or 4 Ks. You can see like a little spike where the turn square right, and then there's a turn square left. That's all new thereafter, and then what I would say rejoin what used to be the old Brady's Yard.
Yeah.
So this new bit of stage it's a marvellous piece of road, Sav, it really is. Wide, fast, flowing over big crests and dips and jumps. In fact, there's a jump I have it double cautioned in the notes because you can't see it, and it's double caution, very big crest jump. You're climbing up a hill, accelerating. This is it on screen. Now, and we've got our sponsors in there, I can see. So, championship sponsors on the side of the road. So the cars are coming towards us. You're climbing from a junction up the hill, and your eyesight almost gets drawn beyond this crest jump to a crest which would be effectively behind our camera point.
Yeah.
Now, you can actually see the ambient temperature on the stage there is 9 degrees, and we have our clock running as well, Zav. So as I say, we're about 5 kilometres into the stage. The stage length that in the technical side we had 14.7 and 14.2 to the flying finish, there or thereabouts. Predicted stage time 7 minutes 10, 7 minutes 15, Zav. Let's see how close we are when it comes to it. But this new bit of road I just thought was really, really nice, and a lovely bit of road to drive. And of course it's new to the drivers, so that levels the playing field a little bit. It's just everybody has to make new notes for it, or if they're using supplied notes, that saves them the thing of making and checking. They can actually just get in and get the job done probably better. And
is it possible that you could get caught out by not appreciating the severity of it?
Yes, absolutely.
Does it look, you know what I mean, when you're looking at, the bumpy roads as they call them, that you could actually, if you weren't paying attention, you could mark it as, caution crest as opposed to caution double crest?
Yes, here's first the double, our double O cars first on the camera. There's been a couple more through. They're just going very handy. There we go.
They don't call Mark Alcon psycho for nothing. Sometimes the comments on Facebook, they do make you giggle. A question there from Gavin Sheehan. We're trying to sort out the link and make that more obvious, just if people are wondering. Tommy Buckley putting up a couple of times for us.
Chris Williams, any news on Jason Mitchell? Well, apparently Jason stopped on the first stage with damage to the car, which is a bit uncharacteristic after such a strong run last year.
So, just moving back. So there's approximately 48 cars now through stage 2, and running quickly now, as we say, we've seen some of the double O cars. From memory, there's 4 double O cars, as long as all the Motorsport Ireland safety delegates, clerk of the course, all that kind of thing that go through prior to the stage going live. But about 40 odd cars through stage 2 after the delay of about 37 or 38 minutes, which will put the cars now into service somewhere around about 5 or 10 to 11, which is about half an hour away. And as we were saying earlier, I think Tony's going to have our work cut out in terms of just catching up with the leading crews and the way they approached the first 3 stages of the event. Of course, three loops of 3 stages today, and the first 3 stages are repeated again on the second and third loop before we head back in towards the latter end of the afternoon. Service in is probably officially 4 o'clock, but it's probably now closer to 4:30. In that, that's the time the cars will be back in this afternoon after 9 stages, and of course we have 3 loops of 2 stages tomorrow, and I hope the marshals so even though some of our camera locations are a little bit obscure in terms of the solitary nature of them on the stage, there's still quite a lot of people about. We saw it on the opening stage, where our camera crews were, that it was quite busy, which is great to see. And as Michael was saying, there are championship sponsors, the boards are there, Pirelli, Samdec, Synergy Engineering, and of course we also have Paul Brown, Plant Hire and Civil Engineering for the juniors, and of course for the modified is McAvoy Motorsport. Gary McAvoy, of course, will have his unit in the service area.
So the safety car just getting a bit of a jump on. Obviously they've got a job to do. All the safety cars carry. So we did hear that the rally may be in convoy, and I'm sad to report we are in convoy. So this is a bit disappointing for the competitors. Obviously the organisers have taken a decision not to let the stage go live for whatever reason. Again, maybe Tony will be able to find out. This is we're not privy to the information as to why the stage is being run in convoy, but unfortunately we're bringing you live pictures, but that's a bit of a shame because this looked like it was going to be a great spot, Sav. So
well, we're not going to speculate. It could be various reasons. It
Yep.
could be bringing it back on timing. It could be an issue in terms of something on the stage, you know, resin. You wouldn't know. I mean, we've already said earlier this morning that part of the reason we had the shortening of stage 1 was a funeral in the area today. As I did say, all the stages are within 6 or 7 miles of Loughrea. So it is what it is. We just deal with it. So cars will be making their way now.
They'll go to the finish of the stage, and then they'll get a time at the end of the stage, Sav, which will give them their road time and their due time then straight into service. Now, this is exactly what the organisers don't want. I don't want to speculate why, but to a certain extent it further delays the rally a little bit because they're not going through the stage at rally speed. So they're only going through at road speed, which means that they're going to, as opposed to taking 7.5 minutes to do the stage, it's going to probably take them 13 or 14 minutes to do the stage. So cumulatively, that's another 5, 6, 7 minutes added to potentially the delay. Now, what time were they due into service?
10 minutes ago.
Okay, and what time was the due time to start this?
The start time for here was 9:48.
And we're now 10:31. So we're at least 40 minutes at the moment, with no real provision to get that much time back when they get into the service.
They had 30 minutes service. Due to service officially 10:18, due out at 10:48.
Okay.
But their stage arrival time for stage 4, which would be a repeat of stage 1, was 11:32. Now, it doesn't take 3/4 of an hour to travel 4 miles. So maybe there is a built-in, you know, Chris Boyd was alluding to it earlier, that possibly there's a little bit of leeway. So they may build something into it. So, yeah, it's disappointing. But look, we'll be heading to service now shortly. The cars, I would imagine, are about 15 minutes probably from Loughrea Mart by the time they get to the arrival control, and there's probably a holding there. There's no note of it on the time and distance. They finish stage 3 and then they're into service. It's a 10-minute run. That gives you an idea from the end of stage 3 into Loughrea. It's 10 minutes on the timing. So
that would be
they're really close, Michael. I mean,
they're probably halfway through the stage there. They'll do 12 minutes or so plus 10 minutes. 15 minutes, I'd say, we'd be looking at the cars into service. In the meantime, we'll have a nice wee feature on Rally 4, which we're going to bring to you now.
We're in the Rally 4 Peugeot 208.
Yes.
And tell us a bit about this category.
This is a fairly new category. We used to have the R2 category, and now we've moved to Rally 4. So this is a 1.2 litre 3-cylinder turbo car, front wheel drive, and it's the new basically junior category. Sequential gearbox, all the toys that was basically in the R2 car. The big difference now is the torque. The torque in these cars, there's 230 Newton meters of torque, especially for gravel events or slippy conditions. It's just all about the torque. The cars are a bit different in the note, and that's all about the grunt and torque you can hear in the little turbo working away.
And it's really a great training ground for the young drivers to drive these for practice to get into the Rally 2 car.
It's a kind of stepping stone. I definitely wouldn't call it a beginner car. I think it's where after you've learned your craft, maybe in the very junior categories, and then it's something to move on to. Like it's a proper mini rally car. Like all the toys is here. It's a sequential box, the upgraded brakes, upgraded suspension, and everything like that there. And you can adjustable suspension and stuff. So there's a lot of things that you can tweak to suit you. And it is a learning curve, and it is definitely, I think, a stepping stone before you go into four-wheel drive.
And many of the Peugeots are out in Rally 4 in Galway.
We have young Joe Kelly, we have Aoife Rafferty's been doing a lot of work on the car as well. She's been a lot of tuition recently, and she seems to really now start to gel with the car.
Beside us we have the Opel version as well, a very similar motor car.
Yeah, it's exciting. PSA Group now own Opel stroke Vauxhall, and they have now started to build the same it's a Corsa Rally 4. The car's identical. It's nice today with the two cars sitting here side by side. You could easily mistake the two for being the same, but they've just basically a different manufacturer badge in the front. The same engine, same brakes, same gearbox, same suspension. So cars are basically identical.
We're just looking at the dashboard here, quite a detailed display. What all are you seeing there in front of you there?
So there's various maps, displays that you can do. There's like a roads display which will show your speed and things like that there, and then basically you've got a stage mode and things like that there. In the stage mode, all you're going to want to see is the RPM, and the speed will be there, but it'll be small. You know, it's the main things like the sensors and stuff that you want to see on stage. So the way that Peugeot and Citroën and now Opel make their cars is minimalistic. Basically, they only give you what they want. Everything else, it's an added accessory. They try to do without.
And we're looking at the centre console and the dash here. The road and stage mode we talked about here. Launch, is it for launch control, is it?
Yes, this is a new addition. It's called launch, but it's not really launch. It's kind of like a launch control. It's a torque control. Because these cars have so much torque, rather than sitting spinning and spinning off the line, you can actually now press this selection where it will actually, it's a bit like launch control. They say it's not, but it's a bit limiting the wheel spin, and it's a new feature. It's just been added in this year. But the good thing about it, all the cars are the same. The older Rally 4s, they're the same. This feature now can be easily just mapped into the current car, so there's no like huge evolutions. The cars are all the same. We also have here, we have tarmac and gravel. Again, different map settings for the surfaces, and sometimes you'd find that if it was a really slippy tarmac rally, some drivers might even flick on the gravel and all and change it. It's the torque control of the wheel spinning.
And there's maps here. Can the driver do his own maps, or how does this button work here?
No, the ECU's locked, so basically it's the same for everybody. They're just different maps within the ECU for different levels, again, depending on the conditions. If it's bone dry tarmac or if it's slippy wet, then they might make it in a less aggressive map.
That's brilliant. Thanks very much, Rian, for a unique insight to Rally 4.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. out up round easy right 150. Push on up. it up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Welcome to service. You made it back, Josh. Are you happy to be here?
We are, surely, yeah. It's, I suppose we were a bit cautious on the first one there, and thankfully our stage 2 was pretty good after that. So, yeah, unfortunately stage 3 was cancelled there, so hopefully we get it now the next time round.
What was the lead now coming into service here?
I don't actually know. I don't know, it could be 1 or 2 seconds or something. So.
And tell us, what was the story with a slow start? Was it nerves or was it just trying to bed into it?
Just settling in, like, yeah. It's a long rally. You don't need to do it all on the first stage. So, yeah, no, I was happy enough.
And obviously coming out of that stage then and seeing Sam's time, you just said, no, that's not going to happen?
Yeah, no, well, it was good to see how quick Sam was out of the blocks in the new car. So that was pretty positive. I was happy to see that. So, yeah, look, I'm happy enough.
What's the plan for the next loop?
Just more of the same, hopefully. Yeah.
Tyre choice?
Probably very similar. Yeah, probably the same.
Good man. Well, thanks very much, Josh. We're going to head now. I found Craig Breen here. I don't know if he'll talk to us, but we'll try and get a quick word. We'll get him now in a wee second, maybe. Sam, how's your morning going? You had a great run on the first stage.
Yeah, we had the first good stage and maybe not so good second stage. Confidence level in the fast stuff, I think, just caught me out, and then it was a wee bit loose towards the finish of the second one. So that's my excuses in that half. But no, everything's going good, and hopefully we can regather and go again. Try and get another fastest, it'll be great.
And how was the car feeling?
Feeling great. Car's good. We should have hardened it up for the second stage after the first stage being so mucky. So lesson learned, and yeah, all good.
Obviously you didn't get to run through the third stage there, but did you notice anything that you were able to kind of change a few notes or anything? Did you be more confident heading into it now you haven't had the dry run?
Yeah, probably a lot drier than it was in recce. So we looked at a few notes and maybe took out some of the mud that we thought was there and things, and all good. Mad to go.
Good man. Thank you very much,
Thank
Sam.
you.
I'm going to see if I can get a quick word with Craig. Can I interrupt you guys? Craig, great to see you in Galway.
Nice to be here, out in the cold.
Did you get to catch any of the stages this morning?
No, I was out bright and early. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing it or not, but I was out doing gravel for my father. Obviously he's out doing the historic event, so yeah, trying to pay back a little bit, and all the years he was helping me out, so yeah, trying to do my best.
And I mean, it must feel good to come back to Ireland and to get up, exactly where you started, kind of thing.
I never try and miss it. I always try and get to every event I can back home, so I'd love to be out. Honestly, driving the roads again here just brings it all back every time, and hopefully it won't be too long and we'll get another chance again here.
And you have an exciting year ahead with Hyundai.
Yeah, no, really good. Honestly, it's great to be back with Hyundai again. It's obviously was a fairly turbulent enough year last year, so I'm looking forward to it. We did a test in Finland this week. Just got back in yesterday from that, and felt really good. So Sweden next week, and we'll try and hit the ground running there.
And you had a birthday this week. Happy belated. You spent it testing.
I did. Yeah. It was what better way to spend your birthday? So. I only found out I'd have the second day of testing sort of halfway through the first day. Thierry got sick and I managed to sneak in an extra day, so perfect gift. So it was, yeah, very much well enjoyed.
Excellent. Well, it's great to see you here, and best of luck for the season ahead. And we will absolutely try and get a chat with Craig as the weekend goes on. As he said, his dad's actually doing the event as well here. So we're going to go across the way here and try and get a quick word with a few of the other guys. We're just going to try and catch Callum Devine first. I see Johnny Greer's car, but I don't see him. So bear with us, folks. We'll try and find Callum. We're new service park and trying to get our bearings about us as well. So we'll be a wee bit rusty this morning. Sorry. We'll get in past here. Callum, were you happy with that run?
No, I could always be happier, hey, but no, alright, hey. It's just taking us a wee minute to get back into the thing, as I say. So yeah, we're just trying to find a braking, and yeah, it's a different road since we were doing recce. It was a lot more wet and greasier, but yeah, look, we'll get there.
How's the car feeling?
Yeah, feeling okay. We made some tweaks in the car out there. There's a wee bit of a blowout there. The guys are sorting it there now, but it wouldn't affect us that much, I wouldn't think. But yeah, we just need to try and make improvements, get closer.
And in general, how are the stages feeling versus when they were on the recce, or when you were on the recce?
Yeah, completely changed. There's a lot of greasy mud always still in the recce. Now it's kind of turning. You can kind of see it now starting to blow. It's turning into a bit of a dust. So yeah. There's a lot more grip. But look, it's yeah, we don't know if this rain's going to come or not. What's going to do? It's going to turn into the head, no doubt.
What's your plan for the next loop?
We'll have to try and be a wee bit heavier on the right foot, so and I'll have to try and get closer to these boys in front because I can't let them away at the right out gap there now, so we can't really give them much more. But
and what happened? I'm just hearing a mirror. Did something happen at the start of the stage or something?
There was a delay in the start of stage 2, and then the last stage, I think there was a drive-through in the last stage, so I think there was maybe something on the stage or something. So they had a drive-through just, so we only got two competitive stages there. So.
But you're feeling good and no complaints so far?
No big complaints yet, no.
Good man, Callum. There could be some by the end of the day. We're just going to try and get Niall McShea here as well, folks. Niall, can we torture you for a quick word?
For what?
What's your feeling on this weekend? On the event and the stages and weather and all?
Well, the weather seems stable at the minute. It looks like there'll be a bit of rain later on. That's been pushed back and back, but I think it's a wee bit of a gamble with tyres. What they can do later on. You could either go for a softer tyre and it'd work immediately, or wait a slightly harder tyre and it'd work later on in the three stages. So it's all good fun for these boys.
Yeah, and I mean that's always the way it is with rallying, isn't it? Like it is a gamble with tyres all the time, isn't it?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it can be a very easy choice, because it's quite simple. But when it's like this and it could change at any point. It's a bit trickier. If it was raining out of the heavens, it'd be easy also,
Yeah.
But no, it's good. We'll see. Callum's just getting back into it. He hasn't done anything since before the test for the Harvest Rally, so it'll take him a few miles to get into it. So.
It does take a wee while to get back into it at the start of the year.
Yeah, well, all these lads are going very fast, and lots of them have done like a couple of 100 kilometres test before they came here, and we had a rebuilt engine come back very, very late, so we couldn't get the chance to do that, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That's rallying, Niall.
That's rallying.
Niall, thanks for talking to us. We'll probably see you over the rest of the weekend, but as you can hear from Niall there, that's just the way that it kind of is with rallying. If you can get the mileage and the testing done, you're flying, and if you can't get the mileage done, it's not as easy to jump straight out of the back and get moving. We're going to try and get a quick word with Gary Jennings here if we can. He's in the truck, so we're going to try and get him down. He's just having a quick chat with Martin Walsh here, so we'll let him chat away and we can see what's happening with the car. Gary, how's your morning going?
Yeah, it's been pretty calm for a change. We had a wee issue going to the first stage where a sensor broke going to the gearbox, but we managed to fix it in the road section and then fix it after the first stage, so it's been grand. So we've a new sensor in now, but it's just a wire broke and couldn't get the car into neutral or reverse, so we got it fixed. But in the middle of the first stage it was clicking all the time, but no, it was grand. We got through it and it's very tight. It's about who makes the least mistakes now. Like we've only really done a stage and a half, so yeah, it's very tight. Everybody's going very, very hard.
Are you shocked at the pace, or is it exactly what you were expecting?
No, that's what I was expecting, but to be fair, I was expecting to be more slippy and more wetter. Would have suited that wee car. It probably hasn't the power, but the handle of this car here is fantastic, so what we lose in power, we'd probably make up on the suspension, but if it would have been wetter or slippery, it probably would have suited us better. But no, I'm glad where I am. I think we're only 6 seconds off the lead and we're in 6th place, so that shows how tight it is at the top.
Very, very tight. When you 6 seconds in 6 places is serious stuff.
Yeah, it is. It's it's only a gear change every stage, so no, we'll be grand. We'll settle ourselves now. Me and Arthur, we haven't seen each other in a long time, so we'll have a wee push at these next 3 and hopefully come into service and see what happens for the last loop.
And it does take a wee while to get into the swing of things with the co-driver, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, well, without a doubt. Arthur has a lot of experience, there's no problem. 4 or 5 corners in, away we go. But yeah, hey, you can't fault that. All navigators, it's whenever you change, it's just getting used to their voice and their tone. But these boys are semi-professional, it's no problem to them. Yeah, and I'm enjoying it. And to be fair, we're having fun. And at the end of the day, it's a sport and we do it for fun. So yeah, it's great to be smiling again.
That's the main thing. And I hear Rory has been watching it, the live stream.
Yeah, probably in his bed now, Rory, this time. But yeah, Rory's in New Zealand, so yeah, Rory will be back maybe for the next couple of rallies. But yeah, thanks to Arthur stepping in, and look, we're enjoying it. And when you're enjoying the rally, it's easy. So no stress, just no drama. Enjoy it. Hopefully, that's the way forward.
You're very calm anyway. Slow and steady wins the race, isn't that it? As he says, he's nice and calm for a change, which is it's funny to see. Everything's so calm with Gary, but it's a good sign. Calmness is always a good sign. So we're going to try and get in here and have a quick word with Desi Henry. I can see Paddy Robinson, but I just want to see if I can get Desi. He's just having a wee chat with the team, I think, at the moment. They're talking about fuel, I think, so we'll just see if we can get a quick word. Thank you very much. Desi, how's that run?
Welcome to the chaos.
The chaos and lunchtime and everything.
Yeah, that's it. No, there's something wrong with the gearbox here, so we're changing it here. So we don't know how it affected the performance of the car. We don't know if it's different lit or what it is. So hopefully the boys, they don't have a pile of time here, so hopefully they can get it changed and we'll.
And how is it affecting the car?
Yeah, I have to say now I'm struggling a wee bit. I felt comfortable, but the times just aren't coming. So we'll just make a few changes here now again and go and see how it comes on.
It's one of those things, like in Galway, everybody always wants to get out and get at it straight away, but it's such a long season and it's such a long weekend.
Yeah, look, you just want to get home and get points on the board, but obviously you need as many points as you can. So look, we're better in here now, and we'll go. Hopefully we can get sorted and we'll go out again and see where we're at and give it a good push.
Good man, Desi. Thanks for talking to us. Fingers crossed we get you back here in the next loop, and we're just going to look for Cahan McCourt. The car's obviously here beside us. I see Liam Moynihan, but I can't see Cahan. Bear with me, folks.
Get horrible. Putting away there.
Listen, we're trying to figure it out here. We're having a clue. It is.
Tony Kelly, how are we doing?
How are we, folks? We're just actually we're live here, but we're talking about how it's chaos and how whenever you come into a service park and it's brand new, you're trying to figure out where everybody is.
That's the problem. You can actually find out who's gone in and who's gone out. Apparently they lost the stage out there.
They did. They lost the third stage there, don't they?
Yeah. So starting Kevin Eves there, he says it's a bit slippery and slidey out there, so it's hard to know. So that's certainly doors, but the crowd here is just incredible.
The crowd is incredible.
Unbelievable. I've been out come to Galway for a long time. I've never seen a crowd like this.
It's fantastic now, and even last night at the ramp and everything.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's really good. So yeah.
Well, we're going to let you go, John. Thank you very much for talking.
Tony.
It's great to see. We'll get a quick word with Jason Mitchell here anyway, and after that we might try and round up a few more drivers. Jason, how's your morning going?
Terrible, Tony. We were going. I was slippy the first stage, but we run a bit wide, about a kilometre from the end of it, and I thought it was all right to go out, and I just went out, and next thing, bang, stone. We broke the bolts out of the bottom of the spigot, and then the wheel just went less, so we had to crawl around over the finish line, and then we thought we could have fixed it on the side of the road, but unfortunately the bolts were broken inside the actual damper, so the car's coming on now, but I hope to get out again.
And can you get out today, or do you have to wait till tomorrow?
I don't know. I think of the scrutiny, I might get out in a slip, but the scrutiny, my biggest hold up I'd say will be getting scrutiny now to make sure I can go again. So.
And obviously, you want to try and get back out, because first of all, you want the mileage, but it's the points and everything as well.
Well, that's it, but no points now for me. And it wasn't even so much about points. I just new car, and I wanted to felt fairly good. And I would say I was just getting a bit too warm at the end of the stage. But look, we'll go out now. We'll just drive her through the weekend now and get the mileage. Hopefully, if all's all right to go again.
Such an annoying statement, but that is rallying, isn't it?
Well, Tony, Galway finished at the start line on the first stage last year because the head gasket went in the car, and now this year the end of the first stage. So hopefully next year I'll make it to the second stage. Hopefully next year I'll make it to the second stage. But no, really disappointed because we worked hard to put in a good effort here, but it's just not happened.
Well, fingers crossed you get out in the next loop.
No problem. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks for talking to us, Jason. So that's us, folks. We're going to try and round up another couple of drivers and be back to you within the next few minutes.
Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
service and we have Jason Black. Jason, how's your morning going?
Aye, good, yeah. We have a new engine in for this, 2.5, so it's just taking a bit of learn used to it, so it is a lot more power. So it's difficult, like on the slipping conditions, but yeah, going good.
And I mean, obviously, whenever the car has require everything changes.
For sure, even braking points and everything are just taking a while to get used to, but hopefully by the end of the day we'll be well on it. So.
Did you get much testing done before the event?
No, nothing, but a few problems. We're supposed to be out last weekend testing a few problems, so we've only 3 or 4 miles done there, so it was all a learning curve there the first stage, so but it was good.
And are you enjoying the stages?
Yeah, brilliant stages, so just pity to lose that third one, because it's a good driving stage, so it would have suited us. So.
Brilliant, and what's the plan now for the next loop?
Just take it as it's going and see how we get on.
Good on you. Well, thanks for talking to us, Jason. As you can see, that is Jason Black, and we're going to see if we can get another couple of the guys here. We're going to look for rally suits, guys. We can see the cars, but don't have everything else. How are you, Nigel? Nigel's working hard as always. Look at this. That's what rallying's all about there. If it wasn't for these guys, we'd get nothing done. We get a quick word.
Yeah.
How's your morning going?
Yeah, happy enough. Very slow to start. Just getting the head around notes again, listening to notes stuff. But good stage in the second one. Good, clean, fast stage. So happy enough, yeah.
It was disappointing not to get running through the third.
Yeah, disappointing. It's like you don't want to lose any stages, but sure. That's it. Can't do much about it.
Do you find that kind of upsetting the rhythm, or do you find it a wee bit of a relief?
No, you've set the rhythm because you have the 2 stages over you, and especially on your first pass, you don't like to lose that because that's your first pass, and then that sets you up the rest of the day. But sure, nothing you can do about it.
And what about the notes? Did you notice yourselves taking out the notes and looking at anything?
We run the notes all through on the third stage on the drive through just to make sure there was nothing or add in if there's any wet bits. But it could rain very soon, and we'll see then.
What's the story with tyres? What have you decided to do?
I'll wait an hour 20 minutes till I'm ready to go out and then see then. Don't know. Undecided.
Right, well, good man. Good, thanks for talking to us. Hopefully we'll see you back in the next look when you get the 3 of them done. We're going to go across the way. So that was Gareth Black. Let's see if I saw Kevin Eaves a while ago, but whenever I went to go speaking to him, he disappeared on me. So I'm just going to see if I can get over across the road and get a quick word here. See a few rallies. There he is. We can see Kevin here, but he's just in the middle of a tyre shop.
That's how long I have to zero, is it?
Let's see, the rallying, when you're rallying, the job never stops. It's not just about driving. If you look at the amount of time and attention they're putting into the tyre choices, it's very, very important. Here we go. Kevin, the work never stops.
I know, we're just usual routing. I think it could rain by the time we're on the third stage now coming in, so we're just trying to throw a couple of cuts in the tyres last minute. So, but no, how steady. It's tricky out there, it's hard to, it's kind of dry 1 minute, slippy the next. So
very much Galway.
Yeah, Galway. But Mark had a savage time in the second loop now. He took maybe 8 out of us, so we'll have to warm ourselves up again or try and push on now, not let him get away. So, no, going good.
And in terms of the first loop, how did you feel through them? Are you going to just push on for the same, or were your times good enough to kind of just keep it steady?
I'd say the first stage was probably the actual tricky one. The second one was actually grippy enough, so I think we'll just, same thing again, we'll try and be steady through this first one, but the second one we'll probably need to drive on a wee bit. So Galway's tricky, you kind of have to get to the end of it. We learned that last year, so we'll just we'll keep chipping away and get around,
And are there any stages in particular that you're enjoying and trying to get back to?
I'm kind of raging we missed that third one. The third one will be kind of fast, cresty bumps and jumps, and I kind of would always like that out stuff where the car works well in it, but how we get it this time around, hopefully, so we'll see what happens.
Kevin, good man, thanks for talking to us. We're going to see now if we can find anybody else. See if we'll go up the way or down the way, guys. Again, trying to find the rally suits. I could be missing people here left, right and centre, but I just can't. Bear with me. Can I get my bearings about me? I'm actually going to go across the road here. And it's mayhem, folks. The place is absolutely jam-packed, which is a brilliant sign. It's great to see it for the first event of the year.
Hello, Tony.
How are you? Are you well, Connor? So that's Connor Foley with Martin. How's your morning going?
My morning's going grand. Do you see what I'm suffering there, though, Tony?
So the crack's good.
The crack's good. It is a painful. It's going to be a long weekend, but so we'll suffer it anyway.
He's He's giving Connor an awful hard time. How's the car feeling?
No, the car's good. Like everything's grand. Just like a wee while to get settled on now, but no, it's good. It's good. It's good crack.
Are you happy enough with those first loop, or with those first few stages on that first loop?
Oh, I like sloppy stuff, and it was good. Like, you know.
The Mark II's probably a great crack around it.
Mark II's good crack. He's enjoying it. Like, you know, he just said he was actually surprised how quick they are compared to the R5s, which was surprising. Like, you know, just for top speed, like, and stuff. But no, we're enjoying it. Like, we're enjoying it. So keep trying, no damage. That's the plan.
Keep going. That's the main one. Get it around in one piece. We'll actually have a quick word with Connor here. Now that Martin has mentioned that. Connor, obviously Martin has mentioned the difference between the R5 and the Mark II. Like, is it mind blowing how different it is, or is it just?
They're so deceptive how quick they are. It's unreal, the speed of them. It's good fun now. It's a different experience now. But yeah, you just have the manners and the slippy stuff, and when you can let it go on the fast stuff, it's very, very fast, very good. Really enjoying it.
Very enjoyable.
It's great. Good crack. Throw the boy.
Thanks for talking to us, Connor. But that's just an interesting perspective to R5 and again, looking for more rally suits here, guys, because it's just droves of people here. You're seeing another car coming out of Park Fermi, so we're just going to go over and see who we have down this end. No rally suits down here, guys. But as you can see, like, everybody's working very hard, and it's tyres. All the focus is on the tyres. So we're going to walk back this way again. You can bear with us for the first run around service here. It is just massively intense, trying to get everybody in through all the crowds and stuff. Very exciting. Patrick, what's it like sitting on today in Galway, start of the year?
It's great to be back. Unfortunately, we lost the last stage and there's a bit of confusion getting in and that, but it's good to be back. Unfortunately, our day is not probably the best. But it's a new car for Shane. He's a young lad, he's only starting, so he's dialing it in here at the minute. But listen, it's great to be back and be at it.
Well, that's it. Like,
and the rain stayed away. So.
This is it. Now, there's chatter rain for the next few.
Yeah, I don't think it'll bother us because we're just trying to get the car ready, get it ready for the next loop, or even have a push tomorrow if we can get through there. So, listen, it's Galway. You won't have a Galway unless there's rain or something on it. So.
It wouldn't be Ireland in February, would it?
No. If you're looking for sunshine, you're in the wrong place.
Wrong place, surely. But we're going to try and get a quick word with Shane here. Shane, how's your morning going? Great to be out and about.
It's great to be back out. It was Wexford, so 4 months ago since you were last out, but it's not a new car, but it's not just going the way we wanted to go.
Patrick was saying you're trying to just get yourself dialed into it now.
Yeah, dial in, just to change the setup now. We're going to change springs here in the back and just soften the whole car off and see how it goes. Tough, but we're getting there.
And you're choosing to soften it. The stage is much different to what you thought.
Sorry?
You're choosing to soften the car. The stage is far, like, is there a lot of difference?
I suppose the test we had earlier on in the week was on a bumpy road in Donegal, and we tried to be conservative with the setup. Now we just have to soften it up. It's dry. The car's a bit twitchy, so just bad judgment earlier on in the week in the setup. That's all I'll say. So try our best now and hope it'll work.
And so once the car is that wee bit softer, you'll be more comfortable. So there should be a wee bit more pace hopefully in the next few.
Oh, hopefully, yeah. We'd like a bit more pace anyway. So at
this stage, though, it's all about comfort nearly at the start with a new car, isn't it?
Exactly, new car. We've international rally here, so it's 15 stages, and get dialed in over today, and hopefully tomorrow we can go for, let's say, more comfortable stages.
Good man. Well, hopefully we see you back here in the next one, Jane, and hopefully you're more comfortable with that wee tweak that was made. It's actually very, very exciting to be at the first, to be back at the first rally of the year, because it's very exciting and positive, but it's also very nerve-wracking as well, because there's an awful lot of new machinery, there's new teams together, and it's just one of those things where anything could go wrong, I suppose, but you're constantly thinking, because you constantly have to make tweaks. There's the Mustard Brothers heading off there as well. So as you can see, guys, we're kind of the top cars in the field are heading off, and the service park is kind of emptying out a wee bit on us here. So we're going to go down another bit and see if we can grab anyone else. I saw Sarah Purcell here a while ago, who's the top female competitor, and I want to see if I can get a quick word with her. We've also got Aoife Raftery as well, and I haven't been able to spot their lorry yet, but as soon as we can, we'll be speaking to them. She has the co-driver, Grace O'Brien, on with her, very experienced and comes from very good stock. Her dad being James O'Brien, so very exciting to see so many women in the first event of the year. So we'll see if we can get Sarah about. Would you have a word? Please. Not everybody wants to speak to the camera, so we'll see if she'll have a quick word with us. So Sarah is in. Sarah's deep in talks inside. Will we speak to Dad?
Yeah.
Are you happy with this morning?
Yeah. This morning it's just a shame that 3 has been cancelled, but yeah, it's good. It's still dry, and so it's all good. We're back for another year.
I know, sure, isn't that the main thing? We're all back.
That's very important, yeah.
And I mean, obviously, tyres are always the talk at rallying, but particularly in Galway.
Yeah, it's a tricky place. Like we're expecting rain, but I think the rain is a wee bit off yet. Like so, we'll see. Yeah.
And what does that do for you then? I mean, does that put you guys under pressure if you have the wrong stuff with you?
No. Most people would have options mounted, and everybody has. But then again, they have to make the choices here, and didn't live with it.
You said it. It's living with it.
Yeah. There's you can't do anything. It's you make your choice now and get on with it.
Yeah. It's always about the tyres, isn't it?
Yeah, just a wee bit.
Good man, Phil. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
So we're going to see if we can... Guys, we are actually going to see if we can cut to a break because we have to change a battery here. Are you off now?
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
So you're welcome back. Some good interviews and some good catch up there at the service area Loughrea with Tony Kelly. Not long now to the start of stage 4, but in the background we have been beavering away behind the scenes to find out a little bit more about what's taking place. We will be going back to what would have been stage 3.
Yeah.
It'll be stage 6, but it will be shortened, but we will have the same camera location.
Actually, yeah, we've just been told that whatever the problem was, it's been resolved and they're going to run the full stage. That's the intention anyway, is to run the full stage. But the drivers are voicing concern that there's probably rain on the way at some point in the next hour or so. But they're all being very hesitant about tyre choice, putting on a wet tyre. Philip Moynihan from Ayers, who services a lot of the cars, he was sort of backing this up. So this could be an interesting turnaround, but we know how good the drivers and the tyres are when things do get a bit damp, Sav.
Yeah, I mean, the difference, as we said there, what we saw on stage 1 and then partly saw on stage 2 is the difference the tyre has been cold. As you said earlier, these cars need to be really warm, hot, up to full maximum working conditions to extract the biggest amount you can out of the capacity of the cars to deliver on the stage. With a bit of luck now on the second loop of 3, which is a rerun of the opening 3 stages, even though stage 3 wasn't run, if you know what I mean. It's going to be a good indication of changes they've made in service. We heard some people changing springs, some people changing suspension, ride height, and the rating on the front and rear shocks. So the gauntlet's down, if you like. Now, if you like, for some people, this is where it starts. First loop was an idea to get how the car was for those people that didn't do 200 kilometres of testing, as Niall McShay said. So I think we could be in for a good 3 stages now, I really do.
Yeah, a few people having a few technical issues, obviously. Great shame there. Jason damaging the car at the end of the stage, but Desi Henry, he's got a really mysterious gearbox issue, which must be frustrating because, you know, the cars are effectively brand new for this rally. They've been rebuilt over the winter and they haven't done anything. So it's and I think we're struggling to find exactly what it was, which makes you even more frustrating from their point of view. So what we really want, one of the things we want to see is when the first car leaves service, how much time the rally's running behind. At the moment, we can't really say exactly what the delay is going to be, but it sounded to me like they were getting their full 30 minutes of service.
Yeah.
So I suspect we're probably still going to be 35, 40 minutes behind, and with the cancellation of stage 3, which was very disappointing. It was interesting, you know, I said about this new bit of road being really tricky and everything else, and a few competitors said it was a bit of a shame not to have done that. So there's the graphic, obviously, of stage 1, 4 and 7. So it'll be the second run of Coldwood. Now, the map isn't truly representative anymore because this stage has unfortunately also had a little bit of mileage taken off it. The stage is only basically 5 kilometres at the start has been taken away because there's been a local bereavement, and I think quite significant funeral arrangements made, which has disrupted things a little bit, but of no that's the ability of the organisers to rearrange things, including arrangements at the service area and the refuel. The refuel had to be moved. So that's 7.7 kilometre stage now. The fastest people over that stage this morning, if I'll just going to I'm sorry, just had a message about something, and I want to go back to stage 1, our first time over. We reckoned it was going to be about 4 or 5 minutes. So the fastest time was 4:16.6, which was signed off on the first stage. I expect it's not going to be raining for that one, but the sounds of it, they're thinking of rain in about an hour's time, so we'll be there. But it'll it's damp by all accounts on the stages. So if it's damp, I don't expect it'll go much faster. If they do go faster, I'll be very surprised at that. But the first stage is always a bit of a settling in thing. So expect much the same, 4:16.6. Maybe we can get confirmation about, apparently our cameramen are on the stage and we're near the revised start. So when we do get the all clear things going, it shouldn't be too long before we get pictures.
Yeah. I mean, it's 11:31 now. If it was running on time, the stage is due to start in 4 minutes. It's not going to start in 4 minutes, that's for sure. But of course, on top of that now, we're going to have the conundrum, if you like. Stage 1 and 2 have already been run. In the break, while Tony was in service, I was checking in and I saw some footage of some of the junctions and corners on the opening 2 stages, and very slippy even at that. So they're going to have Stage 4 and 5 having run already this morning, and Stage 6 will be unrun, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So another sort of, if you like, conundrum to see. Trying frantically to find out what way we're running time-wise. But in amongst all that, after 3 stages, in terms of timing, it's Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in the Hyundai i20R5. That's on a total of 11:52.3. That's 11 minutes 52.3 seconds. Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson are in second on 11:53.1. Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly showing well on 11:54.2. Cahan McCourt and Liam Moynihan in another Citroen C3 Rally 2 on a time of 11:55.4. Rounding out the top 5, Sam Moffat and Keith Moriarty in the brand new Hyundai i20 R5 on a time of 11:56.5. I mean, 13 seconds covers the top 8. And as Gary Jennings was telling Tony, you know, if you don't hit 6 gears, it's only a half a second here, half a second there. So nothing after 2 stages. I mean, even if you go down, if you want to be really sort of collaborative about it, you know, there's a minute separates the top 28 cars after 2 stages. Now that does allow some of the modifieds in, but a minute covers top 28 cars. So,
but here we're back to this really competitive thing at the front of the field again. You know, we didn't expect it to be this close. Okay, we've only done 2 stages effectively, but at the same time, 0.8 of a second, 1.1 of a second, 1.2 of a second, 1.1.2 seconds, 0.8, and so it goes on. I mean, the biggest gap in the top 10 is Desi Henry, which is 6 seconds. And now we know Desi's had this gearbox problem, so and he says it is costing time, which that's must be, as we've already said, frustrating for him.
The other thing for me, I was looking at this during the week and thinking about it and going back 5 years, you know, to the likes of Galway and Rally of the Lakes and that, when, if you remember, the WRC cars were allowed in but couldn't score points or couldn't score victories, and you used to see massive gaps, you know, up against between, you know, the latest Fiesta R5 against the Subaru S12B WRC, that kind of thing. Now we've moved on 5 years, everyone's in R5 cars, and look at the competitive nature of everything. It's really good. It was a good move. You know, the organisers of the Tarmac Championship, you know, pushed and sort of, if you like, eliminated WRC cars to a point. But what we have now is an unbelievably competitive level in the R5 cars, WRC 2 cars as they're called. So unbelievably competitive. And it means the likes of Marion Evans and that can come in from Wales and be instantly competitor.
We're getting cryptic messages here from competitors. R5 cars never hit 6th gear. They do have a point.
Yeah, well, I was only what I know Anthony's right, but what he was saying is you miss a gear 5th, 4th, 5th. It's only a nanosecond here and a nanosecond there, but
it is, yes.
And it's the intensity of the competition once the stage time starts.
Well,
you know?
I mean, it's to a certain extent. If you look at the national championship, Sav, in Ireland, where the WRCs are still allowed, more often than not, it's the R5 cars are quicker now. I mean, you take somebody like Roy White, who has a WRC Fiesta, he would be the first to say the car's a Series 1 1600 turbo WRC car is no match for a modern Series 3 R5, for instance. The R5 is faster over a stage, particularly in Ireland. It's got better suspension and better brakes. It hasn't the same amount of power, but it makes up for it in agility thereafter. But what it has done is it has leveled the playing field. We don't have this, I think there are drivers who would love to be out in their Focus WRC. Gary would still love to be driving his Subaru. But look, Gary's lying 6th overall. He's 6 seconds off the lead.
And I mean, he said himself that
the
handling and braking on them is superb. And I mean, I saw footage of Gary that shaved millimetres of the plaster off one of the famous concrete walls. And I mean, a lot of the drivers are like that. The junctions are slippy and tight. But the one thing I did notice was the amount of spectators. There's a huge amount of spectators out on the stages this morning, it's great to see. It's evidently a sport that's still has an amazing popularity in today's world, and I think that's great. The Tarmac Championship organisers have done a great job to get the sponsors on board, who we mentioned earlier on this morning, for not only the overall championship, but for the modified, the historic, and for the juniors. So, I mean, I think once we get up and running here on stage 4, and as I say, we are trying to find out the time delay, I think we're in for a bit of a treat.
Yeah, I'm just giggling to myself because Roy White approves of us talking about him. So,
well, it was funny. I mean, Tony was talking and said to Gary that Roy.
I mean, he's a good example of time moving on with these R5 cars. He's a former national champion. We know he's competitive. Okay, because of COVID and the pandemic, a lot of people haven't been out. But look at Barrable, Jennings. These are all guys who were running World Rally cars 10 years ago. Yeah. They've made the transition. Josh and Sam, obviously, both won championships in R5 in World Rally cars. Sam in particular, his first Donegal win was when an S15 Subaru off the top of my head. So
that was McKinstry's S14. And it's still
S14.
Carried. It's still carried, because I think it was Peter Lloyd bought the last ever one out of ProDrive, and Peter Lloyd had one for quite a long period of time. But Peter Lloyd had some tasty machinery. But yeah, it was McKinstry's S14, and that was the weekend that Gary got the penalty. I think it was for clocking in on the Saturday night, early or late, and dropped down the order then on the Sunday morning.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just, somebody's just sent me a message.
No, but we have just...
I think they really are proving that it is a good thing. I think is this us?
Oh, it was the spectator.
Okay, right.
It was from one of the spectators who sent that in. So you can see there in that clip, roads are dry. I'm getting a couple of messages from one or two people saying that there's
that was Josh having one of his typical
Kevin Eves
typical slides. Kevin Eves, yep. I'm just seeing again there that Kevin Eves was on the limit.
Please feel free to send them in. We will cover them.
So with the modifieds, very interesting over the second stage. Mark Alcorn, the Donegal driver, was fastest to go into the lead of the modified. Now, looking at Kevin Eves, that little clip from the fan cam, he's not hanging about. So Alcorn's been knocking on the door of a modified win for some time now, but he has a bit of bad luck. I mean, he's had some reliability issues over the years, and he only does 2 or 3 rallies a year, so I mean, he's a very talented driver. It's just not doesn't work out for him sometimes, you know. So we've got messages coming in here thick and fast from all over the place.
Just heard that 003 is in the stage.
Okay.
I believe there are 4 00s running, so we will have 002, 001 still to go. And as Michael has pointed out, stage 4 is a shortened version of what it was originally meant to be.
Yes, it's now 7.7-ish kilometres, so they're doing it in just over 4 minutes. It's so a few messages there. See, Philip Case is watching us. Hello, Philip. Philip runs the Hyundais all over the world.
Thanks to the Irish Rally podcast.
Yes.
A couple of good messages in there.
Good
Thank
job.
you.
Yep. Anthony Nestor, a few messages there. Anthony, obviously former national champion co-driver. Great to see everybody watching. So 003's into stage 4. We will be going to a camera position very, very close to the start of stage 4. Nice fast bit of road. We had a good spot earlier on with a bit of a controversial chicane, which claimed, unfortunately, the BMW, which was a bit dramatic. But
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Really.
Sorry to see the guys out.
Marty Toner and Ben Taggart.
Yeah.
With a bit of luck, they'll get it fixed. Hopefully, we might see them out tomorrow on the Sunday run, or they may just cut their losses and head home. I'm not sure.
Same with Jason Mitchell. He took a wheel off at the end of the first stage, but he's trying to get the car back out. Very little damage. He just wasn't able to carry on. He's trying to get the car back out for Super Rally, either later on today or the Sunday run tomorrow.
Well, hopefully so. Hopefully see them out. There were a few withdrawals during the course of the week.
Yes, bits and pieces going on. I had a list of them, but I seem to have misplaced it.
Yeah, I think Paul Barrett was one. Paul was down to do it in the Citroen, but withdrew his entry. I did have a list of entries withdrawn, like yourself, Michael, but in amongst all the excitement this morning, I have misplaced it.
Yep. Of course, the historics are doing something slightly different here. They've put all the historics together, and Marion Evans is leading the historics after 2 stages this morning from Ross Ford. So Marion made the trip over from Wales and is a regular competitor in the Tarmac Championship. Ross is generally away off doing what Marion does, rallies elsewhere, but this is obviously his local event, and so Ross and Aaron Ford are second, 7 seconds behind, which is quite a bit after just 2 stages, obviously. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver are third. Again, they were pretty much battling for the championship last year. Wayne Evans, the other Gwyndaf Evans' son, Wayne, so rallying's in the blood there. He's 4th in the category. Ray Breen, 5th in his lovely Subaru Legacy, and obviously Tony caught up with Craig in the service area. Craig went out and had a run over the stages on behalf of his father this morning, and just keeping him up to date with gravel and stuff like that. And obviously Craig's made the switch back to Hyundai, so we're looking forward to seeing him out in the World Championship again. Luke McCarthy in his BDA Escort. He's 6th in the historics from Will Onions. Rob Smith, Craig McWilliam and Gareth Lloyd rounds off the top 10 in the historics in his beautiful BMW. The RC4 class, which we know is very, very competitive after with the cancellation of stage 3, only 2 times are counting for those guys. So we have young Casey J. Coleman and Adam Coffey are leading that. They're on a total of 13.02.9. Next up is Keelan Grogan and Ayrton Sherlock in their Peugeot, as opposed to Casey J. is in a Fiesta. So such a competitive class. It's getting ahead, Sav, in the early days of these R2 stroke RC4 cars. 13.14 total for Keelan Grogan. Next up, we'll have Tom Holton and Stephen Reynolds in their Fiesta. Then Kane Caldwell and Liam Egan in their Fiesta. And then another Peugeot is Donegal man, Joseph Kelly, Ronan Comerford, a regular Tarmac Championship competitor. So we have lots of really good battles, all the class battles as well. You know, we have the class 14s are at the front of the Mark Alcorn and Kevin Evans Kevin Eves, leading the modifieds, and they're class 14. Class 13, Brian Lavelle is going really, really well. He's a fair way up the road from Corey Eves in his Corolla. So that's the class 13 battle. There's a class 24, which is people like Gary Jennings, Tim McNulty, Brendan Comiskey. They're in the modified R5s. As in modified, the only thing they're allowed to do is change them from right-hand drive to left-hand drive. Otherwise, the cars are running exactly the same as what, say, Josh would have at the front of the field. And they stay homologated and are therefore eligible for the international points for the championship. So yeah, lots of little battles developing all the way down through the field, and very few retirements so far. So yeah, things aren't going too bad.
A couple of messages or a bit of housekeeping. Christian O'Brien asks, what's the story with stage 6 and 9? If you weren't with us a few minutes ago, as far as we know, stage 6 and 9, which would have been stage 3 this morning, will run in its entirety. That is the latest information we have. The event at the moment is running about 25-30 minutes late, so it'll be that later time, but 6 and 9 will run. And Charlie Kelly's asking what time is this stage at. Charlie, if you've just joined us, it was due to start at 11:32, but we had a delay on stage 2, and then the cars drove through stage 3 straight to service. So as I said there a minute ago, the event run about 25-30 minutes behind time. I believe the 0 car may just have started the stage.
And also very, very interesting, we're getting other information in from the stage from Francis Murphy. Thanks for that. Apparently it's starting to, he refers to it as mist, so light rain on stage 4. We can't get much better than that. That's interesting to hear. There was something else just caught my eye there. What was it? Somebody else asking about stage, Brian Hart asking about stage 6. I think Sav explained it well. We're told that the issue that existed earlier has been resolved, so we'll get the full version of stage 6. That won't happen for stage 4 or 7. The first stage in the loop, that's permanent. They've lost the front because the first 4K, 5Ks of the stage due to a bereavement, so that will stay as it is for today. Stage 6 issues resolved by all accounts, so we're hopefully actually 0 car into the stage, and we'll be going there very shortly, I think. Messages coming from all directions here. Thanks everybody for watching, and stay tuned. We're going to be live soon.
We're good live soon, and we get an idea of the conditions, whether that dryness that we saw to an extent on the wider parts of the stages is still there, or whether we've got that, you know, fine layer now, which is going to make it very slippy and greasy. We know what they were saying in service about tyre choice, probably a conservative one up until early afternoon, going by what Niall McShay was telling Tony. I would imagine it's not one for the brave.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of variety in the first stage. It's the narrow stuff. Where they start, they do a little bit on a very fast road, and then they turn square right off, and it is into typical Galway, dry stone walls, your wing mirrors scraping the walls, and that's when you start to get that chancy thing gets a bit sketchy, where you've got these crests and things and unseen tight corners. Braking starts to get, you're never quite sure if the braking's going to be there or not. So yeah. To win the rally, you have to finish. So to finish, you can't go mad in these early parts of the rally. And I mean, it just shows Marty Toner and Jason Mitchell both out of the rally with very, very small incidents, but the cars are carrying so much speed now that it doesn't take very much to damage the car, because they're going so quickly, Sav, yeah, you know, they're carrying so much speed.
Leaves them immobile very quickly. I mean, we noticed it on stage 1 that all of a sudden Marty Toner and Ben Taggart clicked into the live stream round the corner from where we had seen them on the opening stage. So we knew fairly quickly that they weren't going any further. And as we say, hopefully get back out again later today, or maybe Super Rally tomorrow. It won't be long till we will go live with the camera crews. Perhaps the producers just might give us a quick shot of what the conditions are like, so that those who are watching will know what to expect when we go live shortly. To say, there you go, and there's some of that shiny tar. So
yeah, and hoods up.
That's damp. Yeah.
Yep.
This is. That's a really good example, Michael, of what you were saying about it, narrow bits. You know, very little room in that last shot there on the right hander, where the high hedges and high grassy banks, you know, synonymous with Galway, and the narrowness of the stage, as you were saying.
So we believe that the 0 cars are into the stage and that Josh is on the start line. So I don't think it'll be too long before we get some action. Apparently this is not too far into the stage, so we shouldn't be too far away. So we're due to start the stage at 11:35, as you say, Zav, and we're now 53. So if they get the first car away at 55, 56, that'll be
20 minutes.
20
pull
minutes.
Back about
They've pulled back
pull
20
back,
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good going.
Yes, that's good.
You know, and it's never always evident, you know, sort of talking to us, but the organisers have had several changes and amendments, adjustments to make this week to the time and distance schedule on the Saturday and the Sunday. And they've put on a lot of work and effort in, certainly in terms of PR and speaking to residents on the stages. And of course, Michael said earlier, a funeral on the first stage this morning. So there are a lot of sort of separate factors that make the organisers' job that much more difficult, especially when they're under the pressure to start an event on time. And then of course we get the 1 or 2 delays this morning. So I think they've done very well. They've done a great job. We have another loop of 3 stages ahead of us before they head into service somewhere around 1:10, which will be probably closer to 1:30 on the delayed running. And then at the final loop of 3 this afternoon, which will bring up a total of 9 stages this morning, with 6 to come tomorrow. 3 loops of 2 stages tomorrow. Today's total stage kilometres, just over 110 kilometres, which is about 69 miles. And then tomorrow they have 98 kilometres of stages, which works out just over 60 miles over the 6 stages tomorrow.
Obviously a bit of a reduced mileage with the 3 versions of this stage. They're effectively losing about 15 k's today with the shortening of this first stage, Sav. So stage 1, 4 and 7, stage 3 cancelled. Hopefully stage 6 and 9 will run in their entirety, which will keep the mileage up. And also I think the competitors were really looking forward to doing that stage 3 because it had a big variation in the type of road, and particularly a new section in the middle of it, 3 or 4 k's of really fast roller coaster, bumpy crests and corners. Really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean some great bits and pieces coming in from spectators, photographs and little video clips, which we're happy to show if you send them in to us. See now, it is damp, and see sort of the mist in the background as well. So 11:55, almost 11:56, and we were saying about starting on 55. And bear in mind, this is a shortened version of the stage that is in your programs, or was originally on the maps. Stage shortened to allow for the funeral this morning of a local resident.
I thought we would have had the 00 car by here by now. And as I say that, the marshals are stepping back, which means that we're about to have some sort of action possibly. And there's Josh through the first junction. Wipers on. Start getting the stage times in 4 or 5 minutes from the end of the stage.
Of course, Josh, last year's car was out in the Corrib Starlet, retired in Killarney, and of course champion last year. Able to make it 3 Tarmac championships. Next on the road should be Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. Marion, who won the Ulster last year and had a couple of very good 3rd and 4th place. 3rd in the Cork 20. That's Callum Devine through. Callum using the ex-Minty Motorsport car driven by Joey Goes, and that came to him in the middle of the year last year. Now McShay telling Tony in service that it's just had an engine rebuild, and as Michael was saying, probably a full rebuild from the start of the year. Sam Cahan in the car that was driven by Alessandro Gino on this year's Monte Carlo Rally just a couple of weeks back. And we should have Johnny Greer and Niall Burns. Yep, that's Johnny and Niall. Johnny running wide there in the carried off forklift. Delivered to them Wednesday, Thursday night, very, very late. Something that Rémi Moore pushed really hard to make sure they had it on time. Gary Jennings and Arthur Kieran's up next. Gary running the PX14 HVD. It's the next Tom Cave, Donny MacDonald. Tom Cave had a run in it as well. Gearbox sensor fixing the road and then replaced the sensor in service. Declan Boyle with Patrick Walsh due in with us next in the ex-Seaman Campidelli Volkswagen Polo GTI R5. And as Michael was saying earlier, Declan hasn't had the best luck.
No. Here, and he's got looks of it. He's got the track record as well. National champion, former Tarmac champion. Won just about everything, but the last couple of years have just he hasn't had the rub of the green between mechanical accidents, engines, and everything else. Just big shout out to Anthony Nestor. Your wee tip there came true. Thank you for your help. So Robert Barable so far not necessarily the surprise of the rally, but
very steady though.
Certainly, he's back on form. I mean, Robert used to upset the apple cart, do a couple of rallies a year, and when he turned up in West Cork about 10 years ago and just went and won the rally in a Skoda.
That's Brendan Comiskey through.
Yep.
Brendan, who this year was second on the Grisdale stages, the tail end of last year, and 12th on the Laois Rally Sprint. Good to see Brendan out on a regular basis again. Coming through there, David Kelly, Dean O'Sullivan, lead builders. Janssen, Citroen C3 Rally 2, new car for him this year. 8th overall in Donegal last year in a Fiesta, hoping to up and move on to a couple of championships here. Haven't fully decided what he's going to do.
It's great to have the choice, isn't it?
Yeah, there's David Guest, Jonathan McGrath through. Retired from last year's Galway Summer Rally, but had a 4th on the Cork 20 and 4th in class in the Rally Car 2 category on last year's Cork 20.
So I believe we have a provisional time in for Josh on this stage of 4:25.5, which is about 10 seconds slower than this morning, which would account for this slight rain. Marion Evans is on 27.5, so again about 10 seconds slower than the first run over this morning. We can see the cars with their wipers on. I mean, it's not what I would call wet, Xavier, but in high speed, certainly shiny tar, that'll be starting to cause the odd problem, I would think.
Yeah, it just completely changes your braking points.
Yep.
And very hard to judge it.
That's Aaron McLaughlin, I think. Yep.
Darren Curran alongside, 3rd in the Turkey run last year out in Fiesta. Next up we should have Keith Lyons in the brand new Fiesta R5. Lyons of Limerick, lovely black and sort of bronze colour scheme.
Callum Devine's reported to the stage. Goodness me, he must have made an too hard a tire in Galway. That is, and he's dropped 3 or 4 seconds to the rest of the guys. He did a 4:30.5 off the top of my on provisional times. Now these are not. We are getting a couple through. So Callum, yeah, 4:30.4. Marion Evans. Talking to Zav here about a wee technical issue we're having. Yeah, we're whispering to each other here. We're having a small technical issue with something. Sam Moffat, fastest so far through the stage. So he was fastest this morning, fastest again here. Must like this stage. 1.5 seconds quicker than his brother Josh. So that moves at the moment in the second place, but obviously a great big slide there from Gary Kiernan and his Mark II. Now, the modified cars with this, the grip starting to go away, I'd say there could be some spectacular viewing from on the cards from some of the Mark IIs, and particularly we'll still to get Eves and Alcorn. So here's Kevin Eves and car understeer through the junction.
Times will be a lot slower, as you say. It's almost like that message that came through to you about the fine mist. It's not actually raining.
No.
And you know, people joke, it's that fine mist that
Fine,
Peter,
and it's Galway, isn't it?
Yeah, and that fine mist that Peter Kay used to talk about, you know.
It's like the Irish mist my mum used to drink.
But it just hangs and then just lies. Jason Black.
Yep. Carl Egan in there. leading modified cars here are struggling for grip. You can see struggling for traction rather than grip. So this will be probably
Jason,
not so heavy on the right foot.
5th overall in the Killarney Historic last year, and retired on last year's Galway Summer.
It's Conor Murphy.
Conor doing very well. Conor had a 2nd overall in the mini stages rally last year. 9th overall in the Galway Summer stages, and Tony had a good chat with him this morning in service. Now, we should have had Marty Toner and Ben Taggart, but as we were saying, they had a bit of a confrontation with the scenery, as it were, as we see Mark Alcorn and John O'Donnell go way through. 14th overall on the Donegal International last year.
Leading the modifieds at the moment. I suspect this will make a difference this stage. The more powerful cars are losing their advantage as it gets slightly more damp. James Ford and Neil Shanks. There are 5 homologated Citroen. So Cahan McCourt's time's in 4:25.2, 0.1 of a second overall behind Sam Moffat in 2nd. So Josh continues to lead the rally. Sam's jumped back up to 2nd after that fastest time in stage 3. Cahan McCourt into 3rd. Marion Evans 4th. Robert Harvey lost a wee bit of momentum there, but it's so close at the front that a couple of seconds is dropping you 2 or 3 places. So I wouldn't be reading too much into it. There's a long way to go yet. Gary Jennings, Callum Devine 6th, Gary Jennings 7th, Desi Henry, Johnny Greer 8th, Desi Henry 9th, and Gareth McHale 10th. Now, Desi Henry did a 4:32. Indicate to me that he's probably still got this niggly gearbox issue. We just seen Brian Lavelle through. Brian was leading class 13 after the first couple of stages. Very, very competitive.
Times and the top 5 up on the screen now.
That was John Warren and his Corolla we've just seen.
Stage 4 now and heading up towards stage 5. And again, we'll sort of play it by ear and see if the organisers are going to try and catch up. But about 23 minutes late, the event is running late now. So they have, as we said, caught up.
Just seen Mark McGee through the stage. Kenny Bustard and Trevor Bustard driving. 2 brothers for a long time. Being Group N national champions in the Triton stroke former Dunlop National Rally Championship. I think it might have been Dunlop when they won the championship. That's Gavin Kelly and Darren Fiesta. So this is Dylan Donoghue and Stephen Joyce in their class 15 Evo 9 cars. cancellation of stage 3, and obviously the organisers will have been doing their best at the time controls to try and gain back a bit of time. It seems that the cars aren't necessarily running in the starting order from this morning. It's got a bit jumbled up now. That was Tommy Cahill and Enda O'Leary. Their class 20 Evos tend to have a few more modifications made to them. They might have a different type of gearbox and a bigger turbo restrictor, so it gives them a bit more power. Some of them have a sequential gearbox, not all of them, but they're basically a step forward from when the cars were originally conceived as a Group N car. It's Frank Raftery and Sean. We'll mix that one up, very handy. Also in a Class 20 Evo. Should be Simon Reid. Simon getting a bit of understeer there, and he has this car entered as a Ford Fiesta Mark 1. And what he means Mark 1, it's the first of the R5 cars. Okay, and we're just getting ourselves ready to go to stage 5. It won't be long. Now, obviously, stage 2 earlier was quite badly affected by a substantial delay at the start, so we just went straight to stage 3 this morning. So it'll be nice to get some pictures from there.
Colin O'Rourke and Shane Gilhooly gone through there in the Skoda Fabia. The first event this year in that. Last year they had a couple of outings in a Polo GTI R5. They were 7th in the Galway Summer Rally. 28th on the Rally of the Lakes. 47 years of age, Mr. Colin. On the way through there was, I believe, car number 61.
61 is Anthony O'Brien and Lorcan Moore. And again, they're running that Evo 10 in Class 20, which means it'll have a bigger restrictor and probably a modified gearbox. A couple more times in. David Kelly's through the stage, did a 6:33.6 to keep him just outside the top 10 and 11th. And Brendan Comiskey in the Polo, a 4:44.7. He dropped a fair old chunk of time in there. I wonder, did he have a bit of a half spin in this damp weather? And predictably, as we're saying, as the road's getting progressively slippier, the modified part of the rally has... so Kevin Eves has jumped back into the lead. He took 8 seconds out of Mark Alcorn. Mark apparently struggled. Apparently Mark Alcorn was just struggling for grip in the damp conditions. Conor Murphy had a spin further on in the stage. So Kevin Eves is now leading the modifieds by 0.8 of a second. So blinking, you'd see the difference. So great battle developing between these guys. Conor Murphy's a few seconds back. Tim McNulty safely through on a 3:42.1. Tim running the car in Class 24, so not eligible for overall points. Gary Kiernan had a 4:44.4. You could see Gary having a brilliant drift through this junction that we're at. James Ford a 4:41.1 and Keith Lyons a 4:44.1.
So this is kind of how it should have been this morning. Moving seamlessly from stage to stage. As Michael said, we'll be heading to stage 5 very shortly.
That was David Healy just through in his Civic. Again, the Civics will probably struggle for grip out of these junctions as it gets damper. They've really, really good differentials and everything in these cars, but wipers on full. Look, big drift and yeah, struggling to get the power down. So Josh Moffat has started stage 5, and we're
There we
at
go.
our, here we go, we're at our camera point. Spectators in the field with their umbrellas up, so you can see a shine off the road where the rain's falling.
14.9 kilometres, just a shade over 9.3 miles. This was run as stage 2, and if you remember this morning, if you were with us, we stayed on stage 1. The stage was delayed this morning, so we stayed on stage 1 to bring as many of the field as we could. I think we brought everybody that was running. I think we covered them. So our camera crew will, our camera position will drop down possibly, just showing us the weather and mist.
Again, expect the stage times to be slightly slower here, Sav, with the rain.
Yeah.
It's not pouring down, but it's wet enough to be making a difference.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And that's actually, you can build yourself up into a bit of a false sense of security. You think you've got more grip, and then you just arrive into somewhere in the famous Galway shiny tower, and suddenly you're doing a Paul Simon, it's slip sliding away. And I'm just going to have a wee look here to see how we're getting on. So, yeah, we've got 5 cars into the stage. I expect we'll be getting live pictures very shortly. Cameraman just having to keep his lens clean.
And Seamus Coonahan sent in a few details that stage 5 is definitely going to be interesting. The roads are fairly wet now.
Oh, very okay. Yeah, that's from Seamus. Yeah,
Seamus
is at a junction somewhere in the stage, and the road is wet.
It's not damp. It's wet. So it would make you wonder. You know, if Callum Devine was saying his tyre choice was wrong for the last stage, the way it's going to play out from on stage 5, and of course then we'll run to stage 6. Back to I think we're going to go back to the jump where we were positioned before they drove the cars through the stage when it was running as stage 3.
So perhaps our production people could confirm at what location our camera is. We were due to be at location 14 or location 16. It'll just give us an idea of how far away the cars are.
I think the my location, the latest I have on stage 5 is they're at junction 16.
Okay.
So
if they're at junction 16, I'd say we are about 2 minutes away.
Not bad. That's good.
Yep.
That's good.
2 minutes
so
away.
Brotherly
from
back
some
at
live
the top of the leaderboard there, as you can see from our top 5 in the corner of the screen, and of course we have the clock 12:19 and 56 seconds. So sometimes it gives you an indication who's up, who's down.
And as somebody rightly said earlier on, great to have the clock on the screen. So when the first old rally heads will go, they'll be able to use the clock to judge who's what their pace is on the stage at this point.
So by my reckoning, we're probably about 30 seconds or so before, oh, there we go.
First car in, Josh. Oh, very neat and tidy. That was a deft little touch of the handbrake.
Then back to service for the interviews again every time.
So Josh just went out of view there on about 50 seconds on the clock, which will give us an indication what of who's doing what in this stage. Maybe a couple of seconds down there.
A lot of seconds there. The last stage.
The cameraman making really good use of as far as his lens can take him.
The road was slippy.
Yeah, it does look quite slippy there. Callum doing a good job, pretty much on the same sort of time as Josh. So Callum reckoned he was on too hard a tyre for the first stage. Well, that's not going to change for either this stage or the next stage. The too hard a tyre for all of the stages.
Sam through.
Inch perfect through the chicane.
I mean, in their earlier days when they were both running the Mitsubishis, you know, they spent a lot of time with Jerry McGarty, who really, I think, at that age and time, really fine-tuned them and sort of made them ready for the leap up to the larger and bigger, powerful cars.
Yeah, and hopefully Jerry's watching today. If you are, Jerry, I hope you're
well.
Doing well. So Desi is nursing a gearbox problem in his Fiesta. Must be very, very frustrating. I think he's 4 or 5 seconds down there on the compared to the rest of the guys. Next up should be Cahan McCourt.
Cahan having a good run.
He is. He's a serious contender. Now, he's only been rallying a much shorter period of time compared to the rest of the guys around him, and he's definitely become somebody that you take seriously on the stages.
Oh, definitely. I mean, when you look at it, he took a two-wheel drive, the two-wheel drive Escort to Killarney and came third.
Yep.
Do you know you don't do that by accident.
It's good. It's
You
good
know,
driving.
he's had seat time and driven a variety of cars. We've seen him in a Skoda, Vabi R5, and Johnny Greer now.
Married up forklift. And this is the brand new Citroen delivered from Paris this week from the factory.
But Cahan, yeah, having a good run and a very accomplished driver. Likewise, Johnny Greer, Northern Irish champion, won the Killarney Historic that we were just talking about back in early December in the Ford Sierra, beating Craig Breen. Craig retiring on the last stage of the day with differential issues, which was a pity because he was very keen to do well. Gary Jennings now, and Arthur Kieran's. And listen to Gary in service, this kind of weather now in stage should suit Gary. He said his car's much better in the tighter stuff, better under braking, and
One of our more intelligent spectators.
yeah, Rex sniffing at that. When you lift them up that height, they can smell everything. I love it.
Heel.
Yeah. Gareth, I think, has had a smooth and steady start to this morning. Up to stage 4 was sitting 11th. He had dropped one place, but very tight on time between him and Desi Henry.
First times are in, and damp conditions are starting to have an effect. Marion Evans, fastest so far, took 3 seconds out of Josh. Marion's done a 7:46.4. Josh a 7:49.8, and because it's so close, Sav, that means Marion goes into the lead of the rally by 0.6 of a second. When you've only got a few seconds to separate them,
but it's good.
It just turns the leaderboards on its head.
Yeah, but that's what we want. We want a different leader every stage, but the top 5 at the end of the day covered by like 6 seconds. You know, really good tight battle all the way.
That was Robert Barrable just through, by the way, and again Robert's right in the mix. You know, he's as the conditions seem to get slippier and slippier.
Robert in an ex-Ruben Rodriguez C3 out of Portugal.
Okay.
Finished 3rd on the Galway Summer last year. It's coming down into view now.
Brendan Komsky.
Eamon Kelly catching Brendan by the looks of it.
So he really has taken quite a bit of time out of him, and they've still got 4 or 5 Ks to go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he
catches them at the end of the stage.
I wonder if Brendan had a spin. He didn't look to have a puncture or anything. So, telltale, the telltale ribbon off the back spoiler of Patrick O'Brien's car, he's had an overshoot at least. He's been up on Escape Road, and the tape hanging off the back spoiler. Sam Moffat and Catherine McCourt upsetting, really moving the goalposts here. Sam's just gone fastest in this stage, 7:41.8. Puts him into the lead of the rally by 0.6 of a second. Catherine McCourt second fastest. 7:42.3 for Catherine McCourt, moves him into second place, ahead of Marion Evans. So Josh goes from leading the rally to 4th overall. The rally lead now separated 24:02.3 to 24:07.6 for the top 4. That's 5 seconds separating the top 4 cars. Patrick O'Brien had a cracking time through the first stage of the loop, stage 4, but I suspect we'll see at least a 10 seconds deficit here, because the evidence was apparent. So we think that Kelly has now got ahead of Brendan Comiskey in the stage. David Guest through.
Looks like we also could be having a quick battery change.
Yes, a battery change going on there, but the looks
so
of it.
This is the live camera equivalent of a pit stop. So quickly change battery, we'll move back. But yeah, it looks as though Eamon Kelly has got past Brendan Comiskey. There's not very much left now to the end of stage 5. From out of stage, and they cruise, turn left, and then make their way up towards stage 6. Of course, if you're with us earlier, that'll be the stage where we were at the jump when the cars came through in convoy. So stage 4, 5 and 6 this morning. Yep, we're back live on stage 5. So that Mr. Treat, Keith Lyons,
yep,
and JJ Kremen. It's a brand new Fiesta in the copper and black scheme, the Lions of Limerick car.
Always very distinctive. A couple of people through that when we were changing the battery there, Aaron McLaughlin and Tim McNulty both through safe and sound. Desi Henry predictably is losing time with this gearbox issue in his Fiesta. Gareth McHale, a 7:51.7, 1 second down on Desi Henry. Johnny Greer, a 7:51.3. Gary Jennings, 7:51.8. So actually, Desi Henry really didn't lose any time. Here's Kevin Eves, just trying his best to get the Corolla slowed down. You can hear the engine revving there coming out as it's a Millington engine in the Corolla, I believe, which is probably 300 and plus horsepower.
Yeah.
Jason Black due next.
You're dead on, you're okay.
Robert Barrable, 7:47.0, 5th overall in the rally.
So leading crews, we think now, making their way up to the start of stage 6, up towards St Thomas's GAA club. They get a run now. On the official timing, they are due back into service at 8 minutes past 1. I reckon it's probably going to be closer to 1:30, where they have a 30-minute service before heading out again. I think you're right, Michael. I think we're going to see a little bit of a gap start to widen now between the 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive cars.
You can see at this point, that was Conor Murphy through. You can see the two-wheel drive cars just losing a bit of ground with the 4-wheel drive. Mark Alcorn lost the modified lead on the previous stage. Looks like he's pushing very, very hard there. Titanic battle already between him and Kevin Eves on this rally. It's great.
It's good. Exactly what we wanted. Declan Casey's letting us know that it's drizzly misting on stage 6, which is just literally up the road from here.
Okay, well, also we've got a report that the reason for Josh losing a few seconds, he got something slightly misjudged and had a slight off by all accounts. So that accounts for Josh losing the lead of the rally.
Yeah.
Brendan Comiskey struggled in that stage. We saw he was getting caught by David Kelly. David Kelly set a time of 7:57.1, and I suspect he was probably held up a bit by Brendan. Brendan's, for some reason, picked a hard tyre. I don't know why that would be, but maybe he didn't have anything else available.
Yeah, Brendan on an 8:34.7 now, which is almost a minute, nearly a minute slower than the other times. You can see now with our cameraman shot there that
bit of a
that road is getting very wet now. So I wouldn't think it's going to be too long before we're going to go live to stage 6. Cameraman's in position, leading cars are making their way to the start.
Brian Lavelle through.
Car 1 and 2 at the start of stage 3. So
Patrick O'Brien doesn't know where he got the tape from, hanging from his rear spoiler. He was set a very good time of 7:47.0, matched Robert Barrable, and that was effectively joint 4th fastest time on the stage. Puts him into 8th overall, up 1 place ahead of Johnny Greer on that stage.
Ganners09 on Facebook has just let us know that Kiernan's out on location 6 with a mechanical issue.
Oh dear.
So that's disappointing.
Oh dear.
Thanks
So
for letting
Kieran,
us-
yeah,
thanks for
thanks for
letting us
that, Gary Mechanical. Oh, Martin McGee just through. Next up we should have the Bustard brothers, who Donegal crews running together here. Martin McGee, Trevor and Kenny Bustard. Brian Brogan's in amongst them, the chairman of Donegal Motor Club. It's the Evo, a bit of camera stall, unfortunately. Gavin Kelly and Dara Mullen in their class 24 Fiesta. They're being caught, or well, they are being caught, yeah, by the Evo. Dylan Donahue, Stephen Joyce co-driving. Bit of housekeeping. Starting to get the first of the modifieds in. That's a bit too quick, and that's what happens when you just misjudge the braking.
Yeah.
That's so I think this is Tommy Cahill. That's his rally over for the day, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you could see he had locked up long
Oh,
before
he
the
was,
corner.
and he just wasn't slowing down. So everybody's okay. They need to get their okay board out. There's there's a procedure to be followed here that the co-driver out of the car fine, everybody's fine. It's good. So proceeding cars have to proceed with caution. Also check for the OK board. You'll tell them. So in effect, this competitor now will get a stage interrupted time. I don't see any reason other than there's no reason to stop the stage, but it looks like we've got a small engine fire possibly in the Evo.
That's possibly radiator and kickform.
I would have thought so, yeah.
And intercooler, hence the coolant out of the intercooler.
So there's, as you can see, the co-driver's got the OK board out. He just needs to. Procedure is you must display the OK board if you're OK. If you don't, the following crews have to assume they're not OK.
Yeah, and raise the alarm if they don't see it.
Yeah. So this shouldn't have any detrimental effect on the running of the stage. So somebody just going just a wee bit, have to be respectful of a damaged car on the side of the road. Skoda just threading its way through. So definitely broken radiators and things going on here, yep.
So you can see Marshall waving the yellow flag.
I was just going to say we reported earlier that Gary Kiernan, we got some notification that Gary stopped on the stage from a message on one of the channels.
Yeah.
But in the modified, Kevin Eves took 5 seconds off Mark Alcorn. So Kevin did a 7:58.3 and Mark did an 8:03.8. Now these guys are they're sort of moving the goalposts for everybody else. Jason Black did an 8:10.3. So Eves and Alcorn are really setting the benchmark, but Kevin's now on a total of 24:42.9 and Kevin Eves is on 25:007 and exactly 20 seconds behind is Alcorn. So apparently Brian Lavelle struggled in the stage. His windscreen wipers stopped working. Now that would be a bit of a pain in the not being able to see. And I mean, when spectators have umbrellas and things up, it's, as it was referred to earlier on, the mist has come down. So we're at the scene of Cahill's retirement here.
So the 0, 2 and 3 cars into stage 6. I believe this time we hadn't had it confirmed, but looking at the information I have here, it looks as though it's running its full entirety, which is good.
Good, yes. Well, we did get word from the organisers. That was the intention. Whatever the problem was earlier on, it's been resolved. And they are hopeful that stage 6 will run in its entirety, which I think the crews are really looking forward to.
Of course, for those of you, we just said there didn't run last time. So stage 6 for a lot of crews will be clean. In that there will be no cutting and pulling out of the muck as we've seen on stage 4 and 5. So could be interesting. And as Michael was saying, it's Sam Moffat and Keith Moriarty who now lead the event by 0.6 of a second from Cahan McCourt, Liam Moynihan in the Citroen C3 Rally 2, with Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the VW Polo R5 in third. Josh dropping down to fourth with Andy Hayes in the Hyundai, but he had a bit of an off on stage 5. So
Corey Eves just threw in his Corolla.
Co-driver ringing to ask
You
Come on,
may
boys,
send,
you may come and get us.
You may send the trailer out, boys. Sam Johnson due at the scene of the accident here. So we're getting ready to conclude here on stage 5. Our camera crew's getting ready on stage 6, and we'll be going there shortly.
And for those of you that know the Lochray area, the finish of this stage is just literally down the road from the Lochray Hotel and Spa, at the roundabout there.
Good spot.
Opposite the Harleveen Business Park. And then they make their way in, as we said, into Lochray and into the co-op there, the co-op march that we were in earlier with Tony Kelly. And Tony will be there again to catch up on the crews and what they have to report on the second set of 3 stages today.
Hello everybody, hope you're enjoying yourselves. So a couple of cars coming together here, possibly.
I think it won't be long now before we move across to stage 6. It was due to start at 12:38, so at the moment it's now running 4 minutes late. Now we did work out earlier, the rally was running 23 minutes late, but as Michael pointed out, the organisers may well try and push the crews on to just pull back a little bit of that time.
It's Tarmac Championship regular just through there, Ollie Benton in his Mark II. Not sure who Ollie has co-driving for him this weekend. Oh, Kyle Diffen's in with him, yes. Sometimes his dad co-drives for him, but Kyle co-drives for him as well, so Kyle in this weekend. Ollie's featured quite a few times on last year's rallies. Sometimes for the wrong reason, like forgetting to put enough fuel in the car.
I thought we weren't going to mention that.
So we have a
couple of people, sorry to butt in, Mike, a couple of people asking on Facebook here, Owen Downey and Declan Casey, is there any update on stage 6 and 9? Are they going to run? Yes, they are. Stage 6 is live. The leading crews are at the stage start. The 00 cars are in stage.
Apparently, Mark Alcorn in the battle for the modified lead. Mark Alcorn had a spin, dropped a few seconds, so that would explain. He was certainly going very well when he passed us. A few other comments. Irish Rally Podcast. How you guys? Good to see you watching. That's a pretty good observation. That's a pretty expensive garden ornament. Good to see that everybody's okay, and great reactions from the marshals. Anthony Nestor, same thing. Philip Finnegan's watching from Mallorca. I don't think
Philip's worried about the fine mist, is he?
We'll have a couple of people that have gone missing, and we haven't had them officially confirmed as retirements, but we haven't had Declan Boyle through here or any times, so I'm not quite sure about that. And another one that was brought to my attention that he seemed to disappear was Jeffrey Dolan and Conor Murphy in the Sunbeam. Jeffrey been around a long time, but
I don't think we saw him on stage 1.
I don't think we did, no. So I'm just...
Because I was looking for the Scaftex, because Jeffrey and his company, the Scaftex Scaffolding, sponsored the London Stages rally, or the London Irish Motor Club Scaftex Stages at Longcross, where they used Longcross in just outside London to film Star Wars and things like that there. But so we're back live.
Okay, well, we're getting ready to go to stage 6 anyway. So I'm just looking up on the results just to see the messages coming in and bits and pieces. So just to recap on that stage, the rains really had a bit of an effect on everybody, but it still remains so close at the front that a few seconds here and there, the leaderboard gets turned upside down. Happened here. Sam Moffat's back into the lead of the rally from Cahan McCourt. Only 0.6 of a second separating him. Sam fastest from Cahan on the stage. Josh had a bit of an off and lost a few seconds. Subsequently, the lead of the rally in the process. Marion Evans, very, very good time. He stays up one place into third. Robert Barrable, no change with Robert. Third or fourth fastest equal time with Patrick O'Brien. Keeps Robert in fifth. Callum Devine, he's not. It's not getting away from Callum, but he's just. It's just a 10th here and a 10th there. He's in sixth. Gary Jennings, I'm really having a lovely drive. Gary doing very well in seventh. Patrick O'Brien moved up into eighth, jumped ahead of Johnny Greer with that really, really good time, 7:47, as opposed to Johnny doing a 7:51. And Desi Henry, if he's resolved his gearbox issue, good on him. He had a competitive enough time. The modified battle at the front between Mark Alcorn and Kevin Eves. Alcorn was leading. Eves got back into the lead, extended a little bit in that stage when Mark Alcorn reportedly half spun. We hopefully are going to stage 6 very shortly. The first car is actually on the stage live in 6. I need to have a wee look at our paperwork to see just how far the cameraman is on stage 6.
He's at the jump.
He's at the jump, halfway through the
We've
stage.
kept him there.
So it'll be the first car's due there, probably I'd say in 3 to 4 minutes. So we can do a little bit more recap on the modifieds. Kevin Eves leading from Mark Alcorn. Then it's Jason Black. Jason, we know he's just keeping in there. Brian Lavelle, he had dropped a few seconds on that stage. We know that Brian had a half spin as well. So the Eden Hill stage, we didn't get to see it earlier on, 15.6 kilometres. I think actually it's just slightly shorter than that. It's been revised ever so slightly from then. We're sort of right in the middle. There we go. There's some pictures, and I think we can probably stick with that. I think I predicted earlier on, Zav, stage time in the mid 7 minutes roughly for this stage. And it certainly doesn't look as damp as the other
No,
stage.
it doesn't actually.
So we'll be we know there's a considerable jump here. This is a new bit of road that I've been around for long enough. I didn't have notes or anything for this, so I made all new for this section of the stage a couple of weeks ago. So Josh is, I'd say, about 1.5 minutes away. Whoever's running up the road needs to get a shifty on. We're just after location 7. So, yep, boys, you need to get off the road. That's
Good
it.
lads.
Good lads. So Josh still running first in the road, but dropped to 4th in that last stage where I'm being kept up to date. Andrew Bush is getting stories for us. Andrew's in the production suite this weekend, and he's feeding us stories into our earpieces here. So thanks for keeping us up to date, Andrew. Doing a great job. Josh should be with us imminently.
Well spotted.
Yep. So I was saying earlier on, the crest at the top of the hill is actually, when you're driving the road, that's what you're looking at. And it's very hard to see this jump.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you when we were here the last time round. I asked you, is it deceptive? Because we quickly zoomed back, and I understand fully what you mean, because when you come over the crest behind the trees in the picture here, you could miss it.
Yes, you're looking up the road.
And you get very light over that blast crest as well.
Yep.
Very light.
But the stage then, it's like this for a little bit, for another few hundred yards, and then it starts to crests and dips and rights and lefts, fast corners.
Yeah.
Plenty of room. You can take a line Now, obviously, we're halfway through potentially a 7.5 minute stage, so it will be 3 or 4 minutes yet before we get an indication of stage times.
So,
is that somebody with a speed gun?
could well be. There's Sam Moffat,
current rally leader. I don't think he lifted for that.
Landed differently to Josh, though.
It's definitely severe enough. So we should have Desi Henry next up. Now we know Desi's been struggling a wee bit with some sort of malign gearbox issue. Full beam.
Wasn't taking any chances.
Nope.
Desi with Paddy Robinson on board, a car that has previously been driven in the past by Cahan McCourt. Up next should be Johnny Greer. So as you say, cars making their way to the end of the stage on the outskirts of Loughrea, and will make their way into Loughrea Cooperative Mart. And of course Tony will be roving about with the camera and the microphone to catch up on how the crews have taken over the last three stages.
So here's Johnny and his new system. Johnny, fly off the back of the car there.
Look like it.
New car.
My Friday car.
It hasn't gone far enough for bits to fall off it yet. Yeah, the marshals ran out onto the road to get it. Wonder what it was. Davy Greer, if you're watching, you may go and see that, man. That could be a piece of carbon fibre worth about 500 quid. Gary Jennings getting a bit of air.
So some of the leading times now coming through. We have Marion Evans setting a time of 6 minutes 33 seconds dead on stage 6. Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan setting a time of 6:33 dead as well.
My question has to be, why is there no time for Josh? Josh was first in the road. We should have a time for Josh.
Brian Murphy.
I think Andrew Bush called one there. I think I suspect Andrew's right, and I suspect he's right, is that this shouldn't be on the results. Josh hasn't finished the stage yet. This is a timing error. Somebody's hit a key. Nothing wrong with that. So I think we'll get times probably shortly.
Next up should be David Kelly.
Vincent Lynch sent a message to say Declan Boyle is still in the service area, so that explains that. We were talking earlier on about Declan not having a lot of luck. Somebody pretty cautious there.
Yeah, you're right about the time. So was Andrew Bush. Josh Moffat, Andy Hayes are shown as the only time now through on 7:26.2.
Yeah, 7.5 minutes. That's what we predicted, roughly.
Patrick O'Brien. Not either.
No. Well, Patrick's well into the top 10. Equal fourth fastest in the last stage.
I think after 6 stages, he probably would have to be the most satisfied going into service.
Yeah,
sitting there.
you could say that, yes. I think Robert Barrable will be quite happy too. Robert's not done a lot in the last few years. I think Gary Jennings will be pretty satisfied as well.
Yeah. Marion Evans' time through is 7:25 dead, as opposed to the 6:33 we had earlier. So Marion 1.8 seconds quicker than Josh. Whiskey comes through.
And of course on stage 5, Marion slipped ahead of Josh. Josh had a small off, dropped a few seconds. So Marion 1.2 seconds faster to be 1.8 seconds ahead.
Callum Devine 7:44.6, almost 18 seconds slower than.
Oh, that's not so good.
Wow.
Well, hopefully Andrew will maybe be able to keep us up to date with what Callum's problem has been. That's a very significant time loss, Sav, with it being so close and so tight, to lose basically the best part of 20 seconds to the leaders. Very hard to get 20 seconds back at this level of competitiveness.
He's 31.2 seconds behind Marion Evans. Marion is shown in the lead. Now Cathal McCord has still to come through in terms of times and that, but
well, apparently Marion has said that he was cautious, but he's certainly so far fastest time so far. I know there's quite a few people yet to come in, but that's a significant so we believe that it's a technical problem for Callum, that the cars, there's a miss or a misfire with the car. He didn't have anything else. That's, well, on the one hand, it's the last stage of the loop, so at least he gets to go to service now, Zav, and they can have a look at the car with a 30-minute service in at Loughrea Mart.
Well, I think it's pretty good, because at the moment 3.7 seconds cover the top 4.
So very interesting. Sam Moffat had no major problems. I was saying, you know, I've said that this is this new bit of stage, and it's very tricky. It's a lovely bit of road, but Sam just apparently struggled. So Sam did a 7:33.4. This is starting to spread the field now. Marion's leading the rally from Josh, 1.8. Desi Henry's been off the road, shiny tar, through a gate, into a field, back out onto the road, 7:52.1, he's dropped 30 seconds, could have been worse. There's Kevin Eves, pilot's licence on stage 6. So a few big changes on this one. Cathal McCourt, a 7:32.1, he dropped 6 seconds to Josh and 7 seconds to Marion. He's still third. Sam goes from the lead of the rally to fourth. Sam just saying he's not happy. So Cathal McCourt has reportedly overshot. That would speak volumes about dropping 6 seconds on the stage for sure. You know,
would explain that.
Yep.
And I can see our cameraman wiping the lens now on a regular basis, so it must be getting ever so slightly heavier.
That was Jason Black through. Conor Murphy should be next. And then it'll be interesting to see this man from Donegal, Alcorn, over this jump. Mark II singing. They're not really lifting off very much, are they?
They're not at all. So we have the leading crews now making their way just into Loughrea and just outside service. We will go to Tony in a few minutes or at the right time. Catch a bit more action here.
Mark Alcorn fighting for the lead of the modifieds with Kevin Eves. James Ford should be up next with Neil Shanks co-driving in their R5 Citroen. Remember many years ago, Neil Shanks being Colin McRae selecting Neil Shanks as a promising young co-driver. How time moves on. Liberties Mark II, doing well. Just waiting for a few more times to come in at the end of the stage. We'll have a report from the stage that Kevin Eves has stopped about a mile and a half from the finish on a junction towards the end of the stage. We'll see if we can get any more info on that. Okay, so we know that Kevin is potentially stopped. We believe that it's an engine problem for Kevin Eves, and we also Barrable overshot a junction, so we haven't any times in yet. The times seem to have come to a bit of a halt. So is that the modified battle taking the wind out of the sails of that? Barrable overshot, he had a fantastic time, a 7:28.9, which in my book is third fastest on the stage. Who else is going nicely? Gareth McHale, a 7:38.1. Puts him, jumps up 2 places on the leaderboard. Patrick O'Brien lost time, unfortunately, in that stage. Maybe we'll find out that. Patrick. Okay, so this shiny tar apparently is causing all sorts of problem in the same field that Eddie Henry went in, Patrick O'Brien was in. David Kelly, good time, 7:43.2. David Guest, again, I suspect David's had a problem at 15.5. Search through in their Evo. Johnny Greer, 7:32.0. Gary Jennings, 7:30.5. So the leaderboard changes once again on this stage 6 before second service. Marion Evans, fastest on the stage, slips into the lead by 1.8 seconds from Josh Moffat. Catherine McCourt dropped a bit of time with a spin overshoot, still in third. Sam Moffat, not happy with the handling or this middle section of the stage. Sam reckoned that he just couldn't get the grips with the car, so he dropped a bit of time. Barrable, we know at an overshoot, but still a very good time, 7:28.9, keeps him in fifth. And David Guest, as we suspected, was another one into this same field that has claimed Desi Henry and Patrick O'Brien.
Right. So Henry's field is accounted for 2 or 3 people?
Henry's field, yeah.
Our cameraman working really hard to keep the lens clean, so the wind obviously blowing the rain in. It's falling heavier now. So these 3 stages, Michael, have run really well.
Yep.
We've moved seamlessly from one stage to another. Mitsubishi takes the jump, and it's sort of how it should have been this morning, but really good. Coverage has moved seamlessly as we will be making our way to service, where Tony Kelly will be catching up on the latest.
Brendan Comiskey's cleared the stage, 8:07.1. Brendan picked too hard a tyre. Well, he was going to be, that was that then for the whole loop. He will be rueing that decision. He's dropped
a lot of time.
Oh, he's dropped 2 minutes over the loop.
Yeah, a lot of time. He'll
Bit of a disaster. So Simon Reed's due next, I think. In their R5 Fiesta. Nope. Poor old cameraman struggling there. Colin O'Rourke through in
A little bit.
Class 24 Fabia. He's obviously made some of these approved modifications, but it drops the car out of the legitimate homologated class. David Quigley should be up next. His Honda Civic front-wheel drive car. Very nicely taken. Not too hard in the car. Really getting okay. Brogan really getting the back end up on the escort over the jump.
I'm going to try the outer bit. Yeah, that's what Roy said. I want to try the out bit. Just the lens.
Des Lyons should be next in his Honda.
Yeah. Do you want me to just?
Ashley McCardle co-driving.
Okay. How's that?
We should be starting to get times in from the modified, but we've had a report, so as we know, is stopped with engine problems. But Mark Alcorn, by all accounts, had a spin in there. But interesting, fastest modified, as far as I can see, was Jason Black, 0.2 seconds of a second faster than Alcorn. That would, Alcorn obviously having a half spin, probably dropped 6 or 7 seconds with that, but Mark leading. So Mark Alcorn on 33.05.1 and Jason Black on 33.34.0, so just under 30 seconds lead. What part of the car is that?
Of course, 3 stages left today and the full complement of 6 tomorrow.
Let me stand further up. Further upwind.
So not even halfway yet, so still loads to fight for and settle.
So Gareth Black and the other Bash Shack backed started. By my reckoning off the results here, Connor Murphy was actually the fastest modified, 801.9.
Good time.
Yep. James Ford had an 806.5. Keith Lyons an 805.4. Ollie Benton stretching the legs of his Mark II there. Nice to see Ollie out in the stages again. Definitely some people running well out of order at the moment. Yeah. Gareth Irwin's up next with Justin McCauley in their Mark II. Oh, this quick shift. Nice suspension.
Nicely done.
They're really just not lifting. Austin Snow, John Henderson co-driving. in their Class 15 Evo 9. Pat and Jonathan Kelly just through in their Fiesta. And then we should have Kevin and Connor Wilson in their Hyundai R5.
Sorry.
Simon Chapman Dew in the his little Proton.
He's certainly still letting it sing, isn't he?
Brian Lavelle's through the stage, 821.4. You'd be a bit disappointed with that. Martin McGee, 807.6. And that's the first of the RC4 cars through there. Casey J. Coleman leading the R4 class, RC4 class, or used to be known as the R2s.
Keep that up. Keep that up.
Sam Johnson due up. Well, it really is raining properly now. There's spray coming off the back of the cars. The conditions are definitely getting. This is probably. I would say once you're getting spray, you need to have a wet tyre to displace the water.
But it's going to make, Michael, it's going to make it interesting heading out to stage, 7, 8, and 9. If this continues for a little bit, do you go for full wet or do you?
Yeah, I'd say if it's going to continue, and the forecast had it all afternoon. It actually came later. I thought it was going to start raining earlier than this, but.
So tyre choice definitely going to be interesting. The cars leaving service now. I'm not sure what time they went in. I think they weren't far away off. Being on time because the leading cars are in service.
Mickey Conlon in the spray.
Yeah.
Now there's there's no standing water, but it's the shiny tar, and somebody like Ayers, they would say to you, look, there's not a lot of standing water, but the rains keep falling, and you're probably the driver's call between an intermediate or a wet. They do say you really want standing water for the wet to work, but who's to say there won't be standing water in 30 minutes' time?
So our cameraman did a great job getting absolutely soaking wet, but covering the lanes between cars to make sure that we don't lose out on any of the transmission in our live pictures. Tony and the camera crew are in service almost, so we will be going to them shortly, and it'll be interesting to see when she catches up with the leading crews, what they make of the middle loop of 3 stages, with 3 stages still to run again this afternoon. Repeat of the 3 we've just seen, which will bring day 1 to a close with 6 stages remaining tomorrow.
So it was Joseph Kelly through in the Peugeot, but we have also been told that I thought it was Casey J. Coleman through earlier on. I believe they're stopped in the stage. We don't know, changing a puncture or something apparently.
So, by all accounts, we've lost a few cars in the course of stage 4, 5 and 6. What we're trying to do in the counties in service is get a handle on who we've lost or who's broken down. As Michael mentioned there, we think Kevin Eves has an engine issue, and we have people working on that. So
somebody asking on social media, where is the stage? And I've been updated. Eden Hill there, Lochray, just to the west of Lochray, about 5 or 6 kilometres. Okay.
So okay.
Okay. See Opal Adam over the jump. And we're going to, we're starting to get pictures in from the service area, and we believe Tony is with Marion Evans.
Next year you keep that. Oh, it's worth it, isn't it? He was going to charge me £1 there a minute ago.
That was a better.
I'll bring. I'm tracking. Spin you around, Marion. I'll sort you out in the car in the background. And you're down. All right. Sorry. What did you ask?
The usual question. You'd be glad. Well, statement. You'd be glad to get back after that one, but also.
Okay. The first one is tricky. It wasn't as wet as what it is now then, you know, and the grip was just really inconsistent and strange, and we thought we had a punch early on, and I just didn't drive that well, you know, and we had a few pop-offs through the first and the second one. We seemed to be okay in the third one. I managed to kind of adapt and drive around it, so yeah, it's a close race though.
Very close race. Are you happy enough with your times?
Yeah, on the whole, yeah. And we lost a bit in the second one, but I think it's understandable in the conditions. I think there's a lot of fast sections with big braking into chicanes, and maybe we're just not taking the same amount of risk maybe with that. But no, you know, the last one was good. There was a nice sort of section over a few jumps, and you could really sort of get your teeth into. And yeah.
Well, we were actually on the second stage there, and we were just remarking on that at the very end that it was absolutely insane how wet it got within a few minutes.
Yeah, I know. It was quite dry like in the first one, but the grip was so changeable. I think that was maybe a good thing that it sort of put manners on us for when it got properly wet. So yeah, the rain seems to have come in properly, so it'll make the last one interesting.
So that's it. Yeah, I mean there'll be big changes now for this next loop.
Maybe, I don't know yet. I haven't done a call of anyone out in the stages yet, because I think the rain was coming over, so the stages are back out that way a bit, so I'll have to make a phone call in the next few minutes, I think.
Good man, Marion. Thanks very much, and well done for the drive so far, and fingers crossed the race stays as tough as it is already. So we're just going to make our way around. We haven't been on this side of the service area yet, so we're going to make our way through this part of the park and hopefully get a word with the likes of Gareth McHale and Robert Barrable. We think are over this side, so we'll get a quick word with these guys if we can. There they all are. You're hiding in under the awning. How are you, Brian?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm great, I have to say. I'm enjoying this sunshine.
Are you enjoying the rain?
Are you enjoying your run out this morning?
Yeah. Look, it's just when you don't have a lot of seat time, you just need a bit of time to get back up to speed. But it's good. It's coming.
You've had a great run here, obviously in the summer.
Yeah. Look, it's a different scenario. It's a national rally, but at the same time, there's competition, and it was definitely a lot drier than in August than today.
And I mean, obviously the seat time, as you mentioned, like it's
it's
next
so
step.
important. It's absolutely so important in this. You know what I mean? Because these cars, they're so there's nothing in it between them. You know what I mean? It's just down to the man with the you know what.
I know it's about the bravery.
Yeah.
We'll let you go, Brian. Thanks for talking to us. And we're going to get Austin. We're going to torture you, Austin. You're back in the limelight. Are you missing being in behind the wheel? Are you?
Yeah. Sorry, second time. Yeah, it's a good enough day today so far. It's all going fairly well, and all the top 10 is still running, which is good for the rally. And conditions have changed the last 3 stages. A lot of people got caught on slicks and that. You know, that's typical of Galway weather as such, so.
I mean, as a previous winner, you would know what this rally is like.
Yeah, like Galway's never over till it's over, because conditions change and they're so liable to change. Like you see, there was flashing rain now at the moment, and the last time we were here, the sun was shining nearly in a way, so yeah, it's surprising, yeah.
And I mean, obviously, do you think there's something to do with the mentality at the beginning of the year, as well as the weather conditions and all the rest of it? But I mean, it's such a long year that it's very hard to get your head in the game.
I think the way the championship finished up early last year, Tony, that it was a long time to the start to Galway this year, and the fact it's back this year with a full 2-day event is good, and good at stage mileage, and that is very good. So it's a good entry, and it's a good start for the Tarmac Championship, and it's good to see the Tarmac Championship back and being so competitive, and a good number of entries.
Exactly, it's great to see names like your own back on the cars. Thanks for talking to us, Austin. We'll see if we can find Gareth's up here actually. Gareth, can we get a quick word?
Yep.
You'll be glad to have your dad on hand this weekend for a wee bit of advice and feedback on the old stages.
Yeah, definitely. You can't beat experience, and Dad has plenty of it there with Galway. Yeah, it's been very, very tricky, Tony. Obviously, we're all caught out in slick tyres there in the last loop. It was wet for everybody, so it was a new dimension really for me there to be on that sort of thing. But I'm happy enough, that we're close. We're getting close enough to the lads there. Like, we're down, I think, about a half a second a K, so we'll keep on plugging away.
We were chatting to Brian there earlier, and that's what he was saying. It's all about seat time when it comes, especially these cars, like so different to what you're used to driving from a few years ago.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, as you know, we did a couple of rallies last year, and we'll do the full championship this year. And I think we'll hopefully now we'll get close enough to them anyway.
Are you glad to be back?
Definitely.
I'd say you missed it.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, rallying. You can't go without rallying.
Once it's there, it never goes, does it?
That's for sure.
What's the plan for the next loop? Obviously, the weather's changing a lot.
Yeah, well, obviously we'll be out in wets now, so I think it'll be a bit more consistent. And with that heavy rain that's coming, it'll probably wash away some of the mud and stuff that's on the stage. So I actually think the stages will be more cleaner. It won't be as greasy. So we'll go for a push.
And that's the thing. Like whenever it's very wet, at least you know that it's very wet, and you can trust the tyres and you can trust the setup.
Yeah, exactly. You can sort of drive to the condition, but if it's that in between where it's half wet, half dry, or very greasy, it's very hard to trust what the tyres or where the grip will be. It's going to come down to obviously the experience in the cars and all. But sure, listen, we've plenty of experience in the rallies, so we keep going.
No better man, Gareth.
Cheers.
Thanks a million. We let him head off now and finish his cup of tea and get ready for the next loop of stages. We're going to try and with Brendan Comiskey here beside him, but I don't see Brendan at the moment. Again, guys, you'll have to bear with us. This service area is huge, and it's quite spread out. We can see a couple of the other guys here, and again, seeing plenty of cars and people, but sort of no rally suits as such. Although the rain now could be kind of blocking my view, and I might be seeing a whole lot. But bear with us here, and we'll see if we can get another couple of guys. Very, very wet now at the minute. Like, this is going to be a tricky afternoon in terms of tyres. So we'll just see if we can get a quick word. How are you going today? Are you enjoying the run so far?
Brilliant, yeah. Having a great day. Well, up until the second last stage, the wipers failed.
Yeah.
So
not ideal today.
Not ideal in Galway.
I mean, it was grand this morning.
Yeah, we had a great start. The first three was great. We were leading the class, and stage 4 went well, and then stage 5 wipers went, and stage 6 were in the field.
Did you get them fixed for this run?
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed. The lads are working away there, so hopefully.
I'm looking for rally suits. How's your morning going?
Oh, sure, not great now. At stage 2 there, we sit on the 5 right and bent axle, so we get
not
going
ideal
in the morning now, hopefully.
So you're heading out for the Super Rally tomorrow?
Heading out in the morning, yeah. See what happens.
Was it simple Galway mistakes kind of thing?
It
or
was, yeah, we just came into we're kind of in a slow enough section. It was a kind of a 3 right and 4 left, and then into a 5 right. It was just hip and muck, and we came in and understeered and just thought we were out, but just caught the walls.
And it's in Galway, it is the walls, really, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yeah. No, the fucking big stones done the harm, so. But anyway.
I mean, if the walls aren't there, you can kind of almost get the car back out again, but it's the walls in Galway that are just...
Yeah, they're very unforgiving now. Like, if it had to be even a bank, we would have got away with the quarter mile, like, it was just when the stones went in under. But look, we'll be alright. Could be worse.
Well, it's all about seat time, so you're getting back out tomorrow. How did everything feel before the wee mishap?
It was perfect. I thought we were going well now. We had a good enough time, and we were second in class 13 in the first stage, and second stage we were going well, I thought. It was just beside the end room went off, so I don't know how well we were going the second one, but anyway, be alright.
these things happen.
Get ready for Midland.
That's it. It's all about the mileage. Thanks a million. So there you have it. So disappointing. Like, you can see the wee bit of damage on the side of the car and stuff. And it's just one of those things. It's rallying, but it's also very much Galway. What we're going to do now, guys, is go for a quick break, and we're going to get to the other side of the service park and come back to you with a few more drivers, hopefully.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up. Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Josh, you're being a very good sport standing out in the rain for us.
Yeah, well, sure, it has to be done, I guess. But
Has to be done. How are you feeling now after those? Are you feeling comfortable, or are you just there or thereabouts?
yeah, comfortable enough. Like, I guess the conditions are rather tricky, so they are. And we had a bit of an overshoot on stage 5, dropped a bit of time with that, and a reasonable time there in the last stage. So happy enough in general.
I mean, we were talking there before we came on air just how tricky it can be whenever you're swapping seconds. It's great for us on the outside looking in, but how testing that can be inside the car.
Yeah, well, I think in general, like, the times are so close anyway. We've been from like 5th to 1st to 4th and 1st, and I've up and down several times. So it's so close at the minute. The position, will only be important at the end of the rally, I guess.
Do you look at that at all? If you go from leading down to 5th, does that scare you at any point, or are you just like, no, I just go out and do my best and that's it?
Well, in general, you sort of have a reason for being back there if you had an overshoot or whatever, but no, well, it's not even that. Like, everybody's going very fast, so it's obviously you maybe know you have to push a wee bit harder in the next one,
And I mean, the weather changed everything here. Tyre choices all different now.
Yeah, like, it was very dry this morning, and then the rain's come on, I suppose, a lot heavier than anybody expected it to. So yeah, we're going on a different tyre, so I suppose the grip levels are certainly going to change out there, but hopefully it'll be okay.
We were chatting to Gareth McHale a while ago though, and we were talking about how at least when it's raining heavy, you know that it's raining heavy and you can trust everything after that.
Yeah, I suppose there is an element of that, but the shiny tarmac in Galway isn't everywhere and in places, and it's hard to know where it always is, so it's just trying to manage that and trying to keep on the safe side of that.
That's it, exactly. Well, fingers crossed we see you back here for the next loop. Thank you very much for standing out in the rain and talking to us, Josh. We'll let you go now. I'm going to go back to Sam in a wee second, but I think he was actually eating there when I saw him last, so I'm going to go across the way and we're going to speak to Johnny Greer because we missed him earlier. So we'll get a quick word now with Johnny and see how he's faring out today. Johnny, can we get a quick word?
Yeah.
We missed you earlier on today. How's your day
going?
Not a bad thing. You were delighted with the wee break.
Yeah, this morning was tough with the car a bit stiff for our liking, just with trying a couple of new development parts in the car, and we sort of misread the conditions a wee bit, but we've been trying all morning to get the car into a working window that we'll work the tyres better. So which we think if it didn't rain the last loop, it would have been spot on because we softened the car in service, and then obviously the rain came halfway out into the loop, which meant we're on the wrong tyres as well. So had to soften the car some more to get the tyres to work. So, but the last stage in that loop, we got the car somewhere near where we wanted. So, but tyre choice is fairly simple now. It's wet, so hopefully the thing will come alive a bit. But no, we're getting there. Slow progress, but we dropped a lot of time this morning. But at least we're getting back into sort of where we want to be now. So
it takes a minute to bed into everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's just first rally of the season, but then at the same time it's everybody else's first rally of the season, so it's a bit of an empty excuse. But I'll try it.
Well, no, these things happen. Like, this is all part of it. Like, the break actually can sometimes be the worst thing that happens because you're just not in the rhythm of it anymore.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's just that sometimes it takes you a wee bit to get into the stages. So I know this morning didn't feel great in the car. Whether I think it's kind of the cars coming together, and I'm getting more used to the car as well as helping matters. But this morning it was just all arms and elbows. It wasn't really that impressive. So, but no, we've got through and we're making progress. So we're happy enough. Just hopefully this rain doesn't get too heavy now for this last loop.
You were saying you adapted the car or adjusted things in the car in the last stage. So does that leave you now set up really well for this next loop?
Well, we'll hope so. Obviously, we're changing the tyres again in this loop onto the wet, so the car will behave differently anyway, which is going to be a new thing to learn. But hopefully we've gone in the right direction, so we'll have our tools in the car. We can adjust things out there during the loop as well. So if everything goes to plan, it should be okay. But we're just gonna go out and see how the car feels and go from there.
Excellent. Well, come here. Thanks for talking to us.
No problem.
Hopefully we'll see you back here at the end of the next loop. I just saw another, as people say, rally suit out of the corner of my eye, and it's Joe Kelly. Joe, how's your event going so far?
It's probably the worst loop I've ever done.
Toughest conditions.
Very bad, and we were out in slicks, and we have a misfire. And there was on the second stage, the misfire was really bad. Maybe 3/4 of the way through the stage, I could see me mirrors. The boy behind me was catching me, pulled in at the square corner, and he locked up. And this would done that. He hit me.
Right.
So it's just been eventful, but we're still here, which is the main one.
And I mean, there's really and truly nothing worse than when that happens to you on a stage, somebody coming up in the rear view mirror.
No, exactly, and we let him, it was kind of neither of us our faults,
No, because it's not what you're expecting, like.
Exactly, no, we thought we expected him just to go on, but he just locked up and hit us, so that's the joys of Galway, I suppose, in a way.
It's the wet roads, like.
Yeah, exactly, and everybody's out in the wrong tyres, and hopefully now it'll be better this loop.
Does that give you more confidence heading out in the next loop now, though, considering that you have a chance to change the tyres and be ready?
Yeah, it does, definitely. Now hopefully we get the misfire sorted here, but just as we were leaving service coming out of here, the rain started, and I was like, oh no. So hopefully it'll give us more confidence now. The car this morning was very, very good for the first stage, and felt it had a lot of confidence in it. So
brilliant. Well, fingers crossed for the next loop.
Thanks.
And hopefully we'll see you back. But you see, that's what it is, guys. Like, it's a misfire, tiniest little thing. Is Callum in the car or no? Callum could be in the car. Callum, you come to me, surely. I was going to get you inside there, but sure, we'll get you out in the rain for the crack. Come here, there are tricky stages there, that middle loop.
Aye, tricky stages, hey. We're probably made the car a wee bit more racier there for the middle loop, and then the rain came then, just knocked the window out of our seals a bit of the comps as well. So look, it was what it was. But then we started bad misfire in the car then for the last stage, so we lost a right bit of time to the guys. But hopefully now the guys are, they're doing something now.
And at that point, like, do you drop the head now, or do you just like chomping at the bit and know I have to get the time back and that's it?
Look, I think we're well out of contention now, I would say, at this point now. So we are lacking confidence too. I do feel that in my own driving, and we just now, obviously, with wet tyres on now, we can try and get the confidence back up and try and gain as much as we can, that sort of way, But the guys, as I say, they're in a battle now out front. So yeah, look, weather's changing all the time, so we'll see what happens.
And it's never over till it's over. It's always going.
No, I know. So that's what I say. We're changing stuff and trying to be positive, productive, and get stuff done, and try and move forward, hopefully.
Callum, thank you very much for talking to us and for coming out in the rain. We're going to head across and see if we can get another couple of guys here. I actually want to see if I can go down and I missed Cahan McCourt in the last run, so I want to see if I can catch him on this run. And obviously, this is actually a great service this time because there's a wee bit more time for us. So we'll get a quick word here now as well with Desi Henry, hopefully, and see if he got his issues sorted out. Desi, any better this time?
No, we ended up in the field there.
Not ideal.
No, not ideal. No, we're certainly struggling, to be honest. We just can't really get a good feeling in the car at all. But no, look, we're trying new things here again. So we'll see now. We go out in a full wet tyre again where we're at. But no, we're certainly struggling.
Do you think is that just part and parcel of the beginning of the year, where everybody has their wee things, but like yours is that you just can't get the feeling in the car?
I wish it was. No, I think there's maybe a bit of work to be done to the car, I would say. But it just seems to maybe drop behind the other manufacturers at the minute, so we'll see where it's at.
Well, we let you go. Thanks for talking to us, Desi. Very difficult to get your head around issues with the car and not feeling it. Cahan, I'm going to try and torture you now for a quick minute because I missed you the last time. How's everything going for you?
Aye, no, look here, it's going well. We bit of a spin there in 6 and lost a wee bit of time, but apart from that, no, we're reasonably happy with the car now.
I mean, it's got to be new car, brand new event, or brand new season, and the first event of the year. It's a lot.
Oh, it's a big ask, but I suppose we've been around this paddock a few times now, so we kind of know where we're going. But no, look here, the stages are good, and I think everybody in Ireland's here to race. So no, look, I suppose there's nobody other than Alistair Fisher. There's nobody else that you would probably say that it would come here. So it's good to see where if you're fit to keep up with these boys, it'll be good for the rest of the year.
Brilliant, Cahan. Thanks for talking to us. We'll let you go. Everybody's moving and trying to get out of service here, so we'll let them head on. That's Desi Henry. We'll see if we can get a couple of the guys here. Bear with me. All I'm seeing is coats now, guys. The heavy rain's on, so we'll go back this way a wee bit and see if I can get go back down here. And we have the Mustard Brothers and we have David Kelly down here as well, so we might try and get a couple of the Donegal contingent. The Mustard Brothers.
Funny, we're at it anyway.
You're back at it. Are you enjoying it?
I get it. Really enjoying it. Oh, it's fantastic. Just brilliant. Brilliant to be out. Our plan was get to Galway and come home out of Galway with some kind of result, get it through it, and it's tricky conditions. We went from the dry to the wet there, and we're out in slicks there. So the last stage there was very, very slippy. It was very slippy, but we're here, so we've full wets on now. So hopefully get through the next 3.
That's it, isn't it? I mean, honestly, driver like Galway and the tricky conditions are always the fact that it's just shiny tar, narrow roads, big walls, and weather like this.
Well, exactly right. We've been doing Galway for years, mainly Galway Summer, but even Galway International too for years, and it's not forgiven. Like, there's stone walls everywhere, and there's stones pulled out. You don't know what's right in any corner, but you got to try and keep her at it at the same time.
And that's what it's all about. Like, at the end of the day, it's you have to keep your nerve, don't you?
You have to keep your nerve, and you have to keep going. Like, because if you don't keep pushing, you're going to get blown away. So that's what we're trying to do, and hang in there and see where we are this evening. That's the plan.
And you mentioned you wanted to get to Galway and you wanted to get a few good times. Are you happy enough with the time so far?
We're not so bad. They're coming there. I think we'd probably go better in the wet. Yes. In the morning, I'd say we're very cautious in the first and second stage. In the first loop, but there stage 4 and 5 going a lot better. And that last stage there, we found in the slicks we had a half spin. We probably dropped a bit of time. So, but we're hanging on there. We're happy enough.
Will you be very happy now then if it's wet? Because it's one of those things where you know exactly what you're kind of heading into now, and it might even clean up the road a wee bit.
Yeah, 100% might sort of wash the road, because with farmers out and on tractors and that, and there's a lot of mud baked in. If there's a lot of rain, it'll sort of wash the road maybe. I think it'll be good, and we're in the full wets now, so the only thing I wouldn't need to get carried away and try and keep it on the black stuff.
Isn't that always the way? How do we get faster, but how do we make sure we stay there?
Well, that's the name of the game, isn't it? You want to get faster, but you want to be faster, but it's it needs to sort of come second nature to you, because you want to be happy that going faster, because you need to stay on the road.
Like, there's no point in being fast but being in the ditch.
No, 100%. You need to be on the road, or you're making no time when you're in the ditch, or when you're spinning around.
Good man, thank you very much, Trevor. We're going to see if we can get a quick word now with Kenny. You're behaving anyway. No brothers fighting in the car.
No fighting. We done a bit of fighting last year when we were in the field. But no, so far so good, Dick. We're just behaving ourselves, having manners. We're just feeling our way, out there. We're just feeling our way back into the game, because after the pain last year, over and into the field and that there, it's just been a long time sort of building back. So the more mileage, more confidence, Tony. So the more mileage we get, it's more a learning, get back and get a feel again, get a bit of confidence built up,
And getting the rhythm going again.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Thank you for talking to us, Trevor.
Thanks a lot, hey.
We will cut across and we'll get I think seeing a few of the modifieds here, so if we can get a quick word with Jason Black. I don't see him. See the car. See the navigator. You can.
You're not in the game, are you?
I always catch people at the worst time. I'm a torture. You'll be glad to get back after that wee loop.
Oh, definitely. The wrong tyres, like that last stage was horrendous, so it was just a shiny tyre and all. I suppose you're not going to do anything with shiny tyre, but just wasn't good enough.
And genuinely, like, it can feel very, very scary when you have the wrong tyres on shiny tyre.
Yeah, for sure. I know a couple of the junctions there now, you're just actively in the 6th gear, like, and just hoping she's going to catch grip somewhere, like, so. No, glad to get here in one piece. We've hopefully the right tyres on now, and we'll give it an hour go.
Brilliant. And so, obviously, very heavy rain. It's easier to pick the tyres this time. So, what's the plan of attack?
We'll put full wets on here, and hopefully it doesn't dry up. So.
Like, I literally cannot imagine that drying up too much.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's looking bad there at the moment, so just take it as it comes and hopefully get the day through and hopefully be a bit drier tomorrow and take a go at it tomorrow.
Are there any stages in particular that you have been enjoying today that you're dying to get out at now with the right tyres on?
That last stage is very good, only for the shiny tyre, like, so it is. So it suits me best out of the three. But
and do you feel that there's a lot of shiny tyre and you've kind of got bits and pieces here and there, and then there's plenty of space then to kind of enjoy the rest of the stage, or it's just everywhere?
No, it's just most of the braking points now is all just shiny tyre. You're just hoping you've got to catch grip. So.
And there's just nothing but fear there at that point.
For sure.
Good man, we let you go and get ready.
Do well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Best of luck for the next loop round. And again, guys, we're losing our way a wee bit here. We're trying to find a few more drivers here, guys, but we've actually what we're going to do is just sign off, find a few more if we can, and if not, we'll get you back on the stages.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
So you're back with us for the final loop of 3 stages on the Corrib International Galway Rally. After 6 stages, we have Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the lead. 1.8 seconds ahead of Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in the car they used last year, the Hyundai i20 R5, with Cahan McCord in third in the Citroen C3 Rally 2. Now, Tony caught up with quite a lot of them in services you've seen, spoke to the leading crews, and all had issues on that loop. Tyres, spins into fields, and I believe, Michael, looking at what's going on, the rain's now on, like you said, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, people there like Josh are just saying, well, it's made the decision for us, it's a wet tyre. There is standing water out in the stages. The shiny tyre, I think, I've seen a few clips on social media where they were all, we reported, was it, you called it Henry's Field earlier on.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Well, I've seen some stuff on social media, and it was like sheet ice.
Yeah.
And the field must be a couple of 100 yards across the field, and they were all going the whole distance of the field before they could get their cars stopped. That's also where Josh had his what he called an overshoot, and what actually happened was the car just got away from him under braking into a turn square right, and it got away from him going left, so he ended up taking the junction in the wrong direction, which reminds us, you know, even though you're on a square right junction, he ended up going up to the left where the marshal's cars were parked.
Yeah.
Because it was the only way to recover, and yeah, pretty treacherous. In places, I think it's just been a skating rink. The drivers right across the board just saying it was one of the most difficult loops of 3 stages that they've ever done. And I think it's reflected in the times. It might be slightly, some people were out on completely the wrong tyre, some people were out on a slick tyre.
Yeah, I mean,
because they just weren't expecting it to rain so heavy. Well, now they know, I think there's only one tyre to go on, and that's a wet tyre rather than an intermediate. But somebody will think, oh, if I put an inter on, I could get an advantage here. And you can end up going backwards rather than forwards, you know.
Well, we saw that with some of the people that lost time over the last loop of 3 stages.
Well,
but
Brendan Comiskey in particular, that was a disaster for him, wasn't it?
And was it young Kelly said he went out in slicks?
Yeah.
Now, like you, I was trawling through social media, and people have sent me stuff, and we saw the two cars coming together where it taps the back of Kelly's car, but
pure accident. I mean,
yeah.
Neither of them could get stopped on the shiny tyre, and Kelly was just losing so much time on the slick tyre. The car behind was catching him, but still he had no grip.
Some of the ones I saw, you know, as you say, the shiny tyre, but I think the biggest shiny tyre one I ever saw was in the Jim Clark, probably now 10 years ago, with Yari Matty Ladfella when he was in the battery-sponsored Focus.
20 years ago.
Was it 20 years ago?
20 years ago.
And
2004, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the way I was standing, they were coming down towards me to a square right, and it was like the entrance to an old stately home with the castle wall. And I could see from 250 metres out, he wasn't getting stopped.
No, I think...
And then he got it sideways and bang against the castle wall. So, I mean, when we as commentators talk about shiny tyre, it echoes, you know, the famous people like Peter Solberg hating shiny tyre, you know, Mads Osberg hating shiny tyre. But it's that smooth asphalt, and it works in one of 2 ways. It's either where it's asphalt that has been smoothed, or when you get...
As in worn away.
Yes. Or where you get, especially in Ireland, is where they've tarred the road with chippings, but then in warmer weather, the tar starts to come up through and forms, if you like, another surface. Then you get the shiny tar.
Yeah.
And it is like, you know, it is like sheet ice, and that's why
when it gets wet, it's lethal. So.
Yeah, you just won't get stopped.
But the roads around Galway, I mean, Galway's always been synonymous with this term, shiny tar, and it's subjective, but it's as good a description as you're going to get. In the wet, you can see it's where it is shiny when it gets wet, and you know, as you're coming up to it, on the brakes, you'll probably come off the brakes rather than risk locking the car up.
Yeah.
That one in the Jim Clark, it was
2001 or 2002.
2004, I think.
Was it?
Yeah. 2003, apparently. I wasn't far out when I said 04. My producer said 2003, and Carl Williamson was co-driving, and
that's right. Carl was, yeah.
They both got hurt, and
it was amazing. I knew it was coming. You could just see it, just from 250, 300 meters out. He braked. That was it. He was gone.
Yeah.
And then once they got him stopped and got him out, and that there was a few other people had near misses and that. So, you know, it always taught me.
My brother had a bit of he was with Gwyndaf, and I think they were that close.
Yeah, it does. So, leading crews have now left service. Thank you very much, Tony, for all you did there. We will be back in service. Officially, we're due back on the official time and somewhere around 2 minutes to 4. But we do know that the rally is running a little bit late. It looks as though they're beginning to get it back on time.
I suspect the first car's due
14:25.
14:25, 22 at the arrival. They're entering the closed road now. There's absolutely, I can see no reason why we will not be checking in to the arrival on time. No, this is something that's just come into my head. This disruption that the rally suffered yesterday, where they lost the refuel zone. The refuel is actually in Oranmore now. You're looking at something, so I'm just going to point at Sav's computer for him to let him see. Basically, the refuel's up here.
Okay.
So they're going to have to go past the stage, up to the refuel area, refuel the cars, and then back down to the stage. So if they've got 10 minutes back, fair enough, but they've got quite a long road section to get them out to the refuel and then back again, the turnaround and come back down the road to the stage entrance, which of course the stage entrance was up here.
So
before.
If you're familiar locally with the area, we're heading up towards Moyvilla or Coldwell National School to the refuel, roughly in that area. But then, as Michael says, do a U-turn and then we'll come back into the start of Stage 7. Now, Stage 7 is a shortened version of what we've had in the versions of Stage 1 and 4 today. There was a funeral there this morning, and that meant that we lost about half of the stage mileage. So Stage 7 is a quick short blast, which we had at Stage 1 and 4.
Just about 7.5 k's now as opposed to 14 k, so it's about halfway.
So we definitely have pulled some time back. So on that basis, we're probably looking maybe closer to 2:30, 25 to 3 before Stage 7 goes live.
I'm just having one of the producers talk to me, and it's not something that didn't escape me earlier on. We have, I think, probably a unique situation that we've never ever had on a rally. We'll have Marion Evans leading the historic rally and Marion Evans leading the international rally. And you're looking like, have you lost the plot, Patterson?
No. And I'm just thinking that'll all come to nothing whenever Ireland beat Wales in Cardiff today.
We're not going there. There's more controversy there than there is with Motorsport Ireland. So, yes, the historic rally, we have Marion Evans and Dale Furness leading in their RS 1800. Actually, they were leading by quite a long way, but the four-wheel drive, Ray Breen had a stormer over the last stage and took a pile of time out of everybody to move up into second, ahead of Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver. So the legacy was able to stretch its legs on that Stage 6 and got a pile of time back. So yes, we have car 69, Marion Evans, leading the Historics, and he actually leads by 31.9 seconds, which is a significant lead at this point in the rally. Things are a bit tighter at the front of the International Rally. We have the other Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson leading by 1.8 seconds. Now, I was saying about the refuel, it's probably another, they're not due to start stage 7 until 14:22. It's probably not going to be exactly on time. It's very hard to tell how much time we're behind, but I don't think it's 20 minutes anymore. I think
No,
we'll probably,
I don't think it is.
it's probably about 10 minutes, which means we'll probably be kicking off about 14:30. That's 25 minutes from now. So Zav and I are just going to have to talk a load of nonsense for 25 minutes.
And some of you are probably listening and say, well, that's, you've done that since 8 o'clock this morning, which is fair enough, but at least we're consistent. Anthony Jewell has asked us, is there any online maps? Anthony, no, to the best of my knowledge, there isn't. I know programs are available in a lot of the petrol stations in and around Loughrea, Galway, and places like that. So,
well, if you bear with me a second, we have a list of the program outlets, and while we have the opportunity to.
While Michael's doing that, I can say that the leading cars have now reached the refuel. So give them a few minutes, they'll begin to start making their way back the 2 or 3 mile where they can then access the entrance into the shortened and revised stage 7. So 3 more stages this afternoon. They're a repeat of the same 3 stages we've done twice so far today. And they will be back in service on the official time, somewhere about 4 o'clock, but probably closer to 4:15. They have 30 minutes service. Once again, Tony Kelly will be there to catch up at the end of the day, and then they're due back into Park Fermy and Galway Racecourse somewhere around 10 or 5 to 6 this evening.
And anybody wanting a programme, there's 2 fundamental ways of doing it. All of the Corrib oil garages in the Galway area, which are Ballinasloe, Gort, Loughrea, Tuam Road Depot, Tralee Shop, Cork Oil Office, Fermoy and Bandon. If you're a bit further away, they're the nationwide outlets. And then we'll have a big long list, the Circle K in Loughrea, Mulroney's Portumna, Topaz at Crockwell, Colcannon's at Kilmore, the Spar at Ballybrit, Herney's at Tyna, Sweeney Oil at Oranmore, Glynn's at Carnmore, Centra Clare Galway, Monaghan's Tuam Road, the Centra in Ballybrit, the Stop and Shop in Derrydonnell, the Centra at Oranmore, Sweeney Oil in Headford Point, the Connaught Hotel, Duffy's in Kilmore, Centra in Gort, Gillen's Bar, Loughrea Road, O'Brien's Shop, Holland's in Ayr Square, the Briar Cafe, which is the actually where the today's refuel is at the Briar Cafe out at Oranmore. So anybody who does want the maps, so they will not put maps online. So I think you'd be barking up the wrong tree. Effectively, it's not something that Irish rallies do. The programme is a very important part of the rally. There's a souvenir element of it, but it's also an opportunity for everybody who supports the event to take an advert and show their support for the rally. And which we had one here to show you, but I don't think we do at the moment.
What are you looking for?
A programme for. You've got a programme there from what year?
I've got a programme here from 1981.
Did this come from the production team?
Yeah, well, your Horse Whisperer production friend,
yes,
that whispers in your ear, just passed these over, and it's a complete rally anoraks treasure trove. But for example, if I just quickly run down the top 10 in 1981, top 10 in 1981 was Jimmy McRae, in the Opel Ascona 400.
Balloon Catini, Opel Ascona.
Ger Buckley in the Chevette HSR was seated 2. Seated 3 was Ronnie McCartney with Rodney Cole in the Chevette HSR. Brendan Fagan in the Chevette with Ronan Morgan was at 4. Sean Campbell, Austin Fraser seated 6 in the, what did you call the company in Riff that sponsored the Ascona? Can't think. I have to be told to show the front covers. John Taylor was seated at 7 with Phil Short.
Previous winner.
John Coyne at 8 with Christy Farrell. Chris Wathen from Plymouth in a Porsche, and Noel Smith, Ian Turkington. And Noel Smith in that Porsche, you know, many's, and this is probably of absolutely no use to people following us, but this is a great collection, if I can get them that don't shine, of some of the previous Galway Rally programmes. And they're in numerical order, and I'm probably ruining them. But there's 1984. 1984 seems to have seen better days, but it's funny when I look down some of the people we know. Stewards of the meeting, for example, Donald Grieve, Marcus Sweeney, David Baines, Donald Joyce, Major R. Tennant Reid, who was a FISA observer. Clerk of the course was Bridget Brophy, and of course it was St Bridget's Day earlier in the week. Clerks of the course, Barbara Buckley, Bobby Clinton, John Burns, you know, stalwart Galway Motor Club members. The secretary and the treasurer was the late great Brian Brophy. Documentation scrutiny was Mary Brown and all her staff. Competitor officer was the great Sandy Lawson. You know, names that appear, press officer was Brian Thornton. So, I mean, we could easily lose the live stream here and we could spend the afternoon going through these.
Well,
they're great to have.
I have a rally news, effectively what was known as, there was the Ballyrain Bugle and the Galway Leader, hard copy printed, Brian and Liz, Plum Tyndall, used a big print machine, and the Tarmac Championship. This is the announcement of the first Tarmac Championship in 1977. It had a prize fund of £1,700 and £500 for the overall winner in 19. So that was a lot of money in 1977.
1980.
Not a lot of money in rallying, but
that was in the days when you used to get prize money for winning. I don't think you get it anymore. But 1984, Billy Coleman seeded 1, Austin McHale seeded 2, Brenton Fagan seeded 3. Richie Healy seeded 4 in 2222 IM, I think it was. And Kenny McKinstry, Robbie Philpott in the famous HIJ 980. So that just gives you an idea that...
1984, what was that?
That was 84. That just gives you an idea of some of the history that, you know, we can call up. You know, great old sponsors in the past like O'Malley Construction and Egypt Motor Oils. Again, you know, BP Galway International 1982. So some terrific stuff there. So I can now see on our system that the leading cars are making their way back on the main road towards the turn-off to make their way down to what will be stage 7. Thanks very much to Andrew Bush for those, because we'll visit those again tomorrow. Once I've taken all 62 of them home and read through them all tonight, and agendaed up on some facts for you tomorrow. Now tomorrow's coverage, they into service tomorrow morning at 8:18. They get 15 minutes, so they're due at the first stage start at 4 minutes to 9.
Okay. First stage tomorrow, Black Road, with a bit of a change towards the end. A traditional older version of Black Road that runs almost in a circle, finishes near where it starts.
Yeah.
Probably the only stage of the rally that you could draw conclusions to previous years, and a tiny little bit of it actually ran on last year's rally. So there's a little bit of the first stage tomorrow ran on last year's rally, and a little bit of the second stage, which is stage 10 and 11, 12 and 13, 14, 15 tomorrow. So I'm just looking.
So tomorrow it's three loops of 2 stages. So the first service tomorrow, there's an hour service time as opposed to the 30 minutes that we've had today. Due to the first major service, somewhere about 10:05.
Okay.
So I would imagine that come sort of 10:15 tomorrow, we're going to have a good indication. At that stage, there'll be 40 stage miles left over the last 4 stages.
Yeah, 2 big stages.
You know, we've a look at 3 stages this afternoon, 2 in the morning. So by first service tomorrow, we're going to have a very good idea of what will be looking like the top 5. Though I did see somebody interviewed by John Kenny on the start ramp last night, the ceremonial start ramp, who were adamant, without any shadow of a doubt, that it will go down to the last stage tomorrow. I don't know if that was a clerk of the course or who it was, but the guy was adamant that this won't be finished until the last stage tomorrow.
Well, are we halfway? We're about halfway, I suppose, aren't we? At the minute, it's 1.8 seconds.
Halfway through this stage. Next we'll be halfway through. So, but as you were saying, you know, the heavy rain has started to spread the field out from the 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive. We have, as you said, the 2 Marion Evans leading the 2 different categories.
But with Ray Breen in the historics, he's the only 4-wheel drive in the historics, and he's taken 10 seconds of stage out of people around.
Yeah, I mean that was very evident on stage 5 and 6. So, and of course, as you were saying, Craig's here, keeping an eye on things. Drove out over the stages this morning. I think if Craig. If there was any chance of Craig getting behind a wheel and maybe doing Galway, he would have done it. But as he was saying, Tony, he had a day's testing in Sweden in preparation for next weekend's event, and then managed to realise during the course of that day's testing he was going to get a second day because Thierry Neuville was unwell and wasn't able to complete the testing. So, and certainly in testing form, Craig Breen looking very good for next weekend. And of course, it's an event that he knows very well.
And he goes well there.
He goes very well there.
He's got a lot of experience and he goes well. I know that last year he went with high hopes, and really that's when things started to come off the rails a little bit last year. Was Monte Carlo was such a good rally for him, but Sweden just small mistake and that was it. He was.
And I think he sort of got pilloried for some of the performances last year, but what it taught me was that you don't know what goes on behind the scenes, and when you start following some of the respected competitors on social media and they advise you to it's not always what it seems, then you know, I think Craig got a little bit of unfair flack from some of the keyboard warriors about performances last year. So high hopes. He's done well at Hyundai before, so hopefully he
knows the team, he knows the personnel, he's got good people around him. See a couple of more people joining us here on social media. Rory Byrne from Modern Tyres, boss, sponsor of the Ulster Rally, final round of the championship this year. Nice to see you watching us. And Bones O'Connor, Mr. Bones from originating the West Cork Rally, now very much involved in.
I think Bones was looking for marshals for this event, and I very nearly put my name down until I realised I was going to be here in the studio.
And there's and the chap I did my very first special stage rally with, Phil Cherry. Hi, Phil. How you doing?
So, hi, Phil. I believe, Bones, you won an award recently for outstanding services to motorsport and Irish motorsport, and if very well deserved, in fairness, because since you've come back halfway across the world, I don't think there's a weekend you're not out doing something. Bones O'Connor, of course, with that famous photograph, I think we showed it last year, sitting on the toilet as clerk of the course.
That's how it was.
Yeah, that's how it was. And anybody, just go and look it up. But of course, people also forget you took the Toyota Starlet to the Thousand Lakes and made an epic journey out of it. People could only follow your progress back then in motorsport news. So nice to see you tuning in, Bones.
My mum and dad went.
Yeah, well, they were the only two.
Family holiday. I didn't go for some reason. I can't remember why I didn't go. But Chris, Jodie and David and mum and dad, and there's brilliant photographs of all of them, and Desi McGlade co-drove, and my mum's got some nice photographs in the house of it. And of course, Bones came up and for Plum Tyndall's belated birthday party, and took a bit of time out and went and visited my mum and went for a cup of tea. So
yeah. Nice to see you in touch, Bones. Yep. And thanks for all you do for rallying, not just for Galway, but for all the other motor clubs that you help out with us. Like yourself and Gerard Quinn, who do an awful lot in terms of club motorsport. And you're the backbone of the sport, along with many, many others, such as the marshals. And for example, here in Galway, you know, timekeepers, marshals, medics, stage commanders, the organising committee, emergency services, You know, the relationships with the local Gardaí, the relationship with the local council in terms of traffic management. You know, there's a little army of people make sure that a rally runs the way it does. So to all of you, if you're listening, or if you've aunts or uncles or cousins who do the like that, thank you very much, because without you, we wouldn't be in the sport we are in today.
We're talking there about, you know, will it go down to the wire? Well, we don't know. We can't predict the future.
No.
But there has been historically some tight finishes in the past. 2004 in particular, Tapio Laukkonen did the Tarmac Championship that year, and 0.7 of a second separated him and Eugene Donnelly at the finish of that rally.
0.7.
0.7 of a second.
Close. That is close.
I mean, I remember we did rally news on that, and I'm just looking up our old website where we had all the rally news live, and do we have the Galway International final bulletin, Air Square, Tapio Laukkonen and Harry Capro in their Imprets WRC 1 hour 46:06.1. Eugene Donnelly, Paul Kiley, Corolla WRC 1 hour 46:06.8. Fantastic. Austin McHale was third. Austin was interviewed in the service park there with Brian Murphy co-driving. Derek McGarty and Dermot O'Gorman fourth. Eamon Boland and Damien Morrissey fifth. Damien's obviously out with Ray Breen today. Tim McNulty finished sixth that year, and with Julian Nangle in their Imprets at WRC. He'd be doing well to get up to sixth, but you never know.
No, you never know.
Aaron McHale was, James Foley was seventh in his Lancer in one Group N. Aaron McHale was eighth in one Group N. Desi Keenan, third in Group N and ninth. Dennis Cronin and Helen rounded off the top 10. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, mixed emotions. The fact that we drove hard yesterday and tried to make any mistakes. We had a few problems this morning with the anti-lag, but we went faster and faster and made a big effort. And to come that close is frustrating. However, before the rally, if anyone had told us we'd get this sort of result, I wouldn't really have believed them. We're still learning a bit about the Corolla, but the car's fantastic. Yeah. He went on to pretty much dominate. And the reigning champion was Derek McGarty. Austin McHale, 6 times a Galway winner. Goodness me. There you go.
No, I came across that. I mean, but for the likes of myself and Andrew Bush down below, and probably a few others, you could just lose yourself in them. I mean, I love it sometimes on Facebook when in rally memories or somebody pops up with one of the old Patterson bulletins and the Rothmans ones from many years ago and the rarities that they are. And, you know, people stick photos up on like rally group pages of, you know, a handful of the Rothmans rally news, Patterson's rally news that they found in the loft from 1981 or 1982. So people still do find them, which is great. Cars now making their way, they're at the stop control, or arrival control if you like, prior to making their way down to the start of stage 7. You can see from the pictures there that we do have the rain.
Raining. I've made a couple of notes here, just the temperatures dropped. Andrew noticed that the temperatures dropped to 8 degrees from 10 degrees, so that's starting to cool down. And I just said it looks pretty much like the rally's going to be back on time. The cars are very close to the arrival control, so if anything, it's going to be a minimal delay now, as far as I can see.
So fair play to the organisers.
Yep. This is where they argue we don't need regroups. We'll get it back on the road. Well,
I do wish our production team would warn us when they're going to cut back live in the studio.
So with that's our camera position now on stage 7, the shortened stage 7. So we're first time over the cars. We're doing sort of 4:12, 4:15, and then it was the mid 4 minutes. It's considerably more wet. The first stage was completely dry. Then when it ran a stage 4, it was damp, and now it's saturated. It's really raining heavily, and pretty much the word from the service park, if you've just tuned in, is that everybody's going out on a slick tyre, so that it's very much the same. I think you'd be taking a chance.
Tyre?
Sorry, a wet tyre. You'd be taking a chance going out on an intermediate, and that's what it's like.
Just looking at the stage, that first square right, the field would be full of them.
Yeah, that's where it narrows up, and really that's the only very narrow part of the stage. So it's quite a fast stage. With losing that first half of the stage, that would have been the more technical part of the stage. So I don't think it'll be too long before we start seeing. Now, with Zero car is still at the start. 03 is in the stage. Safety's completed the stage, so yeah, I'd say we're pretty much getting back on schedule.
So stage 7 due to start at 14:25, stage 8 due to start at 14:49, and stage 9 due to start at 15:28. Now, they were the time and distance schedule from yesterday, revised yesterday, and if, as we think is right, it's going to be fairly close to those times this afternoon.
Yeah.
We will, as we did in the previous loop, move on to stage 8 and then also to stage 9, and the last loop ran really well for us, so we're kind of hoping for more of the same, because if you weren't with us this morning, we had a long delay on stage 2 before the cars could actually start the stage. Somewhere in the region of 40 minutes we lost.
And then that was compounded with the organisers had no choice but to abandon. They didn't even get stage 3 started, so the rally was on the back foot. So we got stage 2 completed and stage 1 completed, but with a big delay in stage 2. So they've been doing a very, very good job of getting things back on time. The middle loop ran faultlessly as far as we're concerned. Everything went really well. Because there were no interruptions, we were able to bring you every stage live.
Yeah.
When you get the delays, it has a knock-on effect then, and it wasn't logical to do certain things earlier on, but it was disappointing for everybody that through circumstances beyond the organisers' control, they lost the run on the stage 3. So fingers crossed, we're not far away from getting this stage up and going.
It has a knock-on effect for the organisers, but it has a knock-on effect for us as well, with the camera crews and where they have them located, and to some of the things that we continue to flow and do. So we just, when you're here, you just try and work around it as best you can, keep people informed, and try and find news through.
Well, it's interesting, it is such a compact route that already the clerk of the course and safety are on stage 8, the second stage of the loop. So I mean, once the ball's rolling, that doesn't look too. I know the camera was covered in rain earlier on, but it doesn't look too bad now. That looks pretty slippy.
Yeah, under the trees, and there's no wind gets to it, and as Bushy has said, the temperature's dropped to 8 degrees. But we were talking earlier on, I remember coming, I think it was that 1984 event that I was talking about. When Kenny and Robbie did the Galway here in the escort, I mean at 11 o'clock at night, and it was a stone wall about 3 foot high, no tree, no hedge, nothing. I think it must have been on the southern half of Galway city, and man alive, I didn't know cold like it. And we had one of those really big, garage forecourt floodlights.
Yep.
That we bolted up onto the back of the Transit, and every now and again we'd turn it on and stand around it like it was some kind of glow heater, just to get the heat out of it. And I remember that year, Richie Healy and a few others in the escorts. There was a great battle that year. So I can see the first couple of cars making their way down now towards the stage start. So that will be cars 1 and 2. So that will be Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in the Hyundai i20 R5, which is a car I used last year to great success. Marion Evans, Jonathan Jackson in the Melvin Evans Motorsport Run VW Polo GTI R5. And again, I believe that's the car they used last year. Cahan McCourt is holding third, and is using a new to him Citroen C3 Rally 2. Fourth is Sam Moffat with Keith Moriarty in a brand new Hyundai i20 R5. Sam Moffat was our leader after the opening stage this morning, and 5th is Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly, and they are in the Michael Barrable Motors prepared Citroen C3 Rally 2, a car that was previously used by Ruben Rodriguez in Portugal, but Robert has had some successive podiums in some of the national rounds last year.
Just looking at the RC4 class, the two-wheel drive homologated, effectively all the younger drivers who are aspiring to move up. Casey J. Coleman continues to lead that. He's got a 29.4 second lead over Tom Holton and Stephen Reynolds. Shane Quinn is third with Patrick Brides. They're all in RC4 Fiestas. Then Iofi Raftery and Grace O'Brien are fourth in the section in their little Peugeot. Dylan Eves is fifth, and John O'Rourke is sixth in his Opel Adam R2. We know Joe Kelly had a disaster with tyres and bits and pieces. He's lying seventh, but there's an interesting entry. That's Gunnar Johannesson. Martin Brady's co-driving for him. Is this our Icelandic entry?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
So very interesting. He's in a slightly older, he's in a C2 R2 Max Citroen. Letitia Cahn's going nicely with Geraldine McBride co-driving. Geraldine, I think they got a stage interrupted time for the final stage 6, which I would like to think will be adjusted because it's pretty punishing. 4 minutes or 5 minutes slower than anybody else. There's obviously behind the scenes, there's a big team of people that make these rallies happen, and Galway Motor Club, a very long established motor club, some great people behind it. But Gary Leonard is the clerk of the course here. Gary's was clerk of the course in the 2000s for a few years, and then took a bit of a step back from the club and from the rally. So there's the first safety car through one of our locations. Gary came back as clerk of the course, I think, in 2019, and did the 2022 rally. And this year, Gary, very nice man, involved in the bakery business when he's not organising rallies. Other significant people in the organising team, we have two Motorsport Ireland stewards, the guys who'll make decisions about any potential queries or rule breaking or penalties need applied, and that's Tom Walsh. Tom used to manage Billy Coleman and was ultimately clerk of the course for our previous World Rally Championship in Ireland here, Rally Ireland. And John Tynan is the other Motorsport Ireland steward, along with Dave Ray is the club appointed steward. Joe O'Donoghue is the deputy clerk of the course, and Amanda Madden is the secretary. She's the girl who does all the work coming up to the start of the rally. Bill Ryan is the chief safety delegate, while the Motorsport Ireland safety delegate is the clerk of the course of this year's Rally of the Lakes, Dermot Healy, which I didn't realise. He phoned me about something yesterday, and I thought, oh, right, okay. Ivor Gleason's looking after the emergency services people and rescue. Ivor been around for a long time. And there's a whole pile of people. Bobby Clinton is the assistant clerk of the course. And of course our friend, Kevin O'Driscoll, who helps us out a lot, he's the event press officer, and pretty sure he's also the press officer for the West Cork Rally as well. So
I believe he is.
Yeah, fair play to him.
And of course this is the opening round of the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship, opening round of the Modified Championship, sponsored by McAvoy Motorsport. And of course we then have the Historic Rally Championship that's brought to you with sponsorship from Synergy Motorsport Engineering, and then the Junior Rally Championship brought to you by Paul Brown Plant Hire and Civil Engineering, and it's also a round of the Galway Motor Club Members Championship 2023. If you remember, last year's winner was Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. They finished 14.1 seconds ahead of Marion Evans. Callum Devine was third in a Ford Fiesta Rally 2. Gary Jennings with Rory Kennedy on board was fourth, and Cahan McCourt, Liam Moynihan were fifth in a Fiesta Rally 2. And just some other stats and figures. The most wins in terms of co-drivers have been Paul Kiley with 4. Most stage winners is Paul Kiley with 63 stages. And in drivers,
well, we mentioned him earlier on on the bulletin. Austin McHale is the winningest driver here. Austin's won the rally 6 times. Eugene Donnelly's won it 4 times. Billy Coleman's won it 3 times. Interesting, Gary Jennings has won it 3 times. Bertie Fisher's won it twice. Mark Lovell has won it twice, and McKinstry's won it twice. Eugene Donnelly's the most successful rally leader. He's had 46 rally leader acknowledgements. Tim McNulty's had 38, Gary Jennings 32. Eugene Donnelly has also won the most stages, 49 stage wins. Gary Jennings has won 32 stages, McNulty 29. Declan Boyle 16. Sad to see Declan stopped in the service area. Fisher, Bertie 16. Austin 15. McKinstry 15. And interesting, when we did have Rally Ireland, Marcus Gronholm's in there with 9 stage wins.
yes,
So-
Galway was an eye-opener for, I think, a lot of the world stars at that stage because it was unlike anything.
And yet, when it came to it, it was probably the best rally to come and prepare for Rally Ireland
Yeah.
because it was the closest to the conditions.
Because some of them went and didn't they do the Cork 20? Danny Sordo and Sebastian Loeb did.
Loeb did it, yep.
The Cork 20.
So we have Josh Moffat, car 1 is in the stage. Stage is live. Now we are, even though it's a shortened event, a shortened stage, we're still probably 5 kilometres in, so it's going to be 2 or 3 minutes before we get live action. But we are not far off. That was good stats there, Sav. Interesting.
Yeah, it does help because it puts a bit of perspective on the event, but also gives you a wee bit of history and just a little bit something different, you know.
Yes.
I knew we had one Icelandic competitor, and of course Martin Brady is heavily involved in the IMSA race car program, and the American driver whose name has just escaped me.
It escaped me as well. It'll come to me. Who's a professional NASCAR driver.
Yeah.
And but loves his rally and came to the UK stage. Looks very
And you can see there, just what we were talking about earlier, just a little bit of a line on the inside of the mud being pulled out. But as you said, Michael, really wet.
Josh went out of picture there on 14:36:49, so that's either 19 seconds or 49 seconds past the minute. Give us a good gauge as to the pace at this point, which is 2/3 the way through the tricky junction now. So almost identical times there, I would say. Marion stopping the clock probably 19 or 20, 1 second roughly between him and Josh. There's 1.8 seconds separating at the head of the field, so nothing in it. Callum Devine is next up. I reckon Callum was 1 second up there.
Yeah, he may have got between his teeth. He was telling Tony he just feels that he's that far behind now. He's not even playing catch up. I think it's a case of getting to the end of the day and having a debrief this evening.
Yeah, but never give up. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, that's true. That is true.
Sam's driving a nice rally in this new Hyundai. You can see it's visually different. And I reckon Sam also is second up on Josh there, roughly. The final stage times will tell the whole tale, but you can gauge for yourself, you can judge for yourself on the clock, on the screen. So Desi Henry's due next.
Through Desi again. In as many words said to Tony in service that he wasn't happy with the car, even though it's a car that he's won last year's Turkey Run Rally. He was 4th on the Bushwhacker. It's a car that Cahan McCourt has used in the past. Kyle Tilley, thank you very much, Anthony. Between Kyle Tilley and the no 6 gear, I'd be lost without you today. But thank you. And Cahan was talking to Tony in service, and I mean, Michael, he's just happy where he is, because he said the only top driver that's not here is Alistair Fisher, and if I'm sort of mixing in this company, you know, I'm happy about the rest of the year.
Yep, I get it. He's a very grounded guy, isn't he? He knows he's not being over ambitious. He's not going out there and saying, "Oh, I can do this." He's being really realistic about his prospects, and he's happy
where he is.
Where he is, yeah.
Johnny Greer through there in the brand new Citroen C3.
I think we've lost our other camera for the moment. And McAvoy Motorsports and Synergy, two associate sponsors for different sections of the Tarmac Championship, getting a good plug there. We think the championship manager is looking after those interests.
Gary Jennings with Arthur Kieran's on board. If you're wondering where Rory Kennedy is, Rory is outside the world. Gary slides wide.
And he went out of picture on 19 seconds past, which is exactly the same as Josh. So Gary's going hard. Arthur obviously is the current British national
champion
co-driver, along with Alan Carmichael, which they are off next week to do the Raponian Rally in Yorkshire. Alan's trying to get a few miles in before the opening round of the British Championship.
Yeah, Gareth McHale through with Brian Murphy.
About 4 seconds down on Josh at that point. First cars are in the finish of the stage now, so we may very well be getting 14.7 for Josh provisionally.
In case you're wondering,
14.7 by the way.
Where Declan Boyd is, Declan, I believe his car is still sitting in service. He's not had a great start to the 2023 campaign. And we see Robert Barrel and the MB Motors.
Robert's, in my estimation, 8 or 9 seconds down there.
Enough for a spin somewhere, and certainly in the conditions it wouldn't be surprising.
Apparently Marion did a 20.6. This is not off the official results yet. We've just got those. So officially, Josh did a 414.7 and Marion did a 420.6, which puts Josh into a 4.1 second lead. So those two do a switcheroo at the front of the field. This is almost every stage we've had a change of leader, Sav.
Yeah.
Not many rallies we can say that.
No, but it's no bad thing, and it bodes well for tomorrow. And it's a resumption of the battle the two of them had over the course of last year.
Yep.
Really well, as I said earlier on, Barney Mitchell at MTech Graphics and all the team, they've done a great job with that.
About 3 or 4 seconds down at this point by our unofficial on-screen clock. So, 7.5.
I reckon that at the moment we are about 8 or 9 minutes behind.
8 or 9 minutes, I think.
Roughly.
Okay, that's pretty good. So Sam Moffat's just posted the second fastest time on the stage of 4:15.7, which he now jumps ahead of Marion. And we said that Callum was going nicely. He's done a 4:16.7. Obviously Callum lost quite a bit of time earlier on, so complete change around on the leaderboard. 1, 2, 3 is now Josh, Sam Moffat and Marion. Obviously he looks a bit more confident now. He's obviously got the right tyres on his car. Yeah, he's only 4 or 5 seconds off Josh's midpoint time there. What a difference a set of tyres makes. A few more times in. Johnny Greer in at 4:17.7. Desi does seem to be going backwards here. 4:23. It's just a couple of seconds here and a couple of seconds there, but he's slipping away from the leaders now. He's almost a minute off the lead. And Cathal McCourt has just gone second fastest in the stage. He jumps up into second from third, pushes Sam back to third. His time is 15.1, puts 1.6 seconds behind At the moment, all the leading drivers are reporting a reasonably clean stage, no dramas that we're aware of. So I believe that Jason Mitchell's gone back out after having a whoopsie on the stage this morning. So he'll still be categorised as a finisher in the rally, but he'll be penalised for all the stages that he missed. I'm not quite sure what the penalty is anymore. I would need to check the regulations. A few years ago it used to be the stage time plus 15 minutes per stage, but
I don't know if it's still the same.
I don't think it is. I think it's less than that. Tim McNulty. Just talking about him in the stats, he's this, did we say the second most winning stage times?
Second or third,
Second
yes,
or third.
indeed.
So the person who really came out of this badly in this stage is Merriam's gone from leading the rally to fourth in one stage, and he dropped, all he did was drop 5 seconds, and that's the difference it's made. And there's the Lions of Limerick R5. First of the modified cars is looks like Jason Black. We lost modified rally leader on the previous stage when Kevin Eves' engine cried enough by all accounts. Here to Jason didn't start it. Doesn't have the advantage of four-wheel drive, lacking a bit of grip compared to the R5 cars around him. So Robert Barrable stays in 5th place, but made a mistake, had a half spin in the stage, did the time 25.7. It's exactly 10 seconds slower than the rally. That's the sort of thing these guys can afford to do, to have small mistakes can be very costly when it is such small margins of time separating the leading drivers.
Well, we saw on the last loop of 3 that, you know, Callum Devine and Desi Henry and that saying, you know, drop 5 or 6 seconds, but it drops them a couple of 3 or 4 positions. Leading crews now making their way to the start of stage 8. Stage 8, which is a shade under 15 kilometres, which is around just under 8 mile. We'll be heading over there shortly.
Mark Alcorn up due past.
Camera positions for our crews have changed.
James Ford threw in his Citroen. Mark Alcorn was the previous car. Mark had another one to have a bit of a half spin earlier on. By our calculations, it's got very close between him and Jason Black for the lead of the modified. I believe at the minute.
Now, just so that you're aware, if you are on the stage watching bits of this, it is available. So if you have people that want, you can go back online and watch the complete coverage. It's available at the end of each day.
David Kelly's completed the stage a time of 4:23.0. David apparently picked the right tyre for the first time today. I think there is only one tire. Brendan Comiskey, 4:32.0. Patrick O'Brien, 4:21.8. Patrick's stays in 10th place overall. Gareth McHale, 4:22.8. Just a wee gaps developing between the bottom end of the top 10 and the top end of the top 10. Kevin O'Driscoll's just sent me a message to say that Jason Black has had an overshoot on stage 7. So we're close to getting times for the modified guys. Martin McGee, leading Donegal Motor Club member.
I see Anthony Nestor wasn't the only one that was telling us that. I see Gerard Daniel Cahan was updating us as well. Spectators are allowed into service, for those that are asking.
Are spectators allowed into Parc Fermé at the end of the day? No,
nobody's allowed into it.
That's why it's called Parc Fermé. Parc being French. The crew must take their car in. Nobody can go near the car while it's in Parc Fermé. Closed park is what it stands for. So there's another Donegal crew of Kenny and Trevor Bussard.
Are you one of these people who's going to go home and watch the rugby because you don't want to know the result?
I don't want to know the result.
Okay. Well, that spoils some of my fun this afternoon.
I don't want to really get into it, but what's gone on this week with the rugby and whatever they call the stadium now, Cardiff Arms Park, as I grew up when it was called, it's now called the People's Stadium or something, and banning songs because they have connotations. Tom Jones could sing it to number 1.
You're entering very fragile ground there.
So we've got a provisional time of Jason Black at 4:40, which is, reflects him having a problem of some sort. We know that the two-wheel drive cars are probably 10 seconds quicker than that.
Well, you were saying earlier in the historics, Ray Breen's, taking 10, 11, 12 seconds a stage over that last loop of 3. So in these conditions, I would expect to see him to continue whenever we see him run a little further down if we stay that far. The good thing about the delay this the first stage of the day.
I wonder is that car something wrong with that car? Did you see the Evo there stepping out of line? I wonder is it got a broken diff or something?
It did step out of line in a big way, but it does.
There it was. You just see it there. They don't do that.
Broken drive shaft, possibly.
So we believe Mark Alcorn took 14 seconds out of Jason Black with Jason's overshoot, reported to us by event press officer Kevin O'Driscoll. Thanks, Kevin.
So, leading crews now at the start of stage 8. Clerk of the course and that are almost through by the looks of it. They're down towards the end of the stage. So safety, clerk of the course and motorsport answers. So they're very, very nearly at the end. So I would suspect that this stage should start running fairly shortly.
The Mark Alcorn has posted his time. The results are now posted. A 4:26.4. Now we know he was already ahead, leading the modifieds, and we know that Jason Black had an overshoot in that stage and dropped 14-15 seconds. Very difficult conditions to have. Having an overshoot taking that risk on the shiny tower, leaving your braking just a wee bit too late, and then the next thing, the whole car's away from you. As we seen earlier when the Evo crashed in front of our live camera.
Yeah, it's very easily done. I mean, he had locked up a couple of 100 metres before the very slight left leading down to the bales to slow the average speed of the stage down. But as we said earlier, you know, there's Desi Henry, Patrick O'Brien all had overshoots on, I think it was stage 6.
Yep.
And you know, it's anywhere between 5 to 7 or 8 seconds. You mentioned the one with Josh Moffat coming down to the very open square right when under braking he ended up going left.
Yep.
Just to get the car stopped in a controlled fashion.
Yep.
So can be very easily, drivers can be very easily caught out. They are very tricky conditions. You know, elements where the road's as wide as this, there'll be little dry lines, but in under the trees where there's no drying at all, it's going to be very damp, very slippy, and especially the intermittent patches that we've discussed about Shiny Tower. Very difficult.
Kenny Bustard was talking to Tony earlier on, and he said, you know, one of the things about Galway, it's always been the nature of Galway, particularly on the narrow roads, is you have these dry stone walls very, very close to the road, and every corner you're expecting to see a rock on the road, because the slightest little tap on a wall and a rock can fall out of the wall or whatever. And there's nowhere to go. You don't have, it's not like you can swerve around something. You're generally committed to a line. And
well, by the time you see it, you've hit it.
Well, that's it. And then you've got a puncture or you've damaged your car or whatever. Little yellow Civic there of Des Lyons. Aisling McCardle, Class 11F car.
You can see in the right hand side there our leaderboard on the screen: Josh Moffat, Cahill McCord, Sam Moffat, Marion Evans and Robert Barrable. As I say, moving along now, so we make our way across to stage 8. Looks as though the rain has now maybe stayed away, which means our cameramen may not actually get soaked. Stage 8 was due to start officially at 14:49. So at the moment about 6 minutes behind. I reckon we were about 10 minutes. But the club have done a wonderful job in catching up, because at one point this morning we were close to 40 minutes.
Yep.
So the club has done a great job in just getting everything tightened up and ship shape for the run over the last loop of 3.
You know, if somebody did take a chance on intermediates and you're running further down the field, it's starting to look at, it's not drying up, but it's not soaking wet like it was. Gareth Black in the second Bathshack Starlet, and just saying about the rain, I think we're getting the rain now.
I think we're getting it, yeah. It sounds like the heavens have opened where we are in the studio.
Now, somebody we had missing earlier on, Jeffrey Dolan, got us obviously into Super Rally.
A couple of stage maxims I saw for him, but good to see that he's back and out and running, although he is running very, very far down the leaderboard. I think he's car 95 out of 99 or 98. So a couple of issues for him early this morning.
Confirmation in Jason Black's time of a 4:40.7 puts him on a total of 38:14.7, whereas Mark Alcorn is 37:31.5. So the 00 cars are in stage 8, and the first car I think has just gone live in stage 8. So we'll stick with these pictures for a few more moments, and then whenever we get word that we're up and running on stage 8, we'll go to stage 8 and hopefully bring you some more live pictures. So Brian Lavelle is actually close to within just over 10 seconds behind Jason Black in the modified section of the rally. Other Eves. Corey Eves and Pascal McCartney and their Corolla just away through. Trevor Bustard and Kenny Bustard, they've had a drama in that stage. They've 4:55.6. So we're just waiting on confirmation of stage 8, but we'll stick here for a couple more cars, I think. So our camera position on stage 8 is just over halfway through. So it's Austin Snow and John Henderson in their Evo 9, class 15 Evo 9. I had the regs out earlier on. There's all these cars. So class 15. Class 15 is four-wheel drive cars whose homologation has expired. Yeah, class 24 is R5 R Rally 2. Converted from left-hand drive to right-hand drive, all other components must comply with the car's homologation. And car 55 is an R5 Hyundai. That's Kevin and Collar Wilson, by the way.
Like we're saying, Michael, it stopped raining. It hasn't, bone dry, but it does look in certain areas there's a dryish kind of line.
Yeah, well, it stopped raining. I think that's the primary thing. It's certainly not pouring down. Simon in the Millington engine Proton. So Jason Mitchell and Paddy McCrudden, even though they're in Super Rally, they did a time of 4:35.1, compared to the fastest time of 4:14.7.
I think, to be honest, they'll be happy with that, bearing in mind that's the first proper stage.
They'll be just going and enjoying themselves.
Go and learn the car,
Learn the car. Tricky rally at the best of times. I'd be glad to get through that stage without making a mistake again. So Sam Quinn. Patrick Brides co-driving for Shane. So now a few more times have come in, and one of the significant ones is that Connor Murphy has actually jumped ahead of Jason Black in the modified part of the rally. He was 7 seconds faster and is 4.4 seconds ahead in overall terms in the rally. I'd say Jason will try and get that back in the next stage, no doubt.
Looks as though Josh is live.
On the stage?
Yeah. I've been told. If that's the case...
Mickey Conlon through?
If that's the case, it's 5 minutes behind. So that's an amazing job.
That's good, yeah.
tell a lie.
So here's some live pictures from stage 8. We believe it's just about to go live.
Yeah.
So Mickey Conlon through there was the last car we saw through on stage 7. Mickey got a new co-driver this year, Donald Lennon. Donald's been around a long time. RD man. Mickey's is happy. There's Martin Walsh taking photographs for the Cork Examiner. Mickey's as happy on gravel as he is doing rounds of the Tarmac Championship or the National Rally Championship. Good to see a few spectators about as well.
I mean, yeah, you could see in service there was quite a few about in the stages that we got this morning. Then in the second loop, you know, quite a lot out, which is really good.
Very competitive in the midfield here, Zav. You know, you've got a whole bunch of people in different cars. All the times are so close: 4:32.5, 4:34.5, 4:32.2, 4:34.5, which is Martin McGee. I see Brian Brogan in the middle of it all, 4:50.5. He, despite losing a bit of time, still gained a place. Frank Raftery dropped 3 places with Sean McCaffrey in their Class 20 Evo 9. So there's the first of the safety cars through, 001.
So the leading crews have probably, I would guess, probably 3 minutes before they come into our view.
Maybe, yeah.
Would you say that?
Three
Maybe
to
more?
4, yeah. It's can't have them risking catching the 0 car. So the stage is now live. Josh is on the stage. I think he's at the timing and things and bits and pieces. Yeah, he's maybe 3 or 4 minutes away.
Yeah. There's people very kindly sending me the latest score from Wales. One, I think, from somebody you might know by the name of Mr. Sean Tracy.
Oh, goodness, right, okay.
And I know they obviously want me to tell you.
If they want to tell me that, I'm not stupid. It means that Ireland are probably winning.
You're in for some surprise then. Now we have you totally confused, don't we?
Well, that's not very difficult in my case, is it? So, this is, where are we? Just looking where our camera crew is.
It's
location 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's it there.
So I'd say we're about a minute out now, minute and a half probably from when the first cars are due. And simultaneously, obviously, stage 7 is still running. Sean Tracy should be watching the live stream and not the rugby, by the way. I'll have words with him tomorrow night.
I'm only the messenger, I think. No, I'm not going to mention him because he didn't reply to my email about number plates. So he's in my bad books.
Well, I can't say a word because he helped me out earlier on. We're talking about another individual here who was sent us some text earlier, and
so I don't think, like Michael said, I don't think it's going to be too long before Josh Moffat
I think it's
rattles into view.
It's pretty close. So get ready. We'll probably hear the car before we see it, but this is quite a good looking shot. Reasonably accessible junction, which is obviously why there's a few people there.
Quick message for Jared Daniel Cahan. He says, thanks very much for keeping us up to date. Can you please give a shout out to all the head-to-head mental health group who are watching live? Yep. And
is that Jared Daniel Cahan?
Yeah.
He's also told us about Kyle Tilley.
Yeah. I see Jason O'Donovan's watching as well. Jason down in Limerick somewhere. Paul Summer in Cornwall says, I'm watching the rugby on the TV and the live feed on the phone.
So here's Josh coming into view, and thanks to the people on social media for putting the rugby score up. The cat's out of the bag. Oh, go on, Josh. Full beans. So when's he going to go out of view? Out of view on 22 seconds.
Yeah.
Just for anybody who wants to keep an eye on the clock. Next up should be Marion Evans in the polo. Here we go. Lovely looking car, isn't it? The
no,
colours.
It's definitely liveried up really well.
Rally car. Out of view on 59, which is, what did we say, 22?
22,
so that's
52,
7 seconds.
7 down.
7 down. Not so good.
It's quite a bit.
Yep. And the next car into view.
Well done.
Josh has either had a flyer, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, he's just took it by the scruff of the neck. Callum's a couple of seconds down again. Goodness. And we are near the end of the stage. I mean, this is... And here Josh is up on time, though, looks on. Sorry, Sam. Josh is blowing everybody away here, but it looks on it. And Sam's 4 seconds down on Josh. It won't be long before we get times either. They'll be at the finish of the stage now, I would think, because we're only about 1.5 Ks from the finish at our camera position.
St. Josh is on a 7:31.6.
Okay.
Desi Henry through.
Desi just isn't able to commit. You know, he was braking earlier there.
I don't think he's happy in the car.
No,
I mean,
he keeps saying about this gearbox thing. So yeah, again, 10 seconds down on Josh.
I just don't think he's confident in it or happy in it.
I mean, well, we weren't far away. Josh did a 7:31.6 and Marion's done a 7:38.5. The lead's now out to 11 seconds. Who was that? Cahan McCourt?
Yeah.
Well, he's right on the case. That's interesting to see Cahan's time. Cahan maybe 1 or 2 seconds down on Josh by our
he won't mind
here.
that.
He's going to solidify his second place.
Yeah, definitely.
Johnny Greer looks... Johnny's a few seconds down at this point. Lovely car control though. Yeah, 10 seconds down on Josh. So we believe that there's a bit of smoke coming out the back of Josh's car, but all it is the bumper is contacting with the hot exhaust. These conditions are right up Gary Jennings Street. He's lovely. really throwing the car about, enjoying himself. Coming thick and fast here, good long shot.
Yeah, I think we were right on the flyer. You know, the nearest in terms of time was Sam, brother Sam.
And he was 6.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Gareth McHale. My goodness, so he really has stamped his authority on it. Josh, still fastest on a 7:31.6. Then Sam, second fastest and into second place, a 7:37.0. Marion, third fastest and stays in third overall for now on a 7:38.5, 2.7 overall behind Sam Moffat. Callum did a time of 7:41.2.
Callum McCord, 0.4 of a second slower than Josh Moffat. I think you're right, he's solidified second place.
He certainly has, hasn't he?
That's a cracking time from
Yep.
Callum McCord and Liam Moynihan. I mean, they were 5 seconds dead clear of Sam Moffat.
That's, yep. Apparently Sam ran wide somewhere, Sav, in the stage.
Listen, I mean, we were saying about a 10-second lead. It's only a 2-second lead now that Josh has over Callum McCord.
It's nothing.
That's great.
Yep. Callum is apparently struggling with this misfire. It's not got any better, and the high-speed sections, which this is a high-speed stage in places, it must be so frustrating sitting with a car, you know, could be going 10, 15, 20 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Patrick O'Brien, great car control there, drifting the car into the corner.
He's been impressive today, you know, bearing in mind that a lot of his rallying last year was in the loose in the forest.
He's very close, so he'll be very satisfied. I would be very, very satisfied at this level. You know, it's his first foray into this. I know was it the Ulster he did last year, but something happened early on.
Yeah, he retired quite early.
Yeah, he never really got a chance to show his speed. So we should have Brendan Comiskey coming into view in a minute. Brendan has at least got the right tyres in the car now, and he's lost a bucket load of time earlier.
Desert Henry was 7:43, which is like 12 seconds behind Josh Moffat.
It's very interesting. I think he had a good time there. Guest, another one having a good run through this stage. David, a former Tarmac champion in the Group N category, and sister used to be a top co-driver. Ruth Guest. Somebody told me one time in West Cork, I said, "Where are you staying?" And they said, "We're staying in the guest house." I said, "Which guest house?" Yeah, no, the guest house. What are you talking about? Ruth Guest's house.
So Gareth McHale through on a 7:39.8. Gary Jennings through with 7:38.4. Patrick and Stephen O'Brien, 7:45 dead. David Kelly, Dean O'Sullivan on a 7:50.9.
That was Jason Mitchell through. Now Jason retired on the first stage this morning. He's got the car sorted out and is now running in Super Rally. This is his debut with his personal polo. Hasn't driven the car in anger before. So this will be very valuable, despite Tony spoke to him in the service area and he was rueing the fact that he's not going to score any points towards the Tarmac Championship here. At least he gets to get a few miles under his belt. So that was Tim McNulty through, and we have we are missing Robert Barrable off our list here, and we have reports that he has stopped in the stage with the OK board out. We won't surmise what has gone wrong, but we think he may have clipped something. That's what we're being told.
That's disappointing.
Yep. He'll be disappointed, but he rarely makes mistakes. He's such a precise driver. Lions and Limerick Fiesta R5, very distinctive car.
It's a wee bit like a Duracell battery.
I thought you were going to say a Duracell bunny, but
no, I wasn't trying to be facetious. It just does. It's a really good standout colour combination.
Very, very distinctive. It is, I must admit. Have also rumours that Martin McGee stopped in this stage. Again, everything's all right. So here's Jason Black. Jason lost a bit of time in the last stage with an overshoot. Dropped from second to third in the modified. Somebody flying. Ed Murphy looks to be going, so it'll be interesting to see his stage times here. Now Ed's a local man, and these damp, wet conditions that suit him, and just looks like a man on a mission there, doesn't he, Sal?
Yeah, very solid.
Good driver.
And we have a few people, as I say, we've had people watching today from New Zealand, Australia,
Mark
South
Alcorn,
America.
who's the modified leader at the moment. Sorry, Sav. Getting his break, and he's got just about got it right.
Mo in New York, watching in to keep an eye on all things happening on the Corrib Cork International Rally 2023.
Is that Cork or the Galway International Rally?
Or the Galway International Rally even.
That's like me sending everybody out in slicks earlier on.
I know. It was the production team throwing me by Mo, because I immediately thought it was somebody from Mo's bar. Mo listening and watching from New York. I'm really impressed with the time of Cathal McCourt. He really nailed that. To be 0.4 behind Josh Muffin time on that stage.
But he's being so far ahead of everybody else, that's very... He's being brave, I think. And that's what it takes.
It wouldn't surprise me to see Cahan get the jump and end up leading Galway going into the service.
Oh, pressure's on then.
No, I think the same boy take it in the stride.
The one thing I would say about that is that overnight you end up running first in the road tomorrow. And that's not great sometimes. My reckoning had moved up into second in the modified, nicely through. A few more times into McNulty, 804.3, Brendan Comiskey, 807.8, Aaron McLaughlin, 809.1. Twin cam Corolla.
So leading crews now making their way up from Peterswell towards Cloughlin Castle, and the stage arrival for the 9th stage of today. It runs at just under 14 kilometres, and after that they make their way into service in Loughrea, where the effervescent Tony Kelly will be there to have a chat with the crews after 9 stages before they head to Park Fermi, and an overnight halt with 6 stages still to come tomorrow.
So we're waiting a few times in for the modified people, but we commented on just how hard Conor Murphy was going, and he's had a really good time, 7:51.1, second fastest modified. Just for interest, Mark Alcorn, who is breaking a wee bit messy at our live camera, fastest modified on a 7:49.9, but more importantly, Jason Black lost another pile of time and is dropping further behind. He's dropped from second to third on the previous stage in the modified, and now he's dropped a little bit further behind again. Did an 8:03.1. I wonder is Jason nursing a problem in that little car? And we know he had an overshoot in the previous stage, but he was being visibly caught by Conor Murphy in that stage. Aaron McLaughlin did an 8:09.1. Keep seeming to be missing Aaron whatever way.
Chris Boyd over in the Isle of Man has pointed out that Josh is literally on fire. That's sometime 10 seconds faster than Sam's quickest time in SS5 and 0.3 of a second faster than his own fastest time in SS2. Catherine McCourt though is right with him. So nice to know that people from far and
it's not going unnoticed.
The coverage, yeah.
Yep.
It's really good. I mean, what would Chris Boyd to have a Manx rally around the Tarmac Championship once again?
I think they would love to, but it's getting there. That's the Isle of Man Steam Packet Company they're doing a good job, but there's only a limited amount of ferries. When the Tarmac did go and the British Championship went, I mean, the rally was made up of those two championships.
Yeah. But it was some event though. They're always great events.
Fantastic. Even
the Manx National for that matter, you know.
Well, it's sort of taken over now as the primary event rather than the... It's now the Manx International, and my understanding is the Manx National is now the Manx International, and the rally that runs later on in the year is the Chris Kelly Memorial.
Yeah.
So the National technically has morphed into the International, and the Chris Kelly, which has existed for quite a long time. I'm sure Chris Boyd will put us right. Motorsport's still very active in the Isle of Man. And
no, it definitely is.
Forestry rallies and...
But it's just the likes of you know, Bertie Fisher and quite a few from here at home. Kenny, for example, that went over and
me?
Made reputation, and of course yours truly made reputations there.
I don't know many Manx as I did in the end. To get the bar down. I think that's a car we suspect has maybe got some transmission problem.
That's the one that ran wide on the last stage,
and he was
wasn't it?
struggling to get out of the hairpin there. It was like there's a diff for a
drive shaft, possibly.
A drive shaft. Something not right with the four-wheel drive system anyway. Three of them all quite close together there. Mark II struggling to get the par down. Stephen Greeny and Des Sherlock. Des has been around a few corners. Martin off to the service area, no doubt. A couple more cars maybe coming together, possibly. Brian Brogan and Declan Quigley. Sorry, David Quigley. Declan Quigley was being ordered. So David Quigley in his Civic. I don't think Brian Brogan's so far behind. There we go. Des Lyons is due in his little Honda.
Where?
It's just if you refresh it, it'll go back to what it should be. Oh, he's got this wrong. He just car cut away from him under braking, and he's lucky. He hit the bank and it spun the car around, so he was lucky to get away with that. Didn't lose too much time.
Stage 9 due to start at 15:28, but as we know, the rally is now shortened its running late time from about 40 minutes to about 6 or 7 minutes. So I would imagine that the final stage of the day, stage 9, will be up and running shortly as we get another Honda Civic down into the right-hander. Or the Gareth Black and the Gareth overcooking it. Can't make too many mistakes of that. Jeffrey Dolan. Oh, nice slide. And is that Ollie Benton? Yep. I suppose we are near the finish of the stage, and this is where you do tend to get people catching each other. Yeah, definitely.
Should have Aaron McIntyre and Paul McPhillips in there. Started. Later runners seem to be struggling to get slowed down as well for this corner.
Well, I noticed the Civic over the bumps.
Yep.
Was just that bit of braking where it was important.
Corey Eves should be coming into shot very shortly in his Corolla. So we've now got 0 cars into stage 9. So I don't think it'll be too long before we start getting an indication that stage 9 is about to go live. It's the beauty of the compactness of the loop this time around.
Jordan Dempsey, sorry to jump in, Michael. Jordan Dempsey's just asked me what happened to Robert Barrable. Robert stopped about probably 2/3 of the way through stage 8. He has the OK board up, is all we know at the moment. So Daniel, that's always know, could be mechanical, something broke, touched the bank, I'm not sure, but he stopped on stage 8.
Gareth Irwin and Justin Macaulay, their Class 13 Mark II Escort. John Henderson on the notes there. Austin Snow. Pat Kelly going nicely. Jonathan Kelly in their Class 20 Fiesta. So we've a bit of fan cam coming from earlier on. It was a bit of dramatic footage. So this is the leading RC4 car, what is effectively the R2 Saab. It's hard to think transition. So a bit of fan cam footage coming up here from earlier on. This was Desi Henry, I think. Chunky enough?
Yeah, but the good thing was the gate wasn't overly blocked heavy with spectators. There were some of them standing well out of the way and kind of sensible, but it was you know, you want to be keeping your wits about you. But that was the same field that I think Patrick O'Brien went into as well.
Yes. But you called it Henry's field.
Yeah, I did indeed. But it just goes to show getting stopped. We've answered Jordan Dempsey's question about Robert.
That was Shane Quinn just through. Next up, we should have the Millington Engine Proton of Simon Chapman, I hope. Maybe somebody else will prove me wrong.
They're still looking.
Yeah, Chris Boyd replied to us saying, he says, not where we are with Manx Rally, sadly, guys, but we're having a Manx Championship next year, starting with a single venue at Yerby Airfield. The National is now the Manx Rally and runs an international category, so you're quite right. Chris Kelly Memorial in October was for 10 years, was the run under the Poker Stars banner. So, Proton will be our last sort of viewing on stage 8. We're going to cut now to stage 9.
And so where are we now? This is the final stage of the day. We're near the start of the stage. And first proper junction apparently is where we are. Junction 1. So this is the place I remember a few years ago, pouring with rain, Gary Jennings setting off from the start in the Subaru and reappearing, having spun at the first proper corner. And the only way to get the car turned was to come back down the stage, and there was a bit of a kerfuffle about it at the time, but what was he supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So we believe that 0 cars are in the stage. The information we've been given is that 0 and safety cars are in the stage, and that the top crews are between the arrival and start. So it won't be very long before this stage will be live. So to recap on the rally on the previous stage was really Josh Moffat and Catherine McCourt have really moved the goalposts a little bit and so much faster. After it being so tight all day, just a few seconds separating the top 6 for most of the day. As the conditions have got slippier and slippier, Josh and Catherine McCourt have just got themselves a little bit of breathing space, but in saying that, it's not very much. Josh leads the rally on a total of 43.20.1. Exactly 2 seconds behind is Catherine McCourt, who was only 0.4 of a second slower than Josh on the previous stage. Sam Moffat is third on a 43.28.4. That's 6.3 behind Catherine McCourt and 8.3 off the lead. Marion had been leading coming into this final loop, but he's just dropped a few seconds and he's now 11 seconds off the lead in fourth, 2.7 behind Sam. Gary Jennings has been consistently in and around fourth and fifth and sixth all day. He still lies fifth, 43.49.6, 29.5 seconds off the lead, 18.5 seconds behind fourth place. Johnny Greer in sixth, 39 seconds off the lead and 9.7 seconds behind Gary Jennings. Callum Devine continues to struggle with the misfire, hence he's going backwards down the leaderboard slowly, but the rally lead is getting away from him. He's 41 seconds behind the rally lead now. Gareth McHale is again consistently 7th, 8th fastest on the stages. Gareth's lying 8th overall, 55 seconds off the lead, 14 seconds behind the next place. Patrick O'Brien has definitely shone today, had some very impressive stage times earlier on in the day. He's 9th, and Desi Henry, a persistent little gearbox glitch means he's no confidence in the car. He's rounding off the top 10. Mark Alcorn is 12th overall and leading the modified. Wasn't a great battle with Kevin Eves. Kevin Eves retired with a blown engine halfway through the day. They were swapping seconds. Connor Murphy has moved up into second in the modified and is 14th overall. And Jason Black had been second in the modified, but the last couple of stages he seems to have lost 10, 15 seconds and has dropped back to third. Almost to the point that Brian Lavelle is now sort of taken time off him in the class 13 escort. And he is only 8.6 seconds behind for third place in the modified. Now, the historics, we had a unique situation earlier where we had Marion Evans leading the overall rally and we had Marion Evans leading the historics. So they're not through they're not through yet for this stage, the historics, but they're currently on the previous stage. So we'll try and give you an update with them. So we believe that Marion has extended his lead over Ray Breen in the historics. So this was after stage 7. Ray Breen had been taken time out with the four-wheel drive system in the Legacy, but Marion's just basically turned that on its head. And so Marion Evans leads the historic rally by 41 seconds from Ray Breen, who in turn leads Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver by 5.4 seconds. Wayne Evans is 4th in his escort. Ross Ford had been second this morning, but is going slightly backwards. Very close between them. I mean, they're all setting very similar times. So Ross and Aaron Ford, the Galway-based driver, they're 5th in the historics, and Gareth Lloyd is 6th, Rob Smith 7th, Will Onions 8th, Luke McCarthy had been leading earlier on. Okay, and we're all go on the final stage of the day, stage 9. Very, very tricky bit of stage this. Very slippy, very dirty, muddy. Used to be known as the part of the Brady's Yard stage. And somebody's just observed that we heard that there was smoke coming out of Josh's car earlier on. The bumper was rubbing against the exhaust, so it looks like they've removed the offending part. And here's Marion on the stage. You can see there's a traditional Galway dry stone wall, standing water, slippy mud, but a confident drive there from Marion.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see now what way they approach this. It'll be interesting.
Well, this is a
eager
tricky
for
stage.
Cal McCourt's time.
Yep. We know Sam didn't like this stage. He wasn't happy with the new section in the middle of it.
What's your sort of guideline for time on this?
7.5 minutes. Yeah.
So 7.5 minutes, and then, as we said, final service of the day in Loughrea in the Cooperative Mart. Tony Kelly will be there, but if you're making your way in off the stages, it's a good place to go. It'll be busy for the next couple of hours. And of course all the trade stalls that support the event and rallying in general are all in there. So it's a good way to spend a couple of hours watching the cars being settled and get a bite to eat.
Before the cars then head back to Park Fermé in Galway this evening.
Maybe plan your day's viewing tomorrow over a pint. So Loughrea definitely the place to be, and as Michael says, they then head to Loughrea to Park Fermé overnight, safety secured, tucked away. All right, Desi Henry.
That looked quite good to me, but
I think he's going to be disappointed with today, I have to be honest. I think it's a different, I think for drivers it's a different thing. You throw it off and lose half a minute getting stuck because you were overdoing it.
Yep.
I think when you battle niggly problems with the car, it becomes so frustrating.
Yes. Yep.
You know? Interested to see his time now.
He's been very impressive today.
Well, I mean, we've done a couple of these live events last year, and we've said ourselves he's been impressive.
Yep.
Just building his pace without being overly heroic. Johnny Greer in the carried up forklifts, C3, newly arrived midweek. Working very hard to get that in on time.
Yep. Nice driving there.
Johnny said Tony in service himself and Niall Burns have the tools on the car to just tweak and make a few changes between stages. They didn't have an overly big test drive on Thursday, so
Gary Jennings popping into view. I think this is a famous incident with Gary 10 years ago or whatever.
So cars running 30-second intervals. Backed Volkswagen Polo R5 GTI, right-hand drive version. Gareth having set steady sort of 7th, 8th, 9th fastest times throughout the course of today.
He's 46 seconds off the lead.
That's not bad at all. I mean, he's lying 8th overall after 9 stages. I think he'll be pretty pleased with that.
So David Kelly, another one who won't be disappointed.
No, considering it's a brand new car, he definitely won't.
You know, he's made the step up the R5 very well. Theory. So Patrick O'Brien again has shown a good turn of speed today in very, very difficult conditions. Brendan Comiskey should be up next. Brendan had a disastrous middle loop to the rally, picked a hard tyre, and the heavens opened, and he dropped, bundles of time, 2 to 3 minutes. Starting to get a bit more competitive over this loop.
Yeah, Brenton did a lot of rallying last year, was 2nd in the Drysdale stages, 12th in the Laois Rally Sprint. Galloway Hills saw him finish 12th. Paul Barrett didn't do the rally.
didn't start, withdrew, didn't
start, yeah. So David Guest, Jonathan McGrath. Again, likewise last year, David had some good results. 4th in the Cork 20, 3rd on the stone throwers, and 9th on the Rally of the Lakes. So predominantly tends to finish events he starts.
Jason Mitchell should be up next, and Jason running in Super Rally now after retiring on the first stage this morning. Jason learning his new polo. I think we have Tim McNulty making a rallying comeback over the last few months. Former Tarmac champion. I think that's actually Aaron McLaughlin. Sorry, Tim McNulty up next. Again, we haven't seen much of Aaron today, but
steady.
He's been going steady. He's not, you know, he's sometimes he's reasonably competitive, but 5 seconds a stage, suddenly you're a minute behind after 9 stages.
Yeah.
This is McNulty. Paul Kiley.
CFS Group, long-term family sponsor, family involvement in the CFS Group for Tim McNulty.
Here's the Duracell cart. Very distinctive.
It is. It looks really well.
Yep. I'm going to start getting some of the modified cars now. Jason Black seems to be struggling over the last couple of stages. We know he had an overshoot, and on the previous stage he dropped a bit of time as well. Difficult conditions for the two-wheel drive cars. Very slippy. Struggled to get any grip. The R5 car's big advantage because they're four-wheel drive, obviously. Oh, thought he would have been here by now. Oh. There we go.
Long-term sponsor Bath Shack, also sponsored Frank Kelly.
Second in the modifieds. So the first of the times through, oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness, Josh is on an absolute mission. Josh is 7:13.8 on that stage. Second fastest, Marion Evans, 7:22.7. Sam Moffat, 7:24.8. And Callum Devine, 7:27.8. Well, obviously we haven't got a time yet for Cahan, but that's another real blow. Where's he finding a second a mile?
I think he just has his car dialed in. It's as simple
and he's
as that.
dialed in and the conditions suit him.
You know, and he's quite comfortable in what it does when he asks him to do it. You know, and that breeds that confidence that you get that you know the car will do exactly what you want, and it lands, turns in. I mean, that's worth time just on its own. Interesting to see what time Cahan McCourt drops in.
You know, last time over in the wet, Marion Evans was fastest at a 7:25.0. Josh is just on a 7:13.8. That's 12.2 seconds faster in the wet again. Marion went 3 seconds faster than his previous stage time. Josh has gone 13 or 14 seconds faster.
That's a serious amount of time to be taken, isn't it?
It's staggering, it really is. They're not extra long stages or anything.
No, they're not, no.
7-minute stage, it's... Yeah. In perfect conditions, they would have done the stage in 7 minutes dead, according to the computer calculations that we can do on a predicted model.
Yeah. It's still sometime, 7 minutes, 13.8 seconds.
So we believe there's a time in for Cahan McCourt of a 19.6, which...
well, that's still miles quicker than Sam, Marion or Callum.
Yeah, but it gives that, what was a 2-second
Yeah,
lead now
it's now probably
becomes...
7 or 8.
8-second lead, yep. So the Bustard brothers just threw in their Evo. So that's Gavin Kelly, Dara Mullen. Dara did a couple of rallies with Johnny Greer last year, won a couple of rallies with Johnny Greer. He's having the time of his life.
I mean, Josh Moffat and Tom McCourt are sort of got 19.3 seconds in hand over third place. So they've edged out a bit of a gap.
Yes.
To Sam Moffat and Keith Moriarty, then Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson. So
yeah, there's confirmed, yeah, Cahan 7:19.6, so just under 8 seconds, the lead now 7.8. Okay, so we've got a time in for Gary Jennings of a 7:27.4, but Gary had a spin in there, dropped 10 seconds. Working is nice Skoda. We've reports that Tim McNulty was in a field and out again, and I suspect it's the same field that everybody was in on the previous loop, where we got some fan cam footage earlier. Stephen Greeny and Des Sherlock, they're having a nice run today.
So leading crews starting to make their way down into service, where they have 30 minutes from they enter the in control until they leave at the out control. So 30 minutes for the crews to refit the car after 9 stages today in Galway. Just over 110 kilometres in stage kilometres, close to 70 stage miles, and get the cars ready for 3 loops of 2 stages tomorrow, starting shortly after 8 o'clock, due to service 8:18, and as the old saying goes, it's not over. It's not over until the over late with these things, as they say. So there's still a lot to go. There's 60-odd miles of competitive stages tomorrow, and I imagine that both Josh Moffat and Cam McCourt have to be happy with their efforts today, along with Sam Moffat. Marion just a little bit back in 4th, would be reasonably content. Gary Jennings must be content with 5th in the older version. Johnny Greer and Niall Barnes will be reasonably happy. Brand new car, limited testing. Callum Devine and Desi Henry certainly will not be happy, but Patrick O'Brien and David Kelly have had very good runs today and show as 9th and 11th respectively. So it's there's a long way to go, Michael.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. And the stages tomorrow are not to be underestimated. Just a bit of news about one of the RC4 crews, basically the junior drivers. They're not in the junior rally, they're international, what used to be the old R2 cars. Anyway, Tom Holton is stopped mechanical on stage 8. Unfortunately, he was 2nd or 3rd in the RC4s. Tomorrow, it's a completely different format. 2 stages done 3 times. But 2 big stages.
Yeah.
So almost 20 Ks. I think it's just over 18 point something for Black Road. But Black Road is just a fast, narrow, shiny tar. Crests and dips and bridges and lots of unseen corners. And then there's a bit in the middle of it, really technical, difficult, narrow, twisty, very, very technical bit of road. Then it opens up again, faster. It's been the undoing of many a top rally driver over the years.
But that's what I'm saying. It may seem like a small amount of 60 stage miles, but it's roughly 10 miles a stage, 6 stages tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a long way to go on this, but you know, if you're giving out school reports, if you like, you know, it'll be a well done Josh Moffat, very well done Cam McCourt, nice steady return to international rallying for Sam Moffat, nice and steady for Marion Evans, good start, solid start from Gary Jennings, likewise Johnny Greer, could do better Callum Devine, must try harder Gareth McHale, you know, that sort of a way. I mean,
yeah. Frankly, I think these last 3 or 4 stages, I think everybody, Sam, Marion, Gary even, will be looking at Josh's times and Cahan's times and saying, where are they getting that time?
Yeah.
Where are they finding the time? What are we doing wrong? And then you start psychoanalyzing your performance. And they'll go and they'll look at their onboard cameras and say, well, look, I dropped a second there because it just wasn't brave enough to brake.
Yeah.
The conditions are that tricky and slippy. So providing they can satisfy themselves that they've where they're maybe losing, it's when you can't find a reason, you start questioning it yourself. Are you still fit for this, or you know? But it is a tricky day.
Jeffrey Dolan.
Jeffrey
back in the Sunbeam from a few times out in an escort.
Yep.
But good to see Jeffrey back in the Sunbeam. He hasn't been rallying for a while.
But he's obviously had this problem earlier on today, which put him into Super Rally. But the previous stage when we saw him out of the hairpin, he must have went sideways for 50 or 60 yards up the road.
So leading crews now making their way into service, and Tony will be there to catch up and get I suppose their own opinion on 9 stages under their belt today in Galway. Difficult start, you know, short on stage 1, delay on stage 2, drive through stage 3, then 3 good stages in the middle loop of 3, but with the rain coming on heavier and heavier for the middle of stage 5 and stage 6. Very wet for stage 7, dried out a bit stage 8, and here in some places it looks though the sun's out, even though there is a bit of standing water and it is very wet from the earlier rains. But
this stage does open up, you know. I mean, it opens up and gets faster and gets a better surface as well. So I have reports that the modified leader, Mark Alcorn, was in a field I think it's still this probably
Henry's Field.
As Zav called it earlier on, Henry's Field. It'll be known as that forever. Dropped 8 seconds to Conor Murphy apparently in the modified, but at this point remains well in control of the modified rally. But you know, you get it wrong under these things. Sorry, I'm just watching something here on my iPad, yeah, it's
few
to
bits
do.
and pieces
It's
popping
just
up.
the production. It's I had our Facebook stream running, and it's just stopped. Okay, so I believe it's a technical thing that. Okay, well that explains that. So we're still broadcasting on YouTube. We're going to restart the Facebook. FaceTube. That's like somebody you'd call somebody on a Saturday night out in Belfast, isn't it? Yeah. How you doing, FaceTube? We're going to restart the Facebook stream to finish off this stage. Though it won't be long before we're thinking of going to the final service of the day and let Tony dig deep into the leading drivers and see how they're getting on. So, there's the Hyundai. You know, are you doing that? Next car coming into view. Young Coleman leading the RC4 class, very competitive. Surway forklifts in the car, obviously the family business. Dad James. So anybody on Facebook, we're back up and running on Facebook, but there's no restrictions on the YouTube stream, so it remains uninterrupted. So that's us, yep, up and running again on Facebook. So here's the first of the historic cars. Ross Ford. Ross was second in the historics earlier on. Dropped a bit of time. Still going nicely. Honda, James Brunton.
Coach Juniors join us tomorrow, so we'll be keeping up to date with them as well. They have 6 stages tomorrow with a really good entry. We'll bring you details and confirmation of the starting order in the morning when our coverage begins somewhere between 8 and 8:15.
Okay.
So a couple of minutes and we will be going to service, where, as I said, Tony will be able to catch up with the happy, the not so happy and the frustrated after 9 stages here of the Corrib Galway International Rally, the opening round of the 2023 Irish Tarmac Championship in association with Samdeck Security. The modified section of the championship this year, sponsored by McAvoy Motorsport. The historic, obviously, with connections to Synergy Motorsport Engineering, and the juniors that join us tomorrow, Paul Brown and Harry Civil Engineering.
Joseph Kelly through in the very distinctive little Peugeot. Joseph had a bit of a torrid time on the middle loop of stages, wrong tyres. Ended up getting caught by another competitor who hit him at a junction where neither of them could get slowed down and stopped. All a bit dramatic. JP Logue and James Logue in their little Civic Class 11F car. Michael Cahill and Conor Lappin. Should have the other Eve's Corolla lined up, I believe, at the start line. Or, sorry, not the Corolla. Fiesta. Couple more RC4 cars. John O'Rourke's due and Thomas Scanlon in the Opel Adam. Been around for a little while now, these little Opel Adams. Very effective little rally car. Yep. Ferrybank Motors on the car. Well-known Wexford car dealer. Been around for a long time. Young Raftery. This will be reasonably local to the family. And again, the Millington Proton.
So probably the top 40 now making their way into the Loughrea Cooperative Mart. 30 minutes repair time, as we say, and if it's dried out a bit, the crews, mechanics will be able to refettle the cars before they make their way to Galway Park Fermi for this evening. We'll be with Tony very shortly, and she'll be able to catch up with the So we're ready to go to service, so we're going to hand across to Tony, and myself and Michael will see you all bright and breezy around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Josh, you'll be glad to get back in for that cup of tea.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good loop for us there anyway. We're fit to get ahead there by a few seconds. So, look, there's a long way to go yet, but at least we're in the right position at the minute.
Like, that was an incredibly tough afternoon, weather-wise, competition, everything.
Yeah, I know. At one stage the rain was coming down so hard we could hardly see out the window, but yeah, look, it was good to us anyway. So.
You're happy enough with the setup and everything? Car feels good?
Yeah, the car feels great. Yeah, very happy with it. Yeah.
So what do you do now this evening? There's a quick service in the morning. What's the plan?
Just relax this evening and get a good night's sleep and go at it again tomorrow.
So no changes to be made and just quick tyre change in the morning?
Yep, exactly.
Brilliant. What do you think of tomorrow's stages?
Yeah, they should be good. Again, Black Road and that's tough stages, so yeah, look, there's a lot of rallying to go before we get to the end. So.
Well, thanks for talking to us, and congratulations on a good drive today, and we'll hopefully see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. So we're going to head now, and we're actually going to try and get Cahan McCourt. He should be over this way a wee bit, because Cahan, like, we got a quick word with him at the end of the service earlier, and he was very happy to be there and wasn't expecting too much of himself. He was trying to bet into the new car and stuff, so it's absolutely incredible to see now that he's back at, at the end of the day in second place. Once we get a quick word with him, then we jaunt back down to Sam, as Sam is back up in third place. So I'd say there'll be a wee bit of brotherly rivalry tomorrow, as there always is with these two boys, but see what Cahan has to say. He'll have to be happy after that run today. Cahan, can we grab a quick word?
One spin, stage 6, but no, here I'm generally happy with the way the days went. The car seems to be working very well, and tyres is good, and can't complain about anything, so happy out.
And I mean, it must be daunting to come and start the season in a brand new car.
Oh, look here, I suppose it's like everything, you have to put your foot down first, at the start. Like, there's no point in coming here and finishing second. That's why we said we'd try and get a good result as well, but hey, it's working out today, but we have a long day tomorrow as well to go through, so and Joyce put in a storming time there at the last stage, so here, hey, it gives it to be dry tomorrow, so here could be anybody's race yet.
I mean, the pace today was absolutely insane out there.
Oh, look, hey, whenever you see 4 drivers within, tenths of a second of other, that's when you know, and that's what happened. Like, the first 3 stages this morning, I think the top 7 was broke up with 5 seconds. So, generally, it's great for Irish rallying to see that there's still 10 or 12 drivers that can go out there and battle it out for the race. Like, so, here I'm happy where we are tonight, and hopefully tomorrow evening I'll be in the same place or better. So.
Brilliant. And the car feels good, and you're heading into tomorrow. No changes.
Doesn't rain anymore, they'll probably be in good condition in the morning, so hopefully.
Good man, Cahan, well done today, and thanks for talking to us. As you see there, that's Cahan McCourt, happy as Larry with his day. He was just happy to still be going with Paddy Robinson. Paddy, how are you feeling after today? Glad to be back this evening?
I am glad to be here. I would obviously like to be going a bit better and a bit higher place, but sure, what can you do? We problem in the car, we can't seem to get to the bottom of it.
And I mean, when the car's acting up, there's not much more you can do other than keep going.
No, it's really disheartening, because we're, we're trying hard, we're pushing hard through the stage. You come in thinking we have a good time here, and it's not there. You're 8-10 down.
Well, we were on one of the stages there, and I have to say, it was fantastic to watch. It still looks very good.
Oh, well, as long as it looks good, I know that's half the battle, isn't it, Tony?
That's the main thing. That's all, Paddy. Thanks a million. Fingers crossed they get the issue with the car sorted tomorrow, because Desi really does have the times there whenever the car is going well. So I can't see Gary Jennings, so I'm just going to walk on up and we'll try and get a quick word with Sam Moffat again. because that's our 1, 2, 3 for the international field. And I haven't actually even seen results for the modified yet. We're just trying to get into service and get powered up here, so we'll get a few of those guys spoken to in a wee while as well. We'll just try and get a quick word with Sam if we can. Donovan's gone on ahead of me there, so we should be seeing some action here. It's trying to see everybody, but also stay out of the way. He's doing a wee job here with the steering wheel, so something must be happening with wheels or tyres. Sam, you'll be glad to get back this evening.
Glad to get back, but I'm not glad to the time we're behind now. So we lost a bit of time in the last 2 stages, really. I'm not sure. I could blame a few things, but maybe myself. So we've a few things to try and do and get back at Cahan. He's a good lead on us there now.
Like, in all fairness, you know, to come back after driving a different car all year last year and a new car this year, like, the time really isn't too far away, Sam.
Yeah, but sure, we're all rally drivers. We all want to be at the top, don't we? Like, that's the problem.
And I mean, what goes on now between you and Josh this evening? How do you not psych each other out, or is that exactly what you're doing?
No. We'll work together to try and make sure that we can both. We want to be first and second. Then once that's the situation, we'll fight over who that is. So no, we definitely would try and help each other on any corners or anything like that. But still fastest man of the finish, and he put in a blistering time in that last stage. I definitely couldn't do it. Whether it was set up, me, tyres, whatever it was. But yeah, hopefully we can get ready to go. Black Road tomorrow, big stage. Kind of like that stage. I've done it a few times. I've been here many times before, so looking forward to it.
Good man. Well, come here. Congratulations on today. It was a great drive.
Thank you.
We'll see you again tomorrow. So that's Sam Moffat, our number 3. So we're going to go across the way here now. Again, we'll see if Johnny Greer's about. I can't see him just yet. I don't see him at all, actually, so I'll try and get a quick word with Callum Devine if I can. There he is. Back again.
I don't know, I must be getting slower. Seeing less of you.
I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Are you happy enough with the way the evening panned out? I mean, those stages were absolutely insane, the conditions.
Aye, well, hey, we changed on the wet tire and we got a lot more confidence in the driving. Our driving was getting a lot better. We actually went faster than them 3 stages that we did this morning. But we still have the mist, so we're misting away. But I think the guys might have changed it there this time round, so hopefully tomorrow a better day.
And is that the thing now this evening? You trust that the car's ready to rock for tomorrow morning and you're ready to head out?
Hope so. Hope so. It depends what the weather's going to be in the morning. So, look, I think we're ready to go.
Good man. And what do you think about tomorrow's stages? Are you looking forward to getting to any of them?
Looking forward. The Black Road's a lovely stage, so it is. Obviously, if it gets wet, it gets straight. A lot of shiny tarmac. You know, it's not.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up. out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up. out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
We're back, guys. We're just actually at service out here now, and we're going to try and grab a few of the guys as they leave for us. We just have Jason Mitchell here now. We're going to try and get a quick word and just see how his afternoon went. Jason, you'll be glad to get back out.
Tony, I'm glad to get out now because we need time in this car, so we do. And yeah, look, we just went out and got around that loop. And we like the car, so it'll come.
Keep her lit, that's all you can do. Thank you, Jason. So we're just going to get a quick word now with Mark Alcourt, the man we were looking for. We'll see how... Mark, you're having a great weekend so far.
It's good, not too bad. Everything's going good.
Are you enjoying it?
Aye, if we stay out of fields, we're on the field there for the last one there and we lost a heap of time.
But the times are unreal, even if you are losing a bit of time.
Aye, well, we're pushing some bits there, but we're trying to cut out a wee bit of a gap there, and it didn't work on that time.
And are you enjoying it?
Aye, enjoying it. Aye.
What are you feeling for tomorrow's stages?
Oh, just the same thing. Aye, we'll just keep pushing away.
Any favourites?
No, I don't. Sure, I never done Galway before. Never done it.
And even from the recce, or any of them kind of looking like they could be?
I didn't like them. No, but sure. Listen, hey, it'll be all right.
And do you think about that now tonight? Like, are
no,
you know?
I won't. I'll take a wee look at the DVD now, and I'll just get a wee bit of memory on it now because it's a well-known stage. So, but I'll manage it. We'll be all right on it. We'll be quick enough on it. I'm thinking.
No bother to you.
Oh, thanks.
Good man, Mark. Thank you very much. So we're going to let Mark go because when you're at the out control, you are under pressure for time. So we just will not hold these guys up. And we're just going to see if we can get a quick word now as well with Conor Murphy, car number 26. Hard all day to get these times up and to get these positions by the end of Saturday, so we definitely want to hear what they have to say. And do you know what? I might actually just ask Mark where he is in the service park. Mark, where are you located in the service park?
We're over
the far one. There's another one up in there, is there? Brilliant. Thank you very much. So at least we're sorted now for tomorrow, where anyway is. This place is just massive. So as you can see, guys, like the droves of people that have been here all day, and the cold weather now or the wet weather earlier just did not deter anybody. Everybody's very excited to be back out rallying this year. Okie doke, folks. I think that's us for the day. We have an awful lot of mileage to do tomorrow yet as well, and to be honest, it was just a fantastic day for us on the sidelines watching. We'll try and do our very best to get talking to everybody tomorrow as well. Now that we know where a few people are, we'll get words from them and keep you posted and keep you updated. And again, just thanks to everybody for watching.
Let out up round easy right 150. Push on up.